duo play. I mean, even just disregarding how they have performed over the last 2 chapters, having that teeny strat in his back pocket, especially with what we've been seeing going down over the west side of Underworld, where they're kind of contested, getting dropped on. I think a teeny strat might be coming out over the next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, Zeke. Chap's first global championships. It was also his first grand finals only in Major 2 of this year. That major, they placed second. Major number 3 also qualified. They also placed second. So it seems like Chap is just immune to any pressure. And here today, I'm interested to see what are they going to do. You know, is Chap able to handle the pressure? He's done very well at that so far. And as you mentioned, Kelly, the big question mark, where are these guys going to land?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. They could land a different spot every single game. We haven't, we have seen that before. It's not something we're strangers to, but I think for Teeny and Chap, they're going to be looking at maybe what they know best, maybe drop spots they've landed at before. That's why I think Cooper might be a little bit concerned that they might be landing over towards that Nitro ground.
Terrifying stuff. And as we go from one Booga, we must talk about the other, Batman Booga specifically, and Rapid. I mean, they just had an unbelievable performance in Major 3.
I mean, going all the way back to Global Championships last year, where they have only played together for 1 major, and then going into their Globals for the first time on LAN and getting 14th place really put a lot of eyes on them. Now, the start of this year, not the best, but the evolution that we have seen, Minnie, is just incredible. These are 2 of my favorite players competing here today.
Yeah, I mean, when they came 14th in the Globals, they were even triple contested as well. So it just adds to the skill and the ability of these guys. I mean, they're absolutely incredible. They actually moved from sort of high ping at the beginning of the year to low ping to 0 ping, and it's worked wonders for them. They've been able to get unleashed all of their talent. That is just going crazy right now. I'm interested to see what they're going to do off spawn, though. Of course, landing at Grimgate, they have all of those dashes there as well. Interested to see if they can use those in the end game, maybe save them a little bit. Are they contested? Are they not? We're not too sure. It says uncontested right now, but of course things can change.
Yeah, I was chatting with them just a little bit, and they think that there might be an OCE team potentially landing on them, but again, that drop map can only tell us so much. It's really the first game where we'll find out.
And what do they have to do, right? If that does happen, you know, they're going in with a strategy where we're uncontested. Suddenly, there's another duo here. What do we do?
I mean, it's Batman Booga and Rapid. They're going to be able to handle it so well. They already did really well being contested at the Globals last year. They are incredible duos. And honestly, regardless of what situation they're in, they always come out on top. And watching them on the end game where they typically stick to the low and middle ground, but they're so observant. They're able to tell when the high ground is theirs to take. They are so strong. It almost looked like they could potentially win in Major 3, getting 2nd place. But of course, when Peter Von Pollo is there, it's hard to really break through those guys.
Yeah, really hard. I mean, even in that Major number 3, they placed 2nd. They only played 11 games in that Major, which just makes it even more impressive. These guys are so good.
That's right. Fortnite fam, I think you guys want to meet some more players, right? So make some noise for the next 10 duos.
Let's hear it for Swizzy and Yapko. Coming together for this event, this duo is on a mission to impress the world. They've got the skill, but can they make it happen?
Here comes the pride of Middle East, Adapter and FK as some of the most dominant ME duos of all time. And it's actually not their first LAN, but it might just be their first trophy.
It's Trulex and Chicho making their return to the global stage, only this time they are in it to win it. Last year they placed 3rd, and now it's time for 1st.
Let's give it up for Kei Shoro and Keiki. The Brazilian stars are coming onto the global stage for their first time in their careers, and it's time to lock in for real now.
Big welcome to Chiefs and Chris coming together for this event, but these guys mean business. Both have proven themselves worthy, but now it counts for real.
Put your hands together for Huddy and Kovacs. Everyone loves a good underdog story, and these guys have shown up on the last EU major. The real question is, can they find that momentum?
Coming in hot, it's going to be Dukes and Sphinx. Championship material right here, but this weekend is not going to be easy for anybody.
All the way from Japan, it's Bobby and Larpex. This duo has managed to pull together so many top placements, and now they are here to lock it in for the region.
Aspect and Kazi, ladies and gentlemen, because FNC as champions is a title that's already been secured. secured. So next in line, gotta be for Global.
It's your boys, Acorn and Cold! Some of the absolute best to ever do it from the NA region, and now they are looking to get a trophy of their own. You guys feel that? You feel that cold front in the arena suddenly? I mean, come on, man. That's the first 30. If we just started, right? We just said like, hey, launch that battle bus, let's get in the game. I'd be like, yeah, no, this is a Global Championship lobby. There's still 20 duos to discuss. Really quick though, Acorn and Cold, I mean, these guys are just so crazy consistent.
I mean, it hasn't just been a good year for them. It's been a good 2 years for them. They have not placed below 6 over the last 6 majors. In the Global Championships last year, they claimed 7th place.
Yeah, and that was even while splitting a drop spot in the middle of the map there as well. So that just makes things even more impressive. That's actually quite reflective of what their off-spawn situation is today. Landing down there at Brutal Beachhead with Andalex and Sato. It's going to be interesting how the off-spawn battle goes. I feel like Andalex and Sato might dip out in some of the games. They might try and split the drop. I don't think Acorn and Cold want that. They want to try and claim as much of that loot as possible.
Right.
And I think because Cold is just so good, even if they don't get that much loot in mid-game, Acorn will just go like, oh, Cold, just go over there, eliminate those guys, get me that loot, and we can act like the off-spawn didn't even happen. So I think that's going to be a key element to their success.
Yeah, there's a reason that people say that Cold is one of the best players in the world, and by winning the Global Championship today, he would solidify that spot, joined by Acorn, who is one of the best IGLs in the world. This duo is here. They want to do better than last year. They don't want that 7th place. They want that trophy.
That's right. Now on the topic of consistency, let's bounce back on over to OCE, Aspect, and Kazi as well. Representation. These guys are looking to kick off the competition with a bang.
2nd, 3rd, and 1st over the last 3 majors, respectively. One of the most consistent duos that we have seen all year. And of course, their drop spot is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, but what's really impressive about those 3 majors is they landed at a different drop spot in every single one of them. So you mentioned 2nd, 3rd, 1st. They did that from a different drop spot every single time. Now this weekend, they've marked the raft, right? I don't know if they're going to be landing there. So many people have asked questions. Are they really going to be landing there? Nobody really knows where exactly they're going to be landing. It's a bit of an enigma at the moment. We don't know. But I think this is a team that can cope under the pressure of a new drop spot. We've seen it throughout this whole year, and they've been by far the dominant team on OCE. So let's see if they can bring this here.
If you had to pick a spot, where do you think they might go? Are we just saying like if it was Raft's like pretty safe, or you're like you might have somewhere else in mind?
I think, due to some rumors, that they might be landing over in Grimgate, a very powerful POI that is currently uncontested by Batman Booga and Rapid. But the raft is huge. It has a lot of loot. There is a possibility of splitting it, maybe, maybe not.
I mean, we'll see. I think if I was them, it would be looking at teams that maybe haven't performed that well off spawn this year, trying to land on them, taking advantage of that. One of those teams, Cami and Seti, haven't had the best year off spawn at that Cami split area. Currently, they are uncontested as well, so maybe that could be an avenue that they could discuss or explore. So I'm interested to see what happens there. Maybe they could do a whole teeny thing as well and just land all over the map in different games. Who knows?
Oh, you guys got me hyped right now. I'm also hyped, though, to bring in our next 10 duos.
Funguje všechno, slyšíme se, slyšíte mě, slyšíte hru.
Everybody watch out because it's Queasy and Thomas HD. Some of the best to ever touch the game, but they lack a trophy in the collection, so now's their chance to change that.
Put your hands together for Kyoto and Xme Poli. They have been one of the most consistent duos coming out of the Asian region this year, and now they're looking to bring that energy to this stage.
Big welcome to Shadow and Virgo. Ready to put their abilities to the test this weekend because these guys are not here to go home empty-handed.
It's Gears and Shari, everyone, just making it across the line in Major 3. Now they're here to lock it in and make up for that because they will be hungry for the victory and the trophy.
Visuals and praise in the house. Last minute magic, and that's what I'm talking about. Short time to adjust, but diamonds are made under pressure.
Chceme Hutyho.
And here's Agers and Rise. Experience is often the key at these types of events, and these guys do not lack it at all. They have to put in work this weekend to see how far it can take them.
Give it up for Janice and Pixie. This is what you get from mixing experience and talent. Coming together for Major 3 paid off big time, and now they're prepared to take it all the way.
Coming in hot is Ed and Persa, always on top of the leaderboards in Brazil, and now they even took that championship at Major 2. Can they get another?
Coming out of OCE, it's Damo and Resigns. Top of OC is 1 feat of strength, but now it's time to take it to the next level. Globals is a different beast.
It's Peter Bond, it's Mario, make some noise for word. Chapter 5 has been theirs with back-to-back championships. Now they're looking to keep that streak continuing. Man, I don't know how much more my heart can take. We've got another 10 duos here, but let's take a moment to talk about these 10 that came out. We wanted to highlight Asia here, specifically Kyoto and Mapoli. These guys are widely regarded as the best team in Asia, and now everyone else is looking to have to deal with them. How are we doing that?
I mean, we were looking at Aspect and Cassie just a few minutes ago, and literally the same placements over the 3 majors, 2nd in Major 1, 3rd in Major 2, and 1st place champion title in Major 3. And honestly, I am so excited to watch this duo. They have been competing in Fortnite for a very long time, Mapoli, since 2019 Winter Royale.
Yeah, these guys have been by far the best Asia team this year. They've been so consistent. I'm interested to see what they're going to do today. They're landing at the north side of the map by that sort of island area. I think what we've seen from some of the Asia scrims as well is what we think is going to happen. They're going to land on that mainland area, try and third party that Rebels Bruce fight, get some early Storm Surge damage, and then play the game out as they like to. And the way that they like to is very low ground heavy, very consistent, not crazy amount of eliminations in mid game, but in end game, that's where they thrive. So I'm expecting lots of consistency from these guys. I'm expecting lots of end games.
Okay. What's this? I got my notes here. It just says Queasy Thomas HD. They're pretty good. They're pretty all right.
Yeah, a lot of people would say really good. I mean, Queasy getting 2nd place in the Invitational with Venno way back when. And then, of course, Thomas HD, the best to never win a title, literally missing out on 1st place by 1 point.
I mean, and that was 2 years in a row as well. Major 1 this year, missed out by 1 point. Major 1 last year, another point. So it was so unfortunate for him. This could be a really good opportunity for them. They're finally uncontested. I feel like Thomas is always contested when it comes to lands, and it's really troublesome for him. But I'm interested to see what they can do. They're landing at the south side of the map, the sort of southeast area, that small building just to the east of the map. I'm interested to see what they can do because Thomas HD is just so good with that pistol. I was speaking to him, he was saying, yeah, we're going to be carrying one of those pistols, and I was like, yeah, mate, I hope you're carrying that pistol because that's your job in this duo. But no, I'm really excited because these guys have all that LAN experience already. They have all the experience of playing online as well. I'm expecting big things.
Well, we've only got one thing left to do, and that is introduce the 10 remaining duos to Dickie's Arena. Y'all better make some noise!
It's time to get loud because Biko and Flixie are here. After displaying their dominance in EU Major 3, now they're ready to keep that momentum going and add a trophy to the collection.
Let's take a look at Asia's powerhouse, Zaku and Sharom. It isn't easy being on top, and consistency will be key for this duo to make their regions proud.
Bryce and Bolt are in the house. These guys are not new to the global stage, but the question now is how far can they make it together?
They are back! Malabuka and Mustache coming back together as a duo this year, and taking home an FNCS championship was huge for their region.
All the way from ME, it's Cal and Haman. These guys have been at the top of their region for several seasons, so the confidence is there, but it's showtime now on the global stage.
Let's welcome Paper and Victor V! Winning the region's hearts in Major 3 and making it all the way to the biggest stage of the world is not a simple feat, and now It's showtime.
It's the Kings of South America, King and Baszor. They started the year in EU, but Brazil called them home, and now they're here at the Global Championship, ready to pop off.
You know who this is. It's Kanata and Cooper. An absolutely lethal duo. We can't see what the reigning champion can do.
Polska Una, Cammy and Seti, your FNCS Invitational champions are in the building. With a second place last year, now it's time for redemption. Second is not an option.
But wait, let's give it up for Clips and Vino! This is what happens when you combine the best of NA and EU. This is a powerhouse team. They have one thing on their mind, and that's success. Arena, I mean, come on! This is who we'll be seeing compete! These are 50 of the best duos in the world! Are you not entertained? Let's go! My gosh, to hear the crowd just lose it for these last 10 duos, one in particular stood out to me. Malabuka and Merstash, you guys went crazy for them. These guys, I mean, to see them come out and to see them compete on stage, I'm worried, not for them, but for everybody else.
I mean, one of the longest lasting duos. We've seen them compete together since Chapter 2, and then they did break up for Chapter 4, but they knew that they were the duo to be together. Right. Bringing it back together in Chapter 5, and then getting that first place in Major 1.
Yeah, it's so good for these guys. They've had a really solid year overall. First, 6th, and 4th. I feel like it's kind of gone under the radar a little bit because they are so good. I'm expecting big things from this duo. I was speaking to Merstash as well. Of course, they're landing at that restored reels there. I said, Merstash, are you a little bit concerned about being contested? He said, I feel like we're better off being contested by Alex and Worthy there at restored reels. I feel like they feel like they can finish the fight quickly. They can get those Storm Surge tags early. And then when it comes to late game, they've kind of evolved their strategy a lot compared to that Chapter 3 Malabuka and Merstash that we saw. That sort of season, that sort of chapter, they were going for loads of pre-edits. They were going for loads of eliminations in the end game. It seems like they toned that down a little bit. I mean, in fact, they're actually doing half the amount of pre-edits in end game as they were all the way back in Chapter 3. So it seems like they're playing a little bit more calmly, a little bit more carefully, but of course, if they make it off spawn, they need to make the games count.
That is kind of crazy. Something else is crazy. What was it? Zeke. Invitational champions, Cammy and Seti, looking to make a return to this stage. I mean, if we got an invitational little title, we got a global championship title, that'd be kind of insane.
I mean, they're already regarded as the land goats.
Yep.
As you said, winning the Invitational, getting second place at the Global Championships last year. And although they may not have had the best major last major, this season is looking so good for them.
Absolutely.
They love the low mobility meta. They have an incredible drop spot on the middle of the map. Everything is kind of working in their favor, Mini.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice meta for them. It's a really nice situation for them. As I said earlier, as I hinted at, my only slight concern for them is if someone decides to land on them off spawn. They haven't necessarily had the best time off spawn. They had a good Major 3. It was third in that, or Major 2, I should say, third in that major. But in the other majors, they haven't quite had the same success. They've only won 20% of their off spawn fights in those two majors. So intrigued as to what's going to happen there. I don't know if they're going to get contested. We're not too sure yet, but please do not count these guys out, because when it comes to the big stage, when it comes to the bright lights, when it comes to in-person events and low mobility metas, these guys always have some great strats cooking. So no matter what they've done this year, throw that out the window. It's time. Their time is now.
And we've already seen them evolve over this season. We know them to be low ground kings, but over the Cash Cups, they actually won 2 victory royales from the high ground. It just shows how diverse this duo is, how prepared they are, and I'm wondering if they can do it again.
Okay, and we kind of got to look there at Seti. You can tell the nerves are starting to set in for some of these players, right? You can always say, like, yeah, I don't have nerves when I go into this, but when you have this crowd roaring, when you're under these circumstances, there's those nerves, they start to creep up. How do you guys feel like these players are doing? Some of them, obviously, they look locked in, they're ready to go. They're enjoying the crowd, but they're thinking, I've got to win.
Tournament jitters are a real thing. You'll see players that are very comfortable in their own home, playing on their own setup, and here they are in a foreign setting around a bunch of people. Nerves can definitely play a part into it, but there is so much opportunity for these duos to learn over day one, and then with that 1.5 for day two, they can really evolve and kind of get more comfortable with the setting that they're in.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, because I think around a third of our players competing today are actually making their first international LAN appearance. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys do, how they handle the pressure. I mean, the camera was just on Cammy and Seti right there. They seem very chill. Seti, I thought, was asleep for a second there. Thankfully, he isn't. He's awake and ready to go, which is great. But it seems like they're very chill about the situation. They've done it before. They've won it. They had second at the last Global Championships. They've been around the block. They know how to handle the pressure. It's all about how they can transfer that into the game. How can they use that little bit of an advantage that they have over the rest of the lobby that maybe hasn't had the same success, that maybe hasn't had the same experience as these guys, to really elevate their game and set them apart from the rest.
I wanted to circle back. You had kind of talked about the meta a little bit. Now, obviously, being back on a Marvel season, we've seen the meta shift a little bit away from just like massive Storm Surge towers, DMR shots to kind of get Surge. What can viewers at home kind of expect to see with what's in game currently?
Well, with this low mobility meta, we're definitely going to be seeing some Storm Surge towers as well, because with low mobility, you can't really rotate too quickly, obviously. No. Although there is the flaming hoops, we still have Fizz and everything. There is opportunities for players to rotate. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of players alive towards the Zone 3, and we're probably going to see some major Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, these are always stacked. These in-person events, these LAN events, they are always stacked. So Storm Surge is going to be so important for these teams, getting enough damage, making sure that you're keeping on top of it early on, because, yeah, there's so much stress and so much nerves that can come from being in this in-person environment. You can't forget the fundamentals. You can't forget to make sure you hit your shots, getting those thermal scopes on those burst assault rifles, making sure you can get there. And then when it comes to mobility, I think it's those underworld dashes. They're going to be crucial this weekend. I think teams that are landing either at a POI that's in that area or even nearby, they might just dip their toes in, get those into the end game, because that's literally the only useful mobility in the end game that can set you apart from the rest. So teams around there, I expect to do well in end game.
There's also certain teams that are around those static launch pads, like Queasy and Thomas. Although they are all the way over on that southeastern side, they do have that launch pad there that will allow them to rotate, as well as the flaming hoop. So there's certain duos that definitely do have a lot more environmental mobility around them that they can use to their advantage. But obviously, where the zone pulls is going to play a major factor in how these teams rotate.
Okay, and you bring up Queasy and Thomas. We kind of touched on them a little bit. I want to circle back. So we bring together two Titans. You know, they've had so much experience separate, and now we bring them together. What does that look like on this global stage, right? Like, are they where they need to be to look and say, look, this is it. This is our year. We're going to walk away global champions?
I think so. Honestly, I think that they've had a lot of practice. Queasy has already proven himself on the LAN setting, getting second place, so close to first. And of course, I love that moment. Queasy, dropping on Cammy and Seti. Really, a lot of people still regard that as one of the best FNCS LAN moments to date. And I think that it is possible that we see Queasy bring out another strat like that. They do not want to get second place again.
Yeah, they really don't. And Thomas is still looking for that FNCS title. And I kind of wanted to pick his brains a little bit. I said to him, does that affect you? Does that sort of linger and be like, oh, I still haven't won FNCS, it's been so long, I played for this amount of time? And he said, no, I don't really look at the performances, my past history, like that. I look at every single FNCS, I take it as it comes, and try and do the best that we can, which I really like, and that shows the experience of the players, right? They've been playing for so long, they've even played together all the way back in the days in squads and stuff like that, so they're no strangers to each other in this environment. So this is going to be a very experienced duo to look out for, and a very experienced duo that seem to put themselves in the right position at all times. Queasy's really good at that. He's one of those players that is, of course, going to be taking the more IGL role here, taking the lead in this duo and making sure they're in a good situation. We haven't seen them play hype too much, so I mean, a lot of people are saying like, Queasy is the hype king. It's been a little bit 50-50 for these guys. We've seen them trying to go up for it, so you might think of Queasy and think, yeah, they're going to be going up on height every single game. I don't think we're going to expect to see that, but they have it in their back pocket if they need it.
Sorry, just to bring out even more numbers, not only has Thomas been missed out on first place by just a single point, he's gotten second place 3 times and then third place 4 times.
Wow.
I mean, when you're talking about consistency, there's a reason that Thomas HD is considered one of the best aimers in the game. But he's aiming for that first place now.
Yeah, it's interesting that you kind of like that he thinks about it, right? Because it's easy to look at those numbers and go, well, you've never won, so like, but no, you're so unbelievably consistent that literally season to season you are adapting and almost punching up, right? Look at Peterbot and Pollo, they're just coming out saying, we're just dropping 1,000 points, no big deal in a season, but for someone like Thomas HG with that experience, That's crazy to think about.
I mean, if you want to talk about world records, Queasy and Veno getting 6 victory royales out of 12 last year. I mean, these guys just pull out these crazy strats, are able to pull out crazy plays, and I want to see it on the big stage this weekend. I know that it's going to be probably a little slow for game 1, but we know a lot of these players aren't sharing everything with us because they have some strats in their back pocket.
Yeah, that seems to be the common theme when we're trying to talk to players. Like, oh, so what are you going to be doing and when that team contests you? What are you going to be? Where are you going to be rotating? They're like, you think I'm going to tell you? Like, you really think I'm going to tell you? And I can't get anything out of them. So that's what's so impressive and what's so interesting about these LAN events is everyone's in the same lobby. You know, we get to see how teams, you know, we do our VOD review, we do our preparation. The other teams will do that as well. We get to see them in their own home environment, but we haven't seen this lobby ever, right? So it's going to be so interesting to see how they mesh together and how some of the fights go down early on and later on.
Yeah, that's a really scary thought, right? Because even think we've had a number of practice games leading into this, right? And some of these duos have said, even in those situations, I'm not going to reveal anything, right? Someone like Bugha has been like, well, I could play, or I could just kind of keep everything in the back pocket. You will get nothing from me.
Yeah, watching these scrims and not having Bugha's name in it has been a little bit, not concerning necessarily, although I do think practice makes perfect. Getting any kind of practice in before the competition, but it's Bugha, it's World Cup Bugha. I'm sure whatever he has prepared is better than what I can think of.
I mean, I'll tell you who was looking good, though, in the practice scrims was Acorn and Cold. I think they had like 16 eliminations in one of the games. They weren't backing down. They wanted to fight every single person. And just even, you know, maybe they're not bringing out the strats that they're going to use. Maybe they're not bringing out those rotations. Just their ability to sort of fight with each other, have that synergy. You could see glimpses of that in the practice games yesterday, so it seems like they're on top form. I'm excited to see what those guys can do as well.
But is that a bit of like painting a target on your back, right? If you're willing to go out that far and just go like, hey, we're willing to take the fight, dude, we're kind of willing to show you who we are. Thinking of someone like Peterbot, right? Just so confident, just willing to say like, hey, wherever you are, if you want to come contest us, we'll be right here. So feel free to roll on over. That could work against any of these duos.
I mean, it's great that we were just talking about Acorn and Cold and potentially contesting Peterbot and Pollo, because they did try that in the Grand Gate era and immediately left because Peterbot and Pollo absolutely dominated the competition. And I mean, this duo right here, Peterbot and Pollo, there is a reason that they have just been so consistent. They have conditioned the lobby, like we said. There was a moment during Major 2 where they were splitting height by zone 10. I don't even understand how that's possible, how you can hold height from 2 different positions, just beaming down the rest of the lobby below. No one was even looking up. I think players, though, are going to be looking up today.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, they've held height for the longest amount of time out of any duo this chapter, so I expect to see those guys up on height. And to your point, Zeke, about how their confidence goes into this, I think they feed off of that so much. I think Peterbot has that aura about him where he wants to feel like he is the best player in this lobby. Nobody comes close. And I think the way that he talks about himself, the way he carries himself, I think really aids his gameplay. You can see that when he's walking out. He's just like, yeah, I belong here. I belong on the big stage. We've had second, first this year. This is our time. And I think that just plays into it. Some people will crumble under that pressure, but Peterbot's got so much experience now at winning. I think he believes in himself, and having that undisputed, undeniable belief in yourself is so vital when you get to this big stage.
Okay. You kind of said something that piqued my interest. We're talking about high ground, right? Yeah. Maybe there's people that are tuning, they're like, okay, you've said high ground. I don't know what that means. High ground, low ground. Maybe break this down a little bit for us, because I don't know, like you guys that follow, you know, there's a lot of high ground teams. And there's only one high ground. So how can we expect that to kind of unfold, especially like if we're all looking at high ground going, okay, are you going up, I'm going up, and then we're all thinking the same thing. We're looking for that perfect time.
Well, obviously, by having the high ground, you just have such better angles, better visuals of the rest of the lobby. And there's a lot of that goes into kind of controlling high ground. Some teams take it a little too early. They use those mats. And then when they see these high ground teams kind of switch to wood builds, well, that's when teams are going to try and chop them out, try and steal high ground from them. So it's almost a little risky to take high ground a little too early because you're going to use those mats. But with it being a low mobility meta, stealing height is going to be a lot harder. Yeah, it is. And I think that's where those underworld dashes are really going to come into play. Popper Fizz, get the underworld dashes, save them to the end game. I think teams that land in that sort of area can definitely take height. And as you mentioned, it's a low, no mobility meta, so a structured height take is more what I expect to see here. When we have mobility in the game, we had various different mobility across the last few seasons and chapters. You can literally just look up, say, I don't think they're too confident up there. Let's just dash our way up and we're on height. So I think now we're going to see teams like Cami and Seti that have taken height in the past, previously known as a low ground team, then sort of evolve their play style to take height when they need to. They're very structured at that. They're very
very good at it. They know how to get to that front side of zone and then make sure that they can claim height. So it's not necessarily you're going to be a high ground team or a low ground team. For some of these teams, like Camiseti, they have it all.
Yeah, and then speaking of teams that like to take height, Clix and Veno. Clix, when he was playing with Epic Whale and Epic Whale, he was taking high ground way too early, around zone 9, and then on like constantly getting chopped out. But joined by Veno, who has reined him in just a little bit. They did such a good job during Major 3, controlling high ground, especially in day 1.
Okay, yeah. Let's circle back. Clix and Veno. Let's take a moment, right? Let's give them a moment to kind of talk about this duo. How are they performing? You've touched on it a little bit. Can you maybe break down just a little more for me? What has Veno brought to Clix, right? We've seen Clix kind of pair up with a few different duos, and then obviously we had Queasy and Veno for so long. Yeah. And then you're suddenly like, okay, wait, Veno, you're leaving EU to go compete on NA. You're already used to competing in EU, and now we're going to change all of that up, and you're going to go play with someone like Clix? Are you crazy?
It's honestly, we've already talked about it, how well paired it is. It's honestly looking almost like a trio competition where you have the IGL, you have the Fragger, and then you have the support player. Yep. But you just mesh IGL and Fragger together, and that's Veno. And Clix plays the perfect support. Watching them play in Major 3 was like watching a dance. Constantly in Veno's shadow, Clix was ready to prepare for him. And watching some of these plays that they made in the end game, where Clix would shoot towards a box, the team would get distracted in one direction, and then Veno would quickly rotate into the back and 1v2 them. It was so exciting to watch them play. They had their strategy down to a pat, but even when a wrench was thrown into that, they were able to evolve, they were able to adjust, and I think even though they might potentially be contested here today, I don't think that's going to throw them off their game too much.
Yeah, well, remember, Major number 3, their debut season, they were looking strong to win the entire Major. Yeah. I think it was the last 3 games where things didn't quite go too well for them. I think for Veno, he didn't have a very good start in terms of EU's performance with Tayson. He, of course, played Major 1 and Major 2 with Tayson. You imagine this is like a Titan duo. I mean, you can see on the screen right now, he is ready and raring to go. He's been in this situation before, but as I was saying, he was playing with Tayson, didn't quite work out. He's looking at other options in EU and thought, well, not really any players that sort of suit me here. This is not, I don't want to be going into Major 3 not 100% comfortable. And I think that's why we saw him move over to NA. And as I mentioned earlier, Clix is just the perfect teammate. At the beginning of their sort of journey together, things were a little bit rough. You know, maybe it was a little exaggerated, but you could tell that things weren't quite on the same page. But now though, when you watch them in endgame, the way they play through these tarps, the way they're hip to hip, as you mentioned, making little strategies, little plays in endgame, it's so good to watch. And they're really exciting team in endgame. When they're playing those mid-ground layers, it's so good.
We also have to give a shout out to their coach. Blood X has just done such a good job making sure that they are ready to go, making sure that they are focused, because they are pretty emotional players. When they start getting hype, they are on a tear, and then once they start going down, it's a little rough for them, but they have been able to work on that, evolve from that. And personally, I saw a lot of growth from Clix during Major 3, where Veno was down, he was feeling out, and Clix just kept building it up, saying, no, we got this, we're doing great. And Veno would kind of turn around a little bit and start smiling on stream, and you know Clix is locked in when he turns off his face cam and comms, and that's what we were seeing in the Cash Cup. You know that when he is starting to take away from his stream, that he is serious.
That's right. I love this breakdown from you guys. As we continue to prepare ourselves to kick off the competition, we actually wanted to check in with Adam and get his thoughts on the competition. Adam, it's crazy. I'm hyped. Are you?
I'm incredibly hyped. I mean, I've watched you guys do the walkouts. I mean, the players seem unbelievably up for this. I mean, the last couple of days, for you guys who don't know this, behind the scenes here, the players who have been in the player lounge this entire time have been obviously scrimming, getting together, competing against each other, and kind of testing the waters of what's going to be this incredible competition with 12 games over 2 days here. Personally, kind of sitting back and actually chatting to the players. It's a rare thing you get to do here at these in-person events. Obviously, you see them online all the time competing, and we kind of see their names on screen. But actually meet them in the flesh and having kind of conversations about like life in general, how things are, how they got to this place. It's always really interesting to me, kind of the aspirations of kind of what they hope to achieve here in the next season and the partnerships, and you get a real sense of the energy and the kind of like the relationship that the players have in their duos as well here, which is really exciting. Also really cool, which is happens in the player lounge here, you get to meet a lot of the family around the, kind of players as well here, players from all over the world. You get to see their kind of their friends, they're kind of like their closest, who have come to embrace this amazing experience. Obviously the audience, who I love you guys already, like we've known each other for 5 minutes and you're brilliant. The energy in that room is incredible, but to actually meet the kind of people in their personal lives as well has been really special, and something really kind of, I always kind of love learning about backstories and stuff as well here. But actually here in the player lounge, they were here till quite late last night. Everyone was kind of grinding, kind of making the most of their time they actually have here to kind of practice ahead of what's going to be, 12 games, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. Don't forget as well, I'm sure that tonight after the first 6 games, there's VOD reviewing, going back, looking and seeing exactly how they can perfect their game, go into that second day where things are really going to count, courtesy of the elimination points and of course those standing points as well. For now though, I'm going to hand back to you guys. I'm going to kind of remain kind of cool, fresh and calm back here. It's very quiet right now and there's lots and lots and lots for me to going to do, courtesy of some basketball and some fun stuff behind me.
Did you say basketball? I'll be right there. Actually, I'll be there in a little bit. Guys, as we continue to talk, I wanted to highlight another duo. Just throw out. I'll go ahead and say this is probably my personal favorite duo. It's Paper. It's Victor V. I mean, come on. We saw these guys compete, and Victor V, I feel like University's one over everyone, right? To come out, to be paired up with someone like Paper, to just kind of take him under his wing and then say like, okay, Victor V, oh wow, you're just eliminating everything. You're going absolutely crazy. Sounds good.
You know, how I was kind of referencing them in Major 3, I was like, oh, Paper, this long-standing veteran, and Victor V, the new blood. And then I actually looked back, and Victor V's been competing for quite a while at such a young age, and to perform at the level that he has is so impressive. And I mentioned one coach, I gotta mention another, Victor V's dad. Coach, that little video that they released before the Global Championships, I am absolutely in love with this whole team of Paper and Victor V.
They're like the brotherly duo, aren't they? Even when they're doing the walkout, sort of hopping over each other. That's so cool. I love them. I'm interested to see how they're going to do. Of course, they seem to have contested towards that central area of the map. Interested to see what happens there. And I was speaking to Victor the other day after their media day. I said, oh, how was the media day? Did you enjoy being on camera? He said, yeah, I was kind of a bit nervous. I was like, are you more nervous for that in the game? And he said, yeah, I'm more nervous for the media day questions and stuff than the actual game itself. So he's looking confident, feeling confident as well. And I like the dynamic they have with each other. That helps so much, especially for someone like Victor, who is young, he's new to this sort of
než bude první hra ve Fonku, tak
já jsem chtěl dneska hrát Fonko večer rankedy, ale
when they do break up, they kind of tend to pick someone that's already been established, a veteran. And the question is, why aren't they picking these kind of young bloods? Why aren't they picking these like young WP Kings that can really evolve, especially if we have a very established IGL? And that's exactly what Paper did. He knew, he already read the strategy book, and picking a Victor V clearly worked out in his favor because here they are on the global stage.
It's just wild. I mean, once again, we just want to continue to remind you guys just how much talent is on this stage, how many majors we've gone through, how many duos fought to the very end to try and make it here to compete on the stage. And now they're going to compete in front of all of you for a title. They are the best. And now that we're kind of like mixing regions, it's not even just like, hey, which region is the best. No.
I mean, I think when you talk about regions too, what's so exciting is that when these smaller regions really pop off, you're already talking about Jerome and MK Papa, but I want to know who is going to be popping off today. Are we going to have one of these smaller regions really showing up the rest of NA and EU?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was King and Phaser. I thought these guys were going to be the best of those smaller regions. For so much experience on stage. Major number 3 as well, so they seem to know how to play in their own region as well, as we already know. I think
pořád jenom Diamond 1 v tom, v rankedech, a pořád nemám natočenou challenge, kterou točím už prosím pěkně 3 hodiny.
A co točíš za challenge, jestli to můžeš prozradit?
And speaking of other smaller regions as well, we already talked about Haman and Cal Gamer.
Jo, Vlak,
Adapter, that one team to take away that one win from them in Major 2. So another incredible duo here that might be showing up, although they are contested as well.
Yeah, they are. They're sort of like that mini Olympus area, just the north side of that. I'm intrigued about what they're going to do there. Whether one of those teams decides if they do win off spawn, maybe they go towards that north side of that Grand Glacier area. It does take a little bit longer. Maybe that could be a good opportunity for the get some score searches. Nebudu mít matchmaking, že se zahraju.
Já jsem se nedostal do top 10, mě vždycky jsem dali na landingu. Vždycky nějaká, vole, super hrdinka s Feneco se Pickaxem.
What a duo to talk about, because I love the way that Cal Gamer carries himself, right? He's one of those players who's just like, he's so cool. Like, he never shows any nerves, and you can see why. He is so good on Middle East. I believe he's got the highest amount of damage this entire chapter as well. So he is one of those players that can perform on land. It's all about what that off-spawn situation is going to do.
svůj první hra, tak to vypnu, víš no.
Kamo, kolik je 7:30, já se na to dívám od třeba od 7:30 a on tady
je to zvyklý ústřesky, no.
Pořád tady prostě jenom kecají.
Ale kámo, jako na té stránce, jak to tady sleduje 7, počkej, kolik?
Počkej, já si zapnu do... na tom, já si zapnu
Buda!
I want to see this guy win a global championship title. To just have like
90 000 lidí.
Imaginable. Like it just would cement him forever, right? He's already regarded as like this incredible
Teď to strašně kleslo. Teď odešlo třeba 60 lidí.
People would just they would trade it all to even have like
88:40, já si...
Když až začnete první zápas, tak si zase zpustám. Já doufám, že ho ty kámo nemůže na landingu, a zkusím tam dole a nás to.
Se podívat, protože on bude mít možná nějaký odměny.
Ty odměny jsou normálně na Twitchi.
Počkej, já se podívám.
Když si propojíš Twitch s tím, když si propojíš Twitch, tak máš ty odměny.
Jo, to bych se ale musel teď přihlašovat, já nevím, já se to na to přihlašovací.
Ne, když jsme na spásla automaticky. Ono se mi to pamatovalo ten počítač.
Teď chvilku uvidíte vzhůru nohama, snad to přežijete. Já se musím přihlásit.
Towards that castle, lots of different teams, even to the north of the castle as well, that are going to be landing there. So interesting to see how they can sort of manage those early storm surge damage. And even if they do get a little bit of their loot stolen from that gas station to the south of their drop, I still don't think they're going to be able to utilize it.
Jo, ty tam toto, jo, s tím Twitchem problém.
Jo, já se teď
I tak bys normálně na, chceš poslat link?
Počkej, možná se mi to podaří přihlásit.
Teď ti pošlu link, kámo, tady přes to ti to půjde taky, kámo.
Know that they want that
Let's go
win before the global championships, and so they literally left the forecast tower. The only time that Clix and Veno got that forecast tower and wanted to chase Bugha and Aviv, and Bugha and Aviv saw the token, saw that little glowing around them. They knew that that was where the coin was and ran away. But again, it worked out in their favor because Bugha and Aviv came out on top.
Okay. Ještě jeden fight, let's go.
I am so hyped to start the competition. It is almost
kokain s montážem.
We have to mention these guys, right? We got a little
taste. To takový těžký váhy.
Dá se na to sázet.
Myslím, že před Fortunu. Ale kámo, u tady tohoto vůbec nejsem jistý, jestli hrají montáž.
No, takže to je placený, já bych tam bych nedal ani korunu do toho kleška.
So, before Major One, before they won, we asked the question, you know, as a final thing, who do we think is going to win the global championships? And I said Acorn and Cold way back when. I mean, after their run that they had last year, it was absolutely phenomenal. Getting 7th place in the global championships for 2023 just solidified their spot as Fortnite. And then they do it again, winning Major One once again this year.
Oni si sundali na zem a potom okrát vole doklepal.
It is perfection.
Yeah, it is. I think it's all about the spawn battle for me down there at Brutal Beachhead and Alex and Sato. These guys are not a bad team in any regard.
Jo, oni to mají to blbě pošefený, ten clash, nebo si to mají schválně, že prostě borec nastoupí, dostane peníze za to, že nastoupí, ale odklepe to po 20 vteřinách.
He's one of those players that lots of people have got their eyes on as some up and coming talent in the EU scene.
And I think this jakože myslíš s tím Tarášem.
Jo, tak mají jako všichni prostě.
Jo, ale tak Taráš je troll.
Taráš je totální troll, to je pravda.
So if both teams decide to try and stay, there might be a little bit of an engagement there, but I think both teams would be more than happy to kind of just dip out.
I think you're right. I think Sato's going to grab a few chests and dip.
Okay, all right, I like it. We just got word. We're going to check out the creator
lounge. We've got a little interview lined up
with Blake in Somerset.
Hej, ty vole, zase tady prostě nějakou blonsku, kámo, ta vypadá jako moje spolužačka, ty kokos.
A však ta blonska má tak 130 cm, ne? Počkej, není to Somerset?
Hej, ty vole, možná jo. No, teď bych fakt potřeboval...
No vole, je to Somerset.
Je to Somerset, let's go.
A to je ten její boyfriend, kámo, to je největší zmrt třeba.
Kámo, potřeboval bych druhý monitor, fakt jako fakt asi actually bych ho potřeboval.
Ček Somerset chodila s Klixem a tak chodí s Blakem. A Blake ne, on to nekválnu to NÉCO.
Řekl bych jenom takové sprosté slovíčko na to, ale nechci dostat ban.
Co? Tak to napiš na Discord.
No já uvažuji o tom, že si koupím z Temu webku.
Z Temu?
No, prostě jako třeba za 150 korun.
Na Temu jsou nějaké webky, kámo, že to bude mít kvalitu, ne? Jako
však z toho Temu, jak všechno, co jsem si z toho Temu koupil, tak fungovalo úplně bez problémů.
Jo, ale vím si, že elektronika, kámo.
Jasně.
Awesome to get that insight though from a competitor standpoint because we got all those competitors out on the stage.
Ano.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the venue so far, people packing in. Do you yourself even, remember back when you used to play a lot and get nervous about, just how many fans are there waiting for you? Like, how does the nerves factor in when you're up there on that stage?
I mean, I feel like most of these pros on this stage are experienced, and I don't think the nerves are really affecting them. And for the new time, like they're gonna feel a game one dropping in. Once they land on that map, they're gonna be good. The nerves are gone. They're locked in, ready to win.
Ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. Prosím, už to spuste, já už jsem live, kámo, jak dlouho to koukáme, chat? Chat, koukáme na to už... Skoro hodinu. Skoro hodinu koukáme tady na to, jak kecají kraviny. Čau, vítám tě na streamu, kdo si myslí, že vyhraje? Někomu fandíš ty? Tak jasně, Huty, jo.
Samozřejmě, že Huty jako Laxovi, jako Faro.
Jasně, že tam bude Huty.
Ale kámo, i Noge Perezum třeba.
Kámo, že by.
S Vadelem.
Děláš si... Takže jako vážně tady prostě hodinu streamuju to, že tady kecají nějaký kraviny a pak tam hodí prostě loading screen na 8 minut. Nic chat, já tady asi tady zapnu Fortnite bomba.
Hej, taky jsem řekl, hej, nechci zapnout Fortnite, teď jako.
No, já se potřebuji se dostat tady z té píčoviny akorát. Já to mám totiž... Normálně altabnu prostě. A zapneme fonec. Pak mě jenom prostě řekni až tady vypnu zvuky u toho a... Něco, dáme si chvilku pauzu, dáme si fonečko. A dal bych si nějaký 1v1, já už jsem se tady dneska rozpinkal trošku. A potom až to spustí, až to zapnou za těch 10 minut, tak se vrátíme. A budeme koukat na NÉCO. Kámo, taky přijďte jenom mě, nebo se nějak dlouho teď spouští fonko?
Mně se spouštělo taky dlouho, no.
Mně se spouští teď strašně, jakože na to, že mám nové SSDčko, tak to vlastně mám 2 SSDčka, tak se to jako spouští brutálně dlouho. Čau, vítám tě na streamu. Dáme si teď 10 minut...
Jo, tak prej nejde sázet.
Cože?
Že prej nejde sázet, jako na Clash.
Dáme si 10 minut...
Možná vím proč, kvůli těm prostě skandálům, co tam bylo.
Sáskové podvody. Brz to lívnul, kamo. Bomba. Je to miluju třeba takové lidi, že já jsem třeba streamoval. A až jsem dal streamoval, tak mi tam Brz napsal komentář. Hej, dobrý video, ale moc nemluvil jsi. Jako když, chápeš, jako když tam mám 0 lidí, tak jako s kým si mám povídat. Jako já trpím samomluvou, jako jo, ale...
Tak to já vůbec třeba.
Já jo. Já jsem měl imaginární kamarád.
Že dneska jdu hrát konečko. No lišák.
Jo, já jsem měl imaginární kamarády, vole, já jsem asi trošku taky jeblený.
Jo, prostě ve dveřích vidíš prostě svoji spolužačku, nebo vole, jako co?
Jako spolužačku, vůbec nevím, o čem mluvíš.
Já nevím, kámo, třeba nějakýho prostě borce, nebo kamoša.
Já jsem měl úplnou partu kamarádů.
Fortnite 5 minut.
Cože?
Že Fortnite 5 minut ještě, back to soon.
Kamo, a ta nálepka na to auto vypadá perfektně.
Já zase to viděl na tom snapu.
Je bombička. A našel jsem normálně jakože LED pásky zvenku, to si můžu nalepit, ale asi bych to chtěl spíš loupnout, jsem přemýšlel jako dovnitřku. Au. Tak jdem se rozehrát na stoppingu. My jsme na to zvyklí, takže na to nebude dělat problém. No ale fakt mě mrzí, že mám prostě takový internet, jako mám dobrý, jako docela dobrý ping, a když streamu nebo když dělám vlastně cokoliv jinčího na tom počítači, tak ten ping je otřesný. A to mi věř, že kdybych měl normální ping, takže jenom streamuju. A z toho bych pak dělal jakože videa. Ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. NÉCO se bude za 5 minutek pokračovat. Tak říkej, kolik tam je minut. Musím pořád altabovat jak debil. On si jak Alkan, kámo, když začínal, tak musel altabovat chudák. Kolik?
2 minuty. NÉCO.
Ok. Teď dělám nějaké prostě chujovinky. Kámo, kdybych se, jakože, já bych tam asi nemohl na ty FNC si jít, kámo, já bych to... Nevím. Imagine, že na tebe kouká 90 000 lidí.
Ale kámo, ještě v té hale, chápeš?
No a právě, v té hale máš kolem sebe prostě lidi. Já bych ten počítač asi ani nezapl. já bych se ani nemohl přihlásit, vole. Ani emote bych mu nemohl dát. Nemohl najít to písmenko, vole, kterém to nabindované. Čau, jak se máš dneska? Jako, ty kdybys měl možnost, tak chtěl bys jakože jeden, 2 nebo 3 monitory?
Ale asi 2. To stačí, kámo.
Že jo, kámo, jako já bych ty 2 využil určitě, ty 2 monitory. Jako já vím přesně, na co bych to využíval, jako... Já ten monitor mám doma, jenomže jak si jsem se k tomu celé léto nedostal, protože... Se na to jak si zapomnělo. Já jsem ho chtěl vzít, tak jsem měl potom počítač se ho vyzvednout. Takže ho vezmu, ať to tam jakože zapojí, asi funguje, asi není jakože ten monitor pokažený už jako nefunkční. Zapomněl jsem na to, ale už jsem se tam nikdy jako nedostal. Nikdy. Takže já si myslím, že ten monitor je asi dead, protože když jako ty ho zapojíš a máš furt black screen a vlastně jak máš takovou tu ten indikátor, nevím, jak se tomu říká. Jakože jestli to funguje, prostě to tlačítko svítící, tak to tam prostě blikalo oranžovo zeleně. A když jako má to svítit zeleně, když to funguje, takže asi ten monitor je stejně dead, jo, ale... Já jsem tak špatný, kámo. Jsem nehrál několik dnů a... Jsem totální bot. No, nebojte lidi, s tím bude pokračovat. Tak.
To už je jako, je to zpátky, ale furt to kecá. Protože jsou nějaký typ.
Ne, tak si dá naše free buildy, kámo, už na to koukám hodinu a prostě hodinu se tam nic nestalo, on tam prostě vpindají. Vydám asi Rocket Racing, ty brďo.
Nejlepší hráč FNO. Peterbot, kámo.
A co s Peterbotem, že Peterbot tam teče, ale když jsem to streamoval, tak už tam přicházel.
Kámo, nemám hrát.
Já to nesleduju, takže I don't care. Ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. Já si byl jeden Rocket Racing Ranked a... Hned půjdeme na ty FNCS se mrknout.
Zapínám slunko, kámo.
Au. Nevím, kámo, jakože tak, ale kolik je hodin? Je 3/4 Není to bude prostě 8 hodin, jenom 8 hodin. Hodinu klábosí o kravinách. To bude končit tak ve 2 ráno, ne, ty vole. To je děs. Chat, nevíte, v kolik to bude končit, to FNCS-ko, teda si začnou ještě dneska. Tryhardí to Rocket Racing. A my by udělali ten World Cup Rocket Racing, bych umřel asi. Pak je to třetí, no já, jasně. A pak je to 8, no já. Bomba, oni prostě natlačili do svodidel. Prostě hraješ Fortnite Rocket Racing a hraješ tak totální lobotou. Musí bavit.
Bye bye. Kuty?
No.
Mi tam dali zase be right back, nevím.
Kamo, to je takhle. Tak co se dneska na streamu, budeme hrát Fonko, já se to nehrát.
Tam já bych měl takové stresky. Chápeš, že oni tam jsou třeba, nevím. Tak dlouho.
No třeba teď už tam u toho počítače sedí třeba 3 hodiny a ještě nic nedělali.
Dej, kámo.
Já bych si zapal si reload a hrál bych reloadu prostě. Nějakým prostě 2 hodiny tady čekáš, díváš se na takovou prostě loading screen. Musí bavit. Nevím jestli si na streamu, ale já jsem teď prostě nikoho, aha, já jsem 10. To bylo procenta minus.
Jdeš Rocket Racing?
Jo. Minus 2%. Tak se na to podíváme, chat. Kolik tam hodili minut teď? Waiting time. 8 minut dalších. Proč prostě? 8 minut se teď budeme koukat zase tady na Be Right Back. To je Dream. To je Dream, dámy a pánové. Dáme si Zero Build Reload, jestli jsem ještě nehrál. Tak když jsme na streamu, takže... No private, tak si můžu dát private. What the fuck. Dáme si squady. Fill. Tak poprvé v životě jdu hrát Zero Build Reloady. A za 10 minut konečně možná zapnout ty FNCSK, půjdeme se koukat na ty FNCSK. Protože to je děs. Zase dneska ještě uklízel počítač, kámo, tam zase prachu jak... No super hrdinky jsou v shopu. Nechceš nějakou? Ježíš, tam byla ta moje pickaxe, kterou jsem refoundoval. Že tam byla ta pickaxe, kterou jsem refoundnul asi tak před rokem. Tam byla ta jednoručka. Takže jsem si koupil, protože jsem chtěl strašně tenhle Leviatana, oni ho furt nepřidali. Tak jsem si koupil nějakou jednoručku. Pak jsem ho refoundnul.
Takovou jednoručku jsem koupil.
Když ty teď hraješ asi, ale kdyby se podíval do shopu, tak je tam, jmenuje se to nějak Forsaken Strike a to je taková růžová, fialovo-černá.
Forsaken.
Jo.
A je to někde na vrchu, nebo je to někde dole?
No, můj párkrát scrollneš a jsi tam, jako u těch superhrdinek, nad těma superhrdinkama.
Nad těma superhrdinkama.
Teď mám třeba ping 30, kámo. A to říkáš na FNCO se Battle Pass. Je tam Forsaken Strike se to jmenuje.
My máme stejný item shop třeba.
Ty vole, máme stejný item shop.
Já to tady nemám.
A musíš to tam mít.
Ok, tak to já se podívám na stream.
Aha!
Aha, tak ty to gambiš, ježišmarja, kuty, já jsem teď viděl teď ten reload, co si tam provedl.
Jdeme se o tom bavit. Přetoč si stream dozadu a tam bys měl mít někde ty pickaxe. Dej mě to, kamo. Ej, já jsem dneska tak znechucenej z toho Fonka, je to fakt strašně znechucenej jsem dneska. Jsem na to úplně těšil, jak si ráno natočím video. A já to zapnu a prostě první typek, kterého potkám. Super hrdinka z NÉCO pickaxem. Jako tady s tím, z toho shopu.
Já si mute, já chci slyšet ten stream.
OK, klidu. Shop. Když se podíváš na stín, tak bych tam měl mít i ten pickaxe. Teď ti ho tady vytáčím.
Tam ani jeden pickaxe se jmenuje Forsaker Strike. Přísahám na moji mapu.
Podívej se na stream, teď ti tady s ním točím. No.
I bet.
To byl můj Leviatan z výše, takzvaně. Ale to je
Leviatan z výše.
No. Ale to je pěkný pickaxe docela. Kámo, to je pěkný pickaxe.
Já mám Leviatan.
Kolik stojí 800, kolik no, 1350. No to asi mít nebudu, že?
Až? To vypadá. 2 minuty.
Super.
Já jdu 2v2.
OK.
Jdeš se mnou?
Jo.
Jak jsi na tom?
Si to budu jakože lůzovat, protože ping, ale... Chat vteřinku, ještě 2 minutky, já kouknu se na to NÉCO konečně. Vydržte tady se mnou 2 minutky. Pokud tam nedají, za 10 minut jsme zpátky. Tam uklidni se, děláš mi nervy, úplně tě vidím, já mi z tebe zlé.
No, ty mě je úplně nádherně, kámo.
Mě úplně zlé, no.
Víš, jak jsi to okolo ten led. Ten mráz.
Nevidím nic, kámo, však neděláš žádný emote ani nic teď.
Ty jsi v loading screen.
Nejsem.
Kde jsi?
Ty tu dělal emote.
Udělám, no.
Ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. Vítám vás všechny na streamu. Za kolik? Za 10 minutek pokračujeme v NÉCO. Musíme jenom počkat, až nám to spustí, protože tady streamuju už hodinu a pořád nám to nespustili.
Zašejkujem.
Kamo, prostě dojdou 4 lidi. Jsou tady 2 vteřiny a líhnou to. Tak já bych to taky asi líhnul, kdybych Ježišmarja. NPC lobby. NPC lobby. Úplně
ale jako, ten hříšek má celkem dobrý.
Kamo, to jsou novodobí defaulti, prostě úplně stříbrná Emma Frost a NÉCO pickaxe.
Počkej,
já čekám, kam půjdou.
Já chci tu novou.
Rozbijeme, kámo, rozbijeme na stopingu, pojďme.
Ty máš trofej? Já mám 11.
Tak já streamuju.
Aha. Mám to vyhrál ta gatekeeper.
To si děláš pouze.
Kuty, na se.
Tak já už... Kamo, tak tě jsou kreklí, ale. To jsem NC dead.
Ježiš. Mě mrzí.
Má jedno.
Ok. Kde?
Tady nahoře. Má jedno.
Dobrý, mě to teklo.
Zase ti to seká.
Hej, mě to prostě nepřibije ta gatekeeper, to prostě miluji.
Ne, tak gatekeeper, kámo, mě to taky nepřibíjí.
Aha. Tak Borka mi prostě prošla stěnou.
Tak vítej ve Fortniteu. Fortnite. Pojďme mě ničit. U mě? Počkej mě, crack. Nemám čepi to. Kamo, gatekeeper je největší. Kamo, proč to má 3 náboje? Čau Martinku, čau, vítám tě na streamu. Hele, vidíte mě dobře, já jsem strašně potný, já si pak musím rozsvítit tady. Crack, to se ti přebírá, když máš ping 0, že? Já mám ping 100. Čau, vítám tě na streamu.
Že?
Tak jsem asi snad trošku vidět. Čau. To říkáš na NÉCO? Pěkně.
Ježíš, to mě mrzí.
Je.
Už mám 60 FPS, kámo, nechci jít do svých old time.
Tak OGina. Já bote.
Už. Jedno.
Děcko.
Bude
tam.
Ty.
Tak. Už se do toho dostáváme.
Ježíš, to sám řeknu, to je zbyl.
Ježíš, dostala destroy, dostala úplně zničenou. Neví, jak se jmenuje. Let's go. Kámo, vyklepali vás děcka na 40 pingu. Ono na 100. No, tak taky se dělá to chce. Mě? Kámo, tak gatekeeper... Kámo... Vezmu jakoukoliv zbraň, kromě gatekeeper, to má 3 náboje. Vezmu cokoliv.
Mně se prostě nepřeběh, kurva. Pedlery!
Dáš Dooms event, Oceánie region, je to na 30% nebo 40%, už nevím, šance. Dooms event. Jako ty myslíš ten ostrov toho Dooma? Ty myslíš ostrov doktora Dooma, že jo? To neblbnu, to nezapnu. Ale jako, hele, mám v plánu, chtěl jsem to natočit, jako video ohledně toho. To dolů, ne?
To se ti na to nebude, co?
Jo, hele, teď mělo to 5% šanci a oni to buffovali, teď to má myslím 12.
Mám stenu.
To taky.
Takovou.
Buffovali to z 5 na 12%. Ale já nemám čas 3 hodiny hledat ostrov.
Ty.
Nevadí, poslej.
To jsme spadali.
Co?
Ale jakože úplně.
Co je?
Podívej se na Twitch.
Tam je dalších 10 minut, že jo?
No, kežby.
Půl hodiny.
Jo. Sorry.
Hra. Napí. Počkej, to si děláš srandu, kámo, ne, to ne, to. 23 minut! To je každou druhou hru. Jakože by to udělali jako... Jo, jsem tady. Nějaký interval v tom, ono to bylo fakt 5% a teď to mají zvýšené na 12. Já jsem viděl těch 12%, že? Na Twitteru jsem koukal na NÉCO. On to jako, a kde je borec?
Jo, tady.
Takže kámo, hej, počkej, tak to díky za info, to je dobré info. Hej, v oceánu se se každou druhou hru ten ostrov spavnuje. Takže ty ho tady budeš hledat prostě... Dostala. Já si povídám. Takže Alkan, ten Island, hledal 15 hodin a na oceány to máš každou druhou hru, jo. Je pěkný. Mně se taky ještě nespavnulo, ale já jsem dneska hrál asi jenom dvě nebo 3 hry, takže...
To se ti nespavne, když to má 5%.
Čet, takže dneska asi NÉCO se to padá, protože jako já streamuju hodinu a tam se nic nestalo. Neříkejte Alkanovi. Oni už ho lidi označovali. On to někdo to dával na TikTok, že to zvýšili ten procentní šanci a někdo ho tam označoval v tomhle
Já jsem tlačil, je na verbitu.
Já jsem to viděl, pěkně.
Pojď hrát.
Imagine, ty vole, já bych asi skončil s YouTubem. Minus kilo. Má jedno.
Kámo, my jsme se sekli, jsme se zavřeli navzájem.
Tak.
Hej, co to tady je?
Má jedno. Mě to nebaví. Já se stěhuju. Jo, a teď mám ping 16, když umřu. To je super.
Kde je ten budík?
Máš dobrý streamy, díky.
Jo, toč ty, když jsem tady já, tak je to good.
Jo, s tebou to je dobrý.
Když jsem přišel já, tak tady je víc lidí, ne?
Ne, furt jsou 3, ale vydrželi tady díl. Mě tahá tady to koště. Já nemám dobrý streamy. Vlastně mě tam ty streamy nikdo nechodí, takže já si nemám s kým povídat. Kamo, umřeš? Ježíš.
Ne, něco se nepřeblota.
Potahal by si mě se ale klidně, můžeme někdy zahrát, ale fakt nevím kdy. Já teď zase nám začala škola. Všem bohužel. A já nemám čas přes školu moc.
Pičo, já mám nerva volený.
Jak se jmenuješ? Přidej si mě ve fonku a něco natočíme spolu určitě.
Je ten dvojka to vlak, ale teď je to pět do křiv brání.
Takže určitě můžeme něco zahrát. Krek. Kamo. Krek oba dva. Let's go. Takže určitě něco zahrajeme jako. Tak ale na to nemám čas. Já většinou hrávám pátky. Pátky a víkendy. A moje měl jedno. Má jedno. Dead. Let's go. To říkáš mě, no jasně. Tady s tímto koštětem hraju už 5 let, 5 let.
Počkej, ty šumí na streamu.
Jo, úplně stejně nějak na videu.
Kurva. Já se...
Hej.
Vole, držu, kámo.
Hej.
Já mám 6 FPS, já se vracím svoje oči zpátky.
Greg, no má jedno. Jedna je nok.
No a ono budete kámo uživovat prostě, pojď do piče. Já tě taky hodně mám v piči.
Přidej si ty mě. Vidíš jak se jmenuje.
Piči, kámo, a mám dost.
Hej. Bude... Dobře, zvedá taky.
Já vím.
Já jdu pryč, já jdu... Prosím, sprintuj! To je konec. Já se snažím, ale to ani nesprintuje. To mám, v pohodě, to po mně nehaš.
Držím. Tak, ty dole. Dobrý. Kámo, chceš IGL ty nebo já?
Ty? Ale já to čoukuju.
Tak, kámo. Co ti říkám, ne?
Kámo, mi dá přes stěnu, protože víš co? Že ta stěna se tam nepostaví.
Já to se vám přepit tu
Nie, tak kontrolujeme to na NÉCO. Nějaký update. Tady lidi úplně píšou Big L Fortnite. Já se ani nedivím. Já jsem vytiltěný, a to jenom jakože se na to chci podívat. Jsem to nikdy neviděl, já jsem se jako dneska podívám a nic se neděje prostě. 2 hodiny prostě koukáme na...
Já se vysmrkám, takže si vypnu mikrofon.
OK.
Kámo, já smrkám jak slon, takže.
Hra XPčka. Jupi.
Až kolik to bere? To je.
Martine, ty chceš k nám, jo? Ty chceš k nám.
Jaký Martin? Ukáž.
To je číš zase. Kde ty hraješ na Xboxu? Další páčkař. My jsme tady jednoho páčkaře měli na videu.
Pojď do lobby.
OK.
Nám do příšelka, nám do píče. Jo, pardon, neslyšel, mám otevřené okno, nevadí. Tak to bude kámo no-lifer.
Cože?
To bude nějaký no-lifer.
Ještě 15 minut, proč? Kámo, ty seš bestie.
To je jako...
Počkej,
pojďme toto.
Box, OK. Nebo boxy bych šel, kámo, možná.
Boxy?
No. Martina,
ale jakože jenom my 3?
Ano, jenom my 3 boxy.
OK, tak OK. Nastaveno, hoši.
Tak jdem na to.
Když jsi nějaký bude strašně tryhard skin.
Já nebo Martin. Počkej, pojďme do toho, on se s námi chce povídat.
No Martinek, ne? 3-1-3-2-0-5. Počkej. Zásadní otázka, ty jsi narodil v roce 2015?
13.3.2015, no to je jasný.
No to mi neříkej, kámo.
Martin, neodpověď, jako je to pravda?
Je.
Tak o jednoho blba míň.
Teď a držu kámo, já musím dát request.
No, pojď za náma.
Já jsem si, kámo, ty mluvíš prostě ve voiceu, já jsem ti chtěl mutnout, já jsem místo toho mutnul ten pičus.
Aha, Martin nemá mic, tak to si pokecáme hodně.
No ale počkej, ať napíše do chatu, jestli fakt se narodil 2015, kámo.
Tak počkej, tak já se teda spojím tady z tohoto, protože stejně si s Martinem moc nepokecáme. Dáme ready, já jdem na to, Marťo. On chce zero buildy.
Chce zero buildy, ani náhodou. Počkej, on chce rankedy.
Ne, to rankedy jsou vyplý v klidu. Martine, rankedy ne.
Tak co teda půjdem, jako tria nebo půjdem?
Martine, dáme reload zero buildy.
Já bych šel taky, no.
Sice se to skladli, takže tam budeme tam mít jednoho bota navíc, ale to nevadí. Marťas.
Jako myslíte mě, vy blbějste?
Ne, že tady že nějaký čtvrtý šašek se k nám připojí. Marťas.
Tak můžeš dát no film, ne? Jak to vyfajtíme v trojce.
Tak pán si věří, tak máme tam no fieldem na to.
No však jasný, ne? Nebudem tady poslouchat nějakýho pojebanýho Turka, ne?
Vzpomínáš si na to video To nejlepší za červen? Ty to chceš hodně zpátky, že?
No. Já už ani nevím, co říkám.
Neslyším vás. Tak...
Jo, protože my mluvíme přes Discord.
Protože my voláme přes Dis, tak...
Tak ať si nechá zaplít ten YouTube.
Jo, nech si zaplej stream, když nemáš mikrofon.
To bude mít trošku zpomalý, ale jinak to je asi 2 vteřiny, nebo vteřinu.
Jo, zapni si stream, já mám zapnutou ultranízkou latenci na ten stream, ať je to jako aktuální, takže to bude nic jako zpoždění, jenom pár vteřinek.
Počkej, já už odpověděl, jestli se fakt narodil v 2.15?
Ne.
Jestli jo, tak kámo, jestli mu je 9, tak cením.
Narodil se 2.15?
Já nemůžu kámo nic říct teď, kámo, nemůžu nic říct. Že jestli mu je fakt 9, tak kámo, já jinak půjdu do vězení.
Hej, tohle bude hodně family friendly stream, chat, protože máme tady...
No nebude, protože jsem tady já, vole. Teda,
Ty seš jezdec.
Na černém koni takzvaně. A nebo na něčem...
Marťán, prosím tě, neber ho vážně, jo, takový trošku na hlavičku.
Kámo, ale
čau,
jaká kurva?
Hej, na co to koukáš? Na Martina koukáš. Martine, seš kurva. Chat, už víte, proč se jmenuje ADHD Koště, protože mám takový jmenovanýho. Protože ten kluk má fakt ADHD.
A má prostě miluju tu scénku z tý...
Dáme Discord.
Ze státní scénky.
Hej, Marťan chce Discord, ať si může pokecat.
Tak ať se připojí. Jo, musí padat tilty, jo.
Co žijete?
Tak jo. I kámo, jestli bude fakt 9, tak padá tilty, tak to je nějaký budoucí fondaciovina, takzvaně.
Budoucí mongrál, kámo. My o tom ještě nevíme, my ho stvoříme. My stvoříme mongrala 2.0.
No ty stvořil z mě jako.
50
já si myslím, že už jako...
No já jsem stvořil tebe.
Jako ale fr, jakože ty jsi tak stvořil. Hej, my hrajeme Zero Buildy, vy jste asi...
Však hrajeme Zero Buildy. Ty si na tom nelíbí, že tady jsou boti.
Kámo, však Zero Buildy jsou nejhorší mod na co?
Kámo... To jsou legit boti. Hej, tak chat, tohle bude 20 bomba. Jestli nebude tohle 20 bomba, tak nevím.
A dohromady, já chci taky nějaký kill.
Však jasný. Já potřebuji brokov.
Jak je...
Já jsem asi dead.
Ježiš, to bude 20 bomba, jo.
Já potřebuji brokovnici, akorát bude to 20 bomba, ale já mám jenom zubí SMGčko.
No.
To někde u mě chodí. Neměl brokovnici?
Hej, máte tady u mě korunku, by the way.
Chci brokovnici, korunka mě úplně tak jako nezajímá.
Hej, kámo, ty jsi dal svý miníčka. Dobrý.
Počkej. Dostanu bým jak prase asi. Nahoře.
Máte miníčka.
Pojď se na ten Discord, počkej, teď nemůžu.
Tak to vyřešte, já jdu fajtit, já jsem nejlepší.
Jo, Kuba nás potahá, ale... Marťan vydrž, jo, dáme tady...
Já jsem tady potahal celkem. Další.
Vytřískáme tilty a dám ti Discord, jo?
Pičo, bacha! Marťas, tak teď jsem ti sejmu koula. Je to další buzeraň. Teda.
Dead? Až tady dupe nade mnou. Bych potřeboval shockwave a úplně ho zničím.
Jo, tak to mám. Tak se hlaď.
Tak jim to ukáž. Marťas, pojď za mnou, pojď. Nevím to ukázat, jak se to hraje, pojď tady u mě.
Dupe, kámo, kde je ten... Já ho neslyším, tak dupat. On se někde skoval.
Marťan, zůmě, pojď.
On spadl.
Marťan, potřebuji helpa. Dobrý. Pohoda. Martina zase na hlavu, jo, Martine?
Tak mě prostě bude zvedat ten buzík.
Tady je. Slyšel jsem korunku. Když to je kytka, já jsem ale sejmu kytku. Já jsem ale sundal kytku.
Dost! Tady nemám nerva.
Kamo, u mě.
Jo, tady, u mě konečně.
Ten nám neuteče, kámo. No.
Dost! Tady další tým.
Jo.
Je zase klid.
Záda. Já jsem dostal krasa. Vyběhne mě, jo? No. Čekneš ho.
Máš? Kokot, dobrý.
Marťas, jak jsi na tom? Jaký máš pocity? No dobrý, dík, Marťas, dík.
Hej, ten tilted padat byl fakt dobrý.
Jo, kámoši, máme už teď 10 kg. To je úplně free.
Však jo.
Tady jsem viděl nějaký pohyb.
To mě další 3 týpci.
Jo, vidím. What? Aha. A to recruituju, já jsem dostal strašně laser. Marťas, tak já ti dám zatím Discord. Tak si mě zkus nějak přidat.
Ne, on má tu taktikálku.
Zkusím, můžu Whisper. Teď ti to nemůžu poslat, ale... Já ti to dám tady na streamu, to budeš mít můj účet a nějak si mě přidej prostě. Tady toho je hodně vidět.
Hej, Marťas, klid, no. Netačí mi tady.
U mě. Marťas, pak se mě přidej. Pak se mě přidej, jo? Pak se mě přidej na ten Discord. U mě? Potřebuji podrbat. Já na to umřu asi.
Ne, já si myslím, že noklej.
Já se musím podrbat a já na to umřu.
Kde?
Marťas, pojď, znič ho. Potřebujeme helpa trošku, ne? Má jedno, dobře. U mě za stromem. A tady jsou 2. Tak já jsem tady.
Ne, Marťas, ne, musím si držet. Pojď, poklačneš.
Marťas, pojď, ty to dáš. Nevadí.
Pojďme do lobby, pojďme vyřešit ten Discord.
Jo, Marťas, pojďme vyřešit ten Discord. Můžu to ale tam, no, počkej, no konečně. Ještě 10 minut. Aktualizuj to prosím, nebo... 5 minut.
Bang.
5 minut.
Bang. Jako fonko?
Aha.
No, tak potom další hodinu, ne? Jako oni to tak jako postupně chargeujou.
Já nevím, kámo, to je jak když byla černá díra. Tak jo, Marťas, Discord. Tady to zase vypnu, přátelé. Tak pojď, nahoď mi Discord.
Když vidím, kámo, ty jména, tak to mě úplně... jde mráz, kámo, po zádech. Bang. Hej, počkej, ale a i kdyby Kuty. No. Počkej, a i kdyby byl Huty. Top 50, tak by měl něco dostat, ne? Nebo?
Kde je tu odkaz na Discord, kamo? Hej, jak se to dělá, já to fakt už nepamatuju.
Nebo první se musíš přidat do friendu a potom vysvěřit skupinu a nebo můžeš poslat ten svůj Discord, co máš boti a potom toto. Ale první se musíš přidat. A nebo mu pošli tu skupinu ty boti. Jenom.
Jo.
A potom si ho může přijít, jen mu pošli odkaz té skupiny. Jakože běž na to a skopíruj to a pošlu to. Nebo mám to udělat? Já to nemám nakliklý.
Poslal jsem to tady do chatu do Fonka, zkus se k tomu dostat, Marťas.
Mělo by to být i na YouTube, jo? I na YouTube, když tak odkaz na ten Discord channel.
Počkej, já to tam loupnu taky.
Já jsem to tam poslal, když tak.
Tak Marťas, máš to v chatu.
Je to tam v chatu, stačí to jenom rozkliknout a potom běž třeba do hlasového kanálu, třeba gaming nebo něco takového.
Jo.
Co? Je ten klučák.
Pojď Marťas, pojď za náma, neboj se, my tě nekousnem.
No, možná já, ale co?
Možná Gener tě pokouše trošku, ale tak.
Kámo, to ani neříkej, to mě kámo v mých 9 letech pokousal to pes do prdele. Kámo, a jestli tě Martin fakt 9, tak mě tě fakt líto.
My ho úplně zkazíme. Mě v 8 letech chytl pes za hlavu.
V 9 letech nebo v 8 grandíš fonek, já jsem kámo grandil fighty s pejskem.
Se psem, já jsem žral hlínu a fadil jsem psa v 8 letech.
Yes.
Nefunguje to, dej to do chatu. Máš to tady v chatu.
Je to v chatu na YouTube.
Je to v chatu na YouTube a je to v chatu i ve Fonku. Já mám hlad, já si jdu pro nějaké papu.
Hej, zase, ještě jsi žral tak před půl hodinou, ne?
No jo, to jsem na streamu jsem večeřel. Na streamu jsem večeřel, no ale tak jste hlad je svině.
Ano, další věc, a hej, ty budeš balk jak svině, vole. Kežby, co? Mě tady neslyší ten buzerant. On teď není tady, takže můžu třeba o ní říct, že je to největší Ne, proč bych to dělal samozřejmě. To je nejlepší hráč Fortniteu, až po mně samozřejmě. Teď mám dát rady, nebo mám ještě čekat na tebe, Marťas? Na ten Discord. Když tak napiš do chatu, jestli ti něco nefunguje nebo něco takového. No to já ti klidně pomůžu. We are back. No to mral. Žádný back to soon, kam. Prostě first game. Ej, co to je? Vade al. S rezonem, prosím, ať to vyhrajou.
Zpátky, baby. To nám
Jaká by byla, co?
Mám několik otázek. Pro moje první otázka zní. Když ho přidal? To je žvatleš.
Železně?
Jo, slyšel, že jsem bot říkal.
Že jsi nejlepší hráč až po mně.
Čaute lidi, vítám vás na streamu všechny. Teďka dáme...
Hej Kuty, jen taková jako otázka. Hej, to fono, co se asi už bude. Už tam jdu hrát, čekáme na lanku.
Jo. Odkaz přes Google nedávám, protože jsem ti ho tam rovnou poslal. Jo, už to bude tak...
Hej, mistr streamuje.
Tak če.
Nemohu grál streamuje.
Přišla ta chvíle, pro kterou jsme tady, na kterou jsme právě čekali několik hodin. Začíná nám FNCS konečně. Začínají nám FNCS, já jdu ještě na VEMTE.
No pomer, ale už to začíná, kámo.
Relaxi, jsem objevil dneska. Mega dobrý.
Ježíš, jak kámo. Relax. Počkej, jako...
Tento relax.
I remember last year globals as well. Bryson Chubbs, they took us by surprise so well. I think they won a couple of games as well on the
myslíš jako nějaký sladký nápojík, nebo takový jste měli
Aničku.
Počkej, se zapnu ten YouTube. Ukaž to znovu na to streamu.
Počkej, vydrž chvilku, přepnul jsem scénu, teď bys to měl vidět líp.
No tak to je dobrý, a máš naopak,
já vím, že to je zhru nohama, já to vím.
Ale jo, tak to je
tady tento relax. Já to vím, že to mám zhru nohama. Tak bylo VEMTE a konečně, dámy a pánové, po hodině a 40 minutách se jdem podívat na FNCS.
Pojď akorát ještě jenom joini to Fortnite, lobby, jak jsme jenom spolu.
Já ti opouštím, Martine, sorry. Nechám se tě ve trendech a zahrajem určitě.
Samozřejmě, dal bych ještě, byl zkáma fakt, bylo to stejně.
Tak jo, já odcházím na VEMTE a jdem se dívat na FNCS konečně.
To si kůř?
Yeah, really great. I mean, that was a duo where we were like another one of those teams where
Janis, já mega magula. Janis byl mega vypadá, kámo. 20letý týdek.
Because he was performing very well. So many different players and so many different players in EU, very veteran players as well. We're looking at Pixie and thinking this could be potentially a good duo partner for an up-and-coming player. Picked up now, of course.
Že teď třeba po každém zápase nebo takto bude prostě za 10minutový loading screen, kámo.
Ale po mě bude třeba 5, jako. Víš, jak to bude? Ono, jak se dohraje ta první hra, tak se bude okecávat nějaký highlighty z té hry.
Jo.
Se tam staly.
Po 2 hodinách to konečně spustili, není možné. Po 2 hodinách.
Yeah, we're going back to land. We're kind of doing things, but once we got there, it was like, okay, this is different, right? Like now that we're here, next year has to be different. And so many of these duos just looked across the board and we're like, maybe I should pick up that duo. I should pick up this duo. Like it's been a crazy year.
I mean, I always say that there is only one thing you can predict in Fortnite is that it is unpredictable, regardless of if that's the map changing, the meta changing, duos literally changing between qualifiers and semifinals. We really don't know what's going to happen until the games start.
And what I love about these global events is no matter what happened in all the majors, you know, as you mentioned, different messes, different teammates potentially, it all doesn't really matter because this is where it all goes down. These next 12 games are going to be absolutely electric and I can't wait to get into it.
That's right. We've got another duo here to talk about Epic Whale and Muzz. I mean, you kind of highlighted them at the start of the show there, Muzz being one of the first duos to kind of win in multiple regions, and Epic Whale, I mean, when we had NA West, NA West and NA East, he just couldn't stop. He didn't know how to like stop winning.
Yeah, it's funny because I was literally just talking about how duos will split up between qualifiers and semifinals, and I literally was referencing Muzz and Epic Whale right there. They actually had different duos. And then once we hit the semifinals, because there was a little caveat in the rules there. Favor finally punching their ticket into the global championship. And beyond Epic Whale being, you know, the 5x, however many, regardless of the back-to-back-to-back, regardless of the gamers,
Jo, to jsou face, tak to chápu.
Já jsem dneska snad posílal, tak
sorry, já jsem se nemutnul. Ty myslíš, že bude nějaký nový, jakože nějaký nový reward, hodně peněz, jako nějaký ten nový pickaxe, třeba 3.0? Za tohle FNCS. Jako mohl být, tady tam je. Hej, by dostali úplně stejný, jak prostě jak dostal tom, tak bych byl tam jako
Až to je pozvánku, Marta.
Kde pozvánky nebo co?
Nadisu. Kam už zase pustíš vatle.
Co žere?
Yeah, that's a mark of maturity, right? For someone like Muzz, again, like you said multiple times, that's how he got that far, right? To be able to stop and go, okay, now what could have I done better? Because it's very easy to point fingers and go, yeah, well, my duo, or this thing, or this spot, or the POY, or this thing got removed, or whatever. But to stop and go, no, what can I do?
Yeah, and there is definitely a level of RNG. Obviously, the most notorious is where is zone going to play. We have some teams playing on the south and the zone wolves of the north. Well, how are we going to be able to potentially face against being able to
jednou tolik jenom protože na to napsané protein.
No kámo, ale to ani moc jako ani není.
Nejlepší protein, kámo, nejlepší protein jsou vajíčka, maso a syrovátkový, to si koupíš prostě třeba od Nutrendu v takovém té pixli.
Prostě protein, maso a vajíčka.
And for success, but it's so difficult to do. It's so easy. It's so much easier said than done. Just be like, oh yeah, just go front side, go around teams, don't get shot, don't go into another team, don't box fight. But it's so difficult to do in practice because there's so many different things going on in your head. You need a bit of damage. Let's hop in. Maybe that's not the best decision to make. So the low mobility
tak si přečtěte teď mobil, takže si jo. Za mě, já mám jakože nejlepší protein, co jsem měl, tak byl tady tento Herbalife. Tady tahle pixla. A pak normálně Nutrens produkty.
Selektováš naopak.
Oh no, someone's boxing on us. It's all just so dynamic moment to moment.
And what's been so exciting with this season is that you see loadouts from major to major. It's the same weapons in everyone's loadout. But this major, between the shotguns that we have, the ARs that we have, the pistols as well.
Yes.
There's a lot of variety actually.
Yeah, there is lots of different
layers. Ano, mají tu lánku mega dobře udělanou. Předtím to měli jakože normálně do 104. A teď to mají kámo do toho, do takový prostě.
Lots of different ways that teams don't have necessarily just one best shotgun, not one best assault rifle. Lots of ways to express yourself in the game. Are you more of a close box-to-box player? You like to play a little bit further away when you're taking fights, and that's what I'm interested to see a lot of our teams doing. How can they show themselves in the new strategy and the new season?
Do you guys feel that, like, in that moment to moment, right? So let's say we're going for like certain strategy. We're gonna need this loadout. Does that change moment to moment? Does that change zone to zone?
Yes, 100%. Obviously, you need those long-range tags. You're going to go for the ARs. by having to get those storm surge tags, of course. But once you get closer, once you get to the end game, you're going to go fighting box to box. And really, depending on the player, you might see Sovereign, you might see the Gatekeeper, or you might see that Hammer Pump.
Yeah, or even those dual-wheeled SMGs. Those
nebo ta nová. Gatekeeper je nejvíc shit, kámo, když nemáš ten speed, to se ten real, chápeš?
Jo, jsi tady.
No,
nazdar, chlape.
Is there maybe a weapon or two item or anything that, you know, if these off-spawn situations don't happen, oh, you know what? Oh, guys, I'm getting word. I'm getting word. It is that time. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, we are so thankful for your patience. That's right. It's game time. Let's send it up to our cast.
It's game time.
Come on, pull. Finally.
W. Bomba.
Po 2 hodinách.
Ale víte o tom, že už Huty nastupoval?
Jo, o tom už vím, a to už jsme slyšeli.
Kámo, už to padá, kámo.
Konečně.
Víš, co se mi líbí na tady těch velkých šampionát, že všichni mají rozmístěny svoje lokace. Že nikdo tě nekontestuje, takhle. Pokud teda nepadají jako stejný toto.
Že nepadá, jak prostě nehraje jako totální ňoumové.
No ne, že prostě jednou prostě ti na lokaci můžou spadnout 2 týmy, jednou prostě nikdo. Ale kámo, Malibuka s Merstachem tam mají, kámo. Alexe s Warframe.
Jdem na to.
To budu fighty tohle.
Merstach?
Merstach,
Yeah, that was a big
no pomma.
shot implemented there by Merstash. It's going to provide a lot of pressure as well, just enough for him to be able to group with Malibuka. They've already found the shield online. Worthy and Alex know that they've got to be fast on this.
Tak si představ, že všechny ty hry bude muset přežívat tu fighty kontestě na místě, že prostě furt budeš kontestný. A takhle byli furt kontestní, přece Mulgral s Mistrovstvem. Třeba prohli na to 5krát.
Tam nadav taky padalo lidí. Už se fajtí, kam se řežou. Jabko.
Pičo, ten handman, kámo, ten mě strašně nastal.
Jak se mi možná vybije webka za chvilku, jak jo.
Jak jsou tam ty Vegas. Precíky, kámo. A to jsou 3 týmy. No jasný, vole, Peter byl vole s polem, kámo. No největší.
No je první ve hře medailonek.
Chápeš? A mají všechno, kámo, oni mají těch medailonek a mají všechno ty.
Je to hodně OP mít vlastně medailonek.
Že budu všichni marknutý.
Tam prostě padá milion lidí a těch milion lidí prostě označí.
As the time continues to tick on, you can see they're doing just that, ready to possibly pounce here in the coming moments. But Vino and Clicks, y'all, are here, and they are indeed contested.
The moment there's names,
ty jsou taky kontestěný nějakým týmem prostě.
I mean, a clear fan favorite.
To je Clicks.
And I think the most incredible part about it is just listening to Clicks talk about the fact
nevím, kámo, ale ty typky ani neznám.
But for Damo and
Já taky.
Damo, kámo, to
znám Clicksem, Hutyho a už nevím tak, ale znám tam
Clicks zabil nejvíckrát Peterbota.
Jo, já ještě toho Peterbota znám, ale ten pro mě je nějaký nový.
To je nějakýho třeba Hutyho by tam mohli dát, kámo.
Já to hraju od minulý season.
Já jsem mrtvej, protože ty týmy jsou out.
Huty nemůže být mrtvej.
Jako může se dát všechno, víš co?
Small, mild interruptions to their traditional loop paths, and what kind of dominoes effect that might have after the fact.
And also, just look at how many players are alive. This is about as intense as it can get. When there's
Já když jsem začal poprvé hrát, ten medailonek by byl hodně OP. Musím to tak seká.
Další gameplay. Hej, máš tož tak vlevo nahoře. GG, Alkane. Tomáš, kámo, sklízený. Hej, ten bych to taky přál. Tomáš, on nevyhrál. Byl vždycky kámo třeba druhej.
Když tam dají hutyho.
Normálně to. Zóna, jako ve Fortnite.
Down on the teams there in the distance. I saw Gone in Quanti as well, still at Mount Olympus. We know that they have that drop spot, not for free, but again, that southern side is theirs.
Já mám třeba úplně na hovno loot.
I všichni mají ty FNCO pickaxy, ne?
Competitive Fortnite, it just doesn't get more difficult than this. Clearly, we have a lot to talk about when it comes down to Cammy and Seti. This is a team that is a favorite and a favorite for a reason, as is Vico and Flixie, some of Europeans' strongest coming up, and I dare to say part of the new era.
Vypadalo vlastně huty.
Nevím.
To je taky dobrý.
Nevíme.
Na to ještě uvidíme, ale to nevím.
Neznáš tady tohoto týpka? On to, jeho přítelkyně furt dává jakože na TikTok jako videa s ním, jakože jak to, tak živě hru, tak že můj boyfriend, vole, vyhrál Fortnite, jakože, že kvalifikoval se do Texasu. Je pět,
Oni tam jsou strašně neznámí Fortnite playeři.
Bude měl ty sluchátka od mobilu, kámo, pod těma.
Jo, oni to mají. Vím, že to je ve všech bankách.
Jo, oni to musí mít.
Aha, third party, kámo, to taky miluji tohle. Ne, ještě čtvrtá.
To je náš gameplay, Kubo. Genere, to je přímo...
Ale kámo, oni jenom čekají.
Hrají chytře,
kámo.
Hrají chytře.
Jestli si takhle dostali do toho, co tak...
Ještě vypadá, jak kdyby koukal přes zdi.
Kámo, tam další tam plazí, kámo, další tým.
Asi.
To je úplně krytý gameplay, kámo, takhle bych to hrál já.
Já si představit, že tak by byl ještě FMCS Global Championship, ale v Zero Buildech.
Ty krás. Lidi už tady píšou, kde je Huty.
Jako by je možný, že už je umřel, no, ale nebudem to.
Nevíme, když nevíme, tak...
Počkej, já možná zapím Fortnite, protože tam by to mohlo být.
Ty máš jednoho sledující.
The real thorn in the side right now, though, for Victor V and Paper is it's evident that they want to get inside of that bunker. Clone and Kremsu, they are doing everything in their power to prevent anyone else. They might find themselves trapped at the bottom of it for a time being, though, because keep in mind, teams do like to hold whenever they find duos inside of that bunker.
Flix.
Also setting up, looking back inwards.
Jak? Kdo ho zabil?
Podle chatu, takže tomu se nedá věřit, to napsané tady v chatu, ale
tak. Jo, Pajusovi taky říkají. Fanoušci, tak. Plný.
It's not going to be good. At this point, they have to find closure. There's no opportunity to retreat. You are all in at this stage. They've invested too much time, and they know that they need more surge tag damage as well. Clone, Kremsu, more than content to sit this one out, though, because the weapon bunker is sounding.
Tohle ten trezor, kámo, tak takhle jsme ještě nikdy trezor nedobývali, co?
89 hráčů pořád. Tak ve NÉCO tam je třeba za pár sekund třeba 30 hráčů.
Zjistíte, že to nemá předbitý akty.
Imagine, že prostě třeba v moving zóně bude 50 lidí třeba.
Ježiš. Oni si tam dělají skybasky, že jo? Tak úplně pohodička, že jo?
Tak jede, a nestreamuje třeba někdo, jakože to? Asi ne, to jsem si nestreamoval.
To si asi nestreamují. Čau, vítám tě na streamu.
Ale Lukan, máte rezon. Ale jo, to streamujete ani příkladní, tak to nic.
Very different strategy for Kanata and Cooper, where we see a lot of those other duos looking to get box to box. They're keeping their distance almost exclusively now from other duos and other paths of duos.
But I really love this positional check though from Kanata and Cooper because they've taken over.
A vy máte dobrý hráče?
Jak jako my.
Jak se živej.
Ne, jakože vy.
Je tam
v lobíčku.
Jako proti nám. Jako v publiku třeba.
No.
No já vždycky potkám nějakého NÉCO hráče asi. Třeba dneska ráno jsem hrál, potkal jsem totální najeťáky, ale totální. Nevím, já když hraju sám, tak já mám strašně hard solíčka, nevím proč. Jako, někdy mám fakt boťoury, ale většinou mám fakt těžký solíčka.
Mně teď přijdou sola strašně lehký, že se umístím strašně na malém místě, jakože třeba na 12. místě, ale ve skladech se umístím, i když to je...
Ta zóna bolí, ta bolí.
Ve skladech to je horší.
Heals as well, so they can kind of sustain themselves for quite some time, but meanwhile, the goats of the region, the kings of EU, the most
strašně low prostě.
Totální krysák.
Já se dokonce bojím vůbec bojovat ve Stormu a oni jsou tam 10 minut.
Počkej, až jim přijde ta Storm Sickness, kámo.
Počkat, je povolený jetpack nebo ne?
Ty vole, povolený.
Pak to bylo mega dobrý. Mám běžte do zóny, kámo.
Má někdo jetpack nebo ne?
Asi nebude jetpack.
No to bude asi fake, no. Ani bych se nedivil. By bylo moc OP na movement.
Swing at bat, but nothing just yet.
Something important to consider though, Visuals and Braids, this is our duo that came in at the final hour. Just last night, they discovered that they were going to be participating on the global stage. What's their prep time look like in comparison to everyone else? But more importantly still, Braids, he's trying to make sure that he brings the fight to Cooper and Kanata. They're not willing to
zajímalo, jaký mají ping, jestli mají 0 všichni, nebo...
Pro mě to kolem prostě 10-5, no.
Já bych se ani nedivil, kdyby měli třeba 10 ping, protože jakože docela se jim to seká, no.
Já se bojím kam o toho Hutyho.
No já se taky, já se bojím o Hutyho, že to tak trošku nezvládne, já fandím Hutemu. Huty je zachránce.
Let's jump in with Murstache and Malabuka here though, as the Storm Surge is effectively active now. Great place to be rotating through here at the Grim Gate, but I'm not too sure
What? Já jsem je viděl létat.
Ej kámo, myslíš, že tady je taky, jakože ten Doom?
Není, protože by to bylo moc OP. Bylo by to moc OP.
Jde to?
Of Rift Island, you know teams like to try and utilize some of those rifts along the bottom, but again, when you have a team like Peterbot and Poyon, they're not the only ones lurking either, trashing
to bys prostě vyhrál.
making their presence known, but
prostě, já nevím, jestli to jsou cash cupy, ale asi jo. Takže bys vyhrál prostě peníze úplně.
Prostě vyštěli s těmi.
Já jsem taky nepochopil.
Tam těžíš stěr?
Kámo, a kdyby mu to zničili, tak prostě má minus třeba 23 HP.
On se tam v klidu těšil prostě štěr.
To si by the way top 3 nejlepší hráči NA, jo. Jako duo.
Strašně dobře.
Germans, they're the ones holding height, and King is going to have to start burning through some of these small shield potions, and the real issue is once those shields crack,
Storm Surge aktiv.
Podám zrezonem, kámo, pojďte. Vyjebejte, kámo, toho skurvenýho potřebotla, vole, nebavíme.
Mně strašně přijde, že už podle jména Peterbot je cheater.
And it doesn't really get much closer than this, and
Protože
this is the most optimistic time for King to take down a duo here. But Reason, there it is. Opportunities start to shift here. Reason starts to loom on them.
Pamatujte si, že oni se prostě nepodívají ani jednou na mapu.
Oni potřebují prostě damage. Někoho potřebují prostě hitnout, jenom na tohle umřel. Oni se potřebují, jeden z těch dům, těch se budou fightit. Oni to potřebujou.
Já jsem zatím neviděl ani žádnýho důma. Jakože skin myslím.
Nice. Nice. Jak jsi zatančil? Mají takový mají damage.
Já to asi jdu podívat,
it's incredible to think that there's still 156 above that damage threshold, despite that hiccup of Malibuka having to make the reboot ban play in the first place. Wax and Ping, though, they seem like they're primed and...
To si, že pro nich to je 8 minut, nebo 20 minut, a pro nás to je 2 hodiny prostě.
Máte damage surge. Oni prostě dělají, kámo. Jak bude umře na zónu.
Malibuka umře na zónu.
Jako, no, já vím, že je fragger, vole, ale... No, on už to vidí ve svým obličeji prostě, jak piči.
Proč je zóna?
Ale on je nejblíž k němu.
What? To nedává smysl, proč je zóna.
Máme se kvůli nejblíž k němu,
GG. No jim to, že dává třeba 3 damage, nebo 4, to je pak obtížný.
Se to celkem prokrylo, neříkám nic.
Nechoď do toho Stormu!
Prism now not being in this fight, and still you have OCE's Damo and Resigns almost on this warpath with them, continuing to be that.
Podívejte se na tu mapu, to je úplně nahoře.
Dobré, jo, ty by měl být asi stále pořád.
Mně přijde, že nemám lepší kvalitu a maximálně tak horší. Já nemám... Pro mě nemám asi.
No tak Huty asi nic, počkej, Kovax, Epic.
Huty asi umřel.
Ty vole, dal mu dobrou.
GG.
Dobře mu tam cvaknul.
Jako poslal mu, no.
Ale ten Merstach má jenom 4 životy.
Tak to není, kámo. Jdu na to.
Kámo.
Huty, no konečně, bomba.
Sláva.
A pojď.
Proč ne?
Huty má 16 bodů, kámo.
Vidíte, je tam Huty.
Mají 2 killy. Nebo Huty má 2 killy a Zakovač má taky 2.
Já poprvé vidím Hutyho hrát Championship. To vidím poprvé.
Je 16 bodů je dobré jak svině.
They are certainly willing to jump into a fight if it calls for.
Oh yeah, yesterday has absolutely proven that they can take on any team without a problem. Talk about good teams that are still
Kámo, tak si představili, že to Huty vyhrál.
following the story. Victor being paper. Paper, little worse for wear, seems like a
Proč vždycky tam nechají 2 hodiny Američany, ale že jo, Huty tam nechají 2 minuty.
Still has a couple of flow barriers, but again, will that really be enough? Queasy, Thomas HD now starting to surface as well near their area. Ritual though takes some big tags, left that wall open just a moment too long. But Ritual free from coming out of Doomstad. Got to be dealing with Epic Oil and Muzz early on. The fact that this dude already has 3 elims is rather impressive, but Malabuka as well, still holding his own. Shari's got a little bit of an angle to peak advantage, so Malabuka's gonna look to try and see if he can find a more aggressive push from underneath. Meanwhile, Mustache again. Does take another take from the storm, but it's too little, too late. Just barely makes it in. At least Malabuka can go for the revive.
Člověk to staklý, kámo.
Oh, GG. Merstach to nezvládla.
Malabuka taky asi.
Jsou všichni máme HP.
Ty, jak je?
Ale Izzy za chvilku bude zóna.
Je tam nejmladší asi ten.
Jo, prostě zabije ten Storm.
Jo, kámo, tak to...
Chápeš?
To bych ragenul asi.
Teď to nešlo nic prostě.
To je konec.
Ty kámo, pojďme furt. Rost, kámo. Už ho nemám rád, kámo, toho skurveného Poláka.
Huty léta.
Huty jo, kámo.
Ale Huty má movement jak NÉCO.
Protože nemáš rád.
Kámo, hitnul Hutyho. Huty rotateoval a hitnul Barca, kámo.
On hitoval Huty, jo?
Kámo, Huty je na tom lík jak kliks, prostě.
No, protože je lepší, prostě, já nevím, jestli jste si na to zvykli, ale Česko je lepší než nějaký...
Nebo klik si na tom špatně.
No, klik si na tom strašně. On nemá nic, on nemá kámo damage, on nemá healy, jako má, ale nemá bílý. Nemá matro, kámo, má 4 buildy.
On ho vyžere Storm. Já chci, aby ho zabil ten Huty.
Piče, dobrý.
Huty
Ty jsou na to
Campy.
dobře, kámo. Ty kámo, zase.
Oni jdou na Huty, jo. Oni jdou na Huty, jo.
Ten klik je v piči.
Klik má jedno.
Ty, ale ten klik z WTF. Ty, on je úplně fokus, čum. On to prostě jenom placementuje. Peterbot, kámo, s pičenem.
No proč jenom... No. Ach jo.
A Peterbot je solo, kámo.
Ale pořád žije Huty, takže... Je to dobrý.
Když to na tom high groundu.
Oh no, jde Huty.
Jo, to je nejlepší, že ty ušetříš tak strašně jako materiál.
Co ty má jedno?
Prosím Huty. Oh. On má jedno hápko.
Ale se ty je solo, jo.
Ale se ty...
Huty pod ním, kamo. Huty, kamo, je to 10. Kuvenej Peterbot zase. Jedno, píče s Peterbotem, kámo. Ať umřel.
Jo, a Kuty, já jsem viděl video a když mi to vlastně prostě to video ukázalo, že ten, že ta oceán...
Dělej, kámo, už mi nebavil.
Co jsi říkal?
Oceán je fakt jakože...
Ne, kámo, ten Peter byl strašně sere.
Prostě, že já jsem to taky vyzkoušel a hned na první hru mi tam ten dům z Island to...
Jsou na tom nejlíp, kámo.
Ano, prostě. Teď je úplně nejlepší mít ten build reset.
Ovak se hned. A je Huty, no. A dobrý, kámo, to desítku měl.
Huty je dead.
To nic.
On je Huty dead. Ne. Ne.
Ty vole, Juma, pěkně.
Huty to prohrál.
Oni to vyhrál prostě z toho high groundu. No teď to je, kámo, to kdo bude mít víc meskydů. No tak to je, kámo, vím.
Já nevím, jestli to byl už tenhle cash cup, těch 45 milionů, ale... Kdo to vyhrál? Oni vůbec nejsou šťastný.
To PSK připojené, vole.
Já bych tam skákal radost.
ne?
Že byste tam skákali, tak je úplně radostí, že byste vyhráli.
Glorious faces. Jak má tam sponzora Mentos.
A tohle
ten nemá žádný.
Best players easy. I mean, I love the confidence there. For you as well there, I mean, your teammate here, you guys worked to get Vico and Flixie in the last seconds there. You had the high ground. Is that what really counted there?
Ale aspoň, že Huty skončil na nějakém 12. místě třeba asi.
Máš výsledky? Bude kámo třeba 35 minut kecávání.
Jo, teď to bude další 20 minut kecávat prostě.
Huty je pátej, kámo, to je dobré jak svině. Huty je pátej, kámo.
Things have started beautifully here.
Ten banán.
There's loads more coming your way here, courtesy of the FNCS Global Championships 2024. A short break from us here on the broadcast, but do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are.
No,
There's loads more coming your way very, very soon.
Very soon, ajajaj.
3 minuty zas prostě. Jo, to je dobrý.
Počkat, oni jdou zase dát hru? Nebo to už skončilo?
Kolik je price pool? 46 milionů.
46 mega.
Jdu na záchod zatím.
To je pátej, kámo. Já si jdu, kámo, nevím, já si jdu dát nějaký 1v1, ale jakože sám.
A teď budu koukat na sponzory.
Řekni mi, jak to se zapnou, až bude zase další, jo?
Jo.
Bang bang, bang bang. Ano, tak musím to vypít. Fuj.
Peterbot is the GOAT, kámo.
Cože?
Někdo napsal, že Peterbot je GOAT.
Jo.
To není pravda.
Jako někdo na Twitchi.
Někdo v chatu.
Tak kámo, napiš mu tam, že kdo je pod ním na 5. místě. Peterbot je 4. a Hout je 5. kámo.
Hout je GOAT. Žádná debata.
Ještě minutka. Chat, ještě minutka, pokračujeme. Konečně.
Kolik tam máš diváků?
Jednoho.
Ne, ale jakože já už teď vidím, že prostě taky Alkan začínal úplně takhle, podobně, a ty prostě za třeba 5 let budeš tam mít třeba 1000 fanoušků, když budeš hrát v NÉCO, taky třeba i budeš mít několik 1000 odběratelů. "20 sekund. 15 sekund.
Co seklo?
3, 2, 1.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Dobré, nemusíš to odpočítávat, v pohodě.
Dobře. Já vím, že nepotřebujete moje odpočítání.
No kámo, ty tam si budou prostě kecat 20 minut o kravinách.
Já teď budu kámo úplně mluvit o VEMTE.
A všimli jste si, že epici jsou sprostý, že ten nápis nahoře.
Yeah, really interesting after this first game because we were sort of talking about it.
Nemusíte tady.
What's their strategy going to look like? We didn't quite know, and now we get a bit of an insight into what that's going to look like. It seems like they're really prioritizing that forecast tower. Another thing.
Prosím, ať tam zmíněj Hutyho.
And that's the reason why they're able to get height right here. You saw Cammy and Seti sort of shaping up to try and take height and holding it in that sort of 8th-9th zone, but they didn't get that next zone. So Teeny and Chap took the opportunity really well because they knew where it was going.
Also, to be able to hold height for as long as they did, all the way from zone 9. Once again, the forecast tower allowing them to know where to move that height and use or save up those much needed mats towards the end of the game there.
Než tady to budu okecávat pořád, tak já si zahraju jeden zero build.
Man, that is a statement game out of game number 1. But there was just so many things that transpired in game.
Jde o tom, že reloady budou mít sola.
Performances that all took place. I mean, we saw there for a moment even Rise and Yuma making a top 3.
Sola jsou jakože mohl to Epic vymyslet lepší, jestli je to takový hloupý.
Já bych mluvit třeba o Hutu, když je to teďka.
Mohli vymyslet, že ti padne klíč a tím klíč jakože reboot. Odemkneš jeden reboot, když umřeš.
That's right. I want to highlight Peterbot, man. I don't know what Peterbot is about, but I do now. In those final moments, you know,
Peterbot,
for Peterbot to take down Clicks in game number 1, you know there was some emotion.
Peterbot svým dal vole Clicksy, kámo. Clicks byl legorně 1 HP. Neměl nic, neměl matro. Neměl nic, kámo.
Co mi radíte, mám si zahrát s botama, anebo zahrát si s těma reálnýma hráčema v sole?
X Peterbot is a crazy combo. It shouldn't be allowed because he's so good with that. And then even towards these end game situations, taking out Seti there at that final few moments just to keep himself going. Of course, too little, too late towards the end, but really, really good.
Doufám, že mi řeknete, až že začnou.
So clean from the start, landing rep, getting the coin, getting the mythic AR, going over to the forecast tower, and then getting the Rift Island as well in that game, allowing them to just have a little bit of height, a little bit more mats, and more importantly, getting that mod weapon bench so that I saw Poyo kind of modifying the weapons there, getting exactly what they wanted so that they were prepared for the end game.
I love seeing their third place. Eco, Flixie, a second place. They didn't even need the victory now, right? The fact that they made it to second place, you've already done too much. You've already let them get too far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they started it off so strong as well. By zone 1 there. And then, of course, just dominating the low ground as we know them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Another really solid performance of these guys. We've seen them do it previously. This is exactly what we expected. Low to mid ground, finding those eliminations. And towards the end there, where it was the final 2v2, it was kind of like Major 3, where it was two of the best teams in EU going head to head. Of course, two different, very, very different play styles. These guys are not necessarily going to be going for height every single game. But of course, what I noticed there was a little bit of a change in rotation. They went towards the north side of their drop spot. So interesting to see whether that's going to change throughout the day, whether the forecast tower fight's going to affect that. But really nice start from these guys.
That's right, guys. I know you want more action. We could talk more about this, but let's just jump back into it. MDF, the best taco. Back over to you.
Yeah, that was a very intense game, obviously, as we're coming out. You know, I couldn't even believe it. I almost, you know, just threw the whole mic off the headset. I was really into it for a second there.
Yeah, and the craziest part still... duking it out to close off our first lobby here. And match number 2 is ready to go.
Někdo do restaurací.
Začíná to.
Co? Fakt? Už to začíná teď?
Jo.
Tak ne, já jsem se ani nezahrál. No dobře. Kvůli tomu, že tam je.
One Asia team up there as well. And of course, those that you expect. The best from NA, some of the greats from EU.
Yeah, and Acorn and Cold, they haven't necessarily had an easy time about it either here at Brutal Beachhead. You know, you get like the soft contest coming out of Analyx and Sato, and this could prove to be very difficult though for Analyx and Sato, because you can tell the commitment is there, but if they want to take this fight to Acorn and Cold, it could be a really difficult one to actually close out in quick fashion.
We have to give all credit to not only Clix and Vino for Clix's performance to stay alive and secure a top 15, but Damo and Resigns, who found even more placement points, ending just closer to that top 10. So a very impressive performance for teams that were contested that game, actually. When you start to do the math on that, that is almost unprecedented.
Well, it was almost like Damo and Resigns were trailing Clix and Veno the entire match, and if they hadn't actually stumbled upon Kishuro as a solo, I almost wonder if things could have maybe gone a little differently there, because that's what really got them tied up into a rough position. But again, hindsight's always 20/20. Currently, we are focused on the now. Chap and Teeny lingered around the Nitrodrome, but Kanata and Cooper close by means that all they can really look for here is just trying to prioritize their mat count.
Yeah, we do know Kanata and Cooper like to rotate closer to Agers and Rise, whom was taken out pretty early last game, so they didn't get to secure that fight, and they found themselves in a completely different battle up against Visual and Braids, and it really didn't go their way. Shortly afterwards, Braids ended up falling to Epic Whale Muzz, so pretty interesting, you know, zone dynamic starting to take shape here, and that's really part of the high level of Fortnite. Game to game, micro adjusting, right? They all know what went well, what went wrong, and it's about adjusting in the real time. But after Seiyun, here's Kadu against Casper and Prism. Little standoff here, so it seems like this game, similar to match 1, is going to kind of take its time rolling into the eliminations.
Yeah, Janice almost seemingly happy about the fact that these teams kind of caught wind of each other, because that allowed for him to just slip on by, head on out, red line rig, make sure that he doesn't get caught in the mix. He's clearly just trying to make a play. Like, didn't see Pixie anywhere near, so almost makes you wonder at the same time. It's going to be a difficult situation for a lot of these teams.
Here's Cammy and Seti. They have angles, they have a little bit of high ground. Meanwhile, King and Phaser getting active right now just outside the Rebels' roost. What is happening here? They seem to be finding their groove right now. It's Visual and Braids once again who are giving some of these duos a really difficult time, making them all second guess whether or not they should be sticking
všichni hrajou ty super hrdinky, jenom pojebané, bílé prostě.
Že oni to hrajou jenom kvůli tomu, aby bylo prostě to, a i když si všiml, jako, kdo to hrál, máš tak s Malikou, jak hráli tu agentku, tak většinou se hraje ta bílá. A ta bílá by tady byla strašně vidět, jak oni hrajou tu šedou.
A teď se ukáže hlavně Huty.
Very interesting. We get to catch up with Batman Booga and Rapid here at the Grim Gate. This has been their drop spot for quite some time, coming out of Major 3 of performance. You know, if you start looking at the paper trail of Rapid and Batman Booga, everyone's marking them up towards the top 3 as far as the teams are concerned. And talking about top 3, it wouldn't be one without Cold and Acorn. They're just putting teams down. This time they do finish up against Andalex and Sato. They don't let them escape.
Já nejsem ani prostě já nejsem ani podobně, ani já bych ani na čtvrtku nebyl lepší než oni, jakože
nebo si... třeba to mali Bukovi ty internetky, jo, ale...
To teď mu padne. No tak skoro, tak aspoň běh.
Jak dlouho hrajete Fortnite?
4 roky.
Co? Já to hraju od minulý season.
Skybase going on here. This is going to be a full-on reset if it doesn't end fast. It's up again, Biko and Plixie. You know, obviously our second place coming out of game 1. Very much fired up, very much confident.
A můj kamarád to hraje 1 rok a je skoro lepší než vy.
And this is something that, you know, they were willing to contest Reed and Ritual for when it was Reed and Ritual at Reckless Railway. So now Biko Flixie haven't taken over that position. And it's funny because you asked Biko in the player lounge last night, hey, what do you think about the forecast tower? He's like, that's my forecast tower. You ask any of these players.
Něco kdyby kámo si třeba v té hře prostě bych třeba umřel, vole, jakože jako, ale jakože bych hrál třeba Fortnite sám, bych třeba záchvěl srdce.
Infarkt, že bys dostal jako.
Myslíš, že by to stoplo, nebo myslíš, že by, jak by to řešil?
Stopli by to, stopli by to a určitě tam mají medika.
Ale kámo, jak to stopnou? Myslíš jako...
And he's here, and he believes that paired up with Bryce, they are a perfect combination. So very interesting to see that both teams very much feel like they're entitled to this.
Jaká je tady taktika, kámo, na Fortnite?
Boots on the ground here. They're going to secure the car.
Nebo aspoň moje.
They have everything that they need here to go ahead and
to si podkopávej, vole.
Bolt comes in, takes down
Ježiši.
Whose tower is it?
Biko might have that key card, but how long can he really hold on to it? He's trying to just get out of dodge at this point, creating as much space as possible. But you know, Bolts and Bryce, now that they've isolated Biko by...
A jak běží to video a najednou spektatuje toho daného člověka.
And this is not just an elimination. This is not just a player. That is someone who holds keys to every single storm.
Vrši takhle ještě hodně lidí. Už v NÉCO prostě za pár minut máte 30 hráčů.
is waiting for them, and Bryce is going to go on now as he gets ambushed.
This was almost like an unexpected gift. Clone and Kremzu were situated exclusively for the bunker, and yet when Biko tried to escape because he recognized the fact, hey, I've just got to play for the reboot. I can't get back into this game. We'll deal with the forecast later.
Oh,
Kremzu and Clone, dude, too slick with it.
That was just dirty right there to get boxed up. But look, Bolts has the card, so he actually ends up.
And a little OG shotgun.
Maybe, yeah, he ends up dropping it just so that he doesn't, you know, bring that heat with him. So very, very interesting turn of events here.
Sure, you might have forecast security, but at what cost? Because realistically, if I'm Kramzu, I'm not letting you escape. And that's the thing, VEMTE knew that there was no reason for him to continue trying to hold on. He did not have the materials to feasibly escape unless he gave up that key card.
I actually love that we got to see him drop the key card as well, right? Just saying, hey, look, you can have it, man. My hands are in the air. White flag is waved. Go ahead, take it. And he plays for another day. That just really shows you
Bylo celkem kámo dobrý, no, že jim dal tu kartu za to, ať ho nechaj.
To všichni zaspívejte Peterbot. Není gold.
It's incredible to watch.
Wow, this is looking like a menacing situation building up currently though. Clicks, Veno, Acorn, Gold, Chap, Teeny, Cammy, Seti.
Takže všichni kempujeme do toho bunkra.
Anything better at this stage, but all these teams are just fixated on one thing, and it's likely the weapons bunker.
And you hear it, it's opening up right now, and Clicks and Veno the first to fold as they recognize, hey, there are 4 teams here. This is not the greatest idea. They double back to the campfire. They'll get their chance at the bunker, right? They'll be able to pick up some first, sit things out, let things settle.
I like that flyby though, Janice and Pixie, so it looks like Janice's rescue mission was a success. He was able to make his way towards a reboot van, but again, you have to start to wonder what kind of damage was he able to collect prior to losing Pixie. And now, Reckless Railway is heating up one more time because Vico doubled back.
Že vůbec nosí superhrdinky.
Trying to see if they can pose a threat.
Listen, Shadow, someone I've known for a long time. I've followed his career closely.
Čemu to mají?
Very, very scary player. Once he starts to get situated, game 1 jitters are out of the way now. Him and Virgo have been nothing but successful as a duo here. But wait a second, Vico and Flixby, as we know, again, are EU's best right now. Clearly some of the strongest fighters on the region. And then you have OCE's Dayanith and Tinka, right? Champions of OCE lurking nearby, seeing what's happening here. Trying to put OCE's stamp on it.
But Vico and Flixie, I mean, we're talking about you major 3 winners at this stage, right? You've got to imagine the level of confidence. Even when you
kolikrát streamuješ za týden?
Essentially, and for good measure, because
Dvakrát za měsíc.
been successful despite the fact that Vico wasn't
Dvakrát za měsíc?
Ne, úplně random. Jak se mi chce.
And that is not an easy feat by any means.
A můžu mít moderátora.
Okay. Figure out what's happening down here south on the zone. As things are just
Moderátor je tady s námi.
Shots are coming in from teams in the distance. Meanwhile, Queasy has that high ground.
Zdravím.
Dobrý dopa. Dá odpospíš.
Už jsem tady zase.
Čau, vítám tě na streamu.
Pak já za kemu fandíš ve Francii, aby to vyhrál.
You can hear the Monarch pistol, shots flying out overhead. Thomas making his way back towards him, but he's scouting.
Že já? Nebo?
No.
Alert now.
Hutimu.
A jakože globál, nebo místo Čech? Místo Hutima Kovaxe?
Jakože úplně, kdyby tam nebyl Huty, tak třeba nějakýmu třeba Klexovi, nebo Mrosevič, a nebo taky Mongrálovi. A když je tam Huty, tak vždycky Hutimu.
Huty je tam na vrchu, ne?
Representing here last game, phenomenal performance, ending up towards the top 8 eliminations as well. This game off to a hot start with 2.
Teď mi řekněte, jestli budu znít normálně. Aha.
You can just tell that Thomas HD and Queasy probably ecstatic about that loot llama they essentially just picked up from.
A jak můžou stihnout editovat ten stream? A to nejde editovat stream.
I'm feeling like maybe they're not getting enough tags in these fights.
It can also be so disorienting to other teams in the lobby when you're dealing with the likes of Chapentini, because they're just barreling down onto anybody that they encounter. They could care less about the caliber of player that they are dealing with in the
Máš danou webku jenom na sebe, by the way, jo?
and to clear out the space to make sure that their rotations maintain smoothness. But Giannis, layer below, Chapentini are currently
Giannis tady ještě nebyl, ne?
They are not the only ones. Premsu clone
lurking
Persa Ed as well. Close enough that they could definitely tango if they wanted to.
Giannis hraje vůbec s kým?
Chapentini, 130 below. Just mentioned that they're not finding the tag, and it's very clear, regardless of how many teams they've managed to fight, it just hasn't been successful. But this, so far, looking like the best here. Double armor walls come out. That's going to slow down all of their momentum here. And if I'm being honest, I think they have to keep pursuing it, find a new angle, do something else. They can't afford to stop at this point. Teeny's got a new angle here. He's behind Pixie now.
Že ten Sky, nebo jak se jmenuje, tak on dropuje na Hutyho. A on postoval na TikToku, že hej, Huty nás kontestuje, že ani do prdela. Že kdyby ho prostě padali, takže úplně vybombujou, no. A je poslední v tabulce.
To tak bývá, no, většinou.
Takže pro mě oni vyklepali Hutisku, jak jsem. A kámo, Falcon Tennis Champion, tak oni jsou ty, co vyhráli tu minulou hru.
Se budu zahrát Red versus Blue.
Ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. Co říkáš na to, co se? Zatím
bude toho čekání.
To čekání, to jsem ty 2 hodiny jsem mohl hrát reálně prostě nějakou challenge natáčet nebo rankedy. Tak nevadí.
Počkejte, jaký máš vůbec rank v rankedech?
Já jsem Diamond 1 jenom.
Aha, já jsem Silver.
Já jsem teď nehrál několik dnů, tak já jsem bot, jo, ty prdě. Jsem jenom Diamond.
Jakže boťour, já hraju jak úplný boťoušek, já mám Silver, asi 2 a můj největší rank byl Gold jsem strašný nubák. Neumím ani buildit. Ale na počítači umím víc. A mám horší aim. Ale to se asi nepočítá, když mám aim asista.
The problem is, when you're also a team like Muzz and Epic, you had the shield, you had the white heals, but you're losing all of it because you're just underneath that Storm Surge. Finally, they'll manage to catch a break in the form of damage. And they'll look to try and see what they can scavenge here at the top of Rift Island.
To flešek, kámo, ty tam jsou. Nedobrý, oni jsou dobrý.
Huty častej. Kovák s Huty, vidíš to? Nahoře. Leaderbot.
Už to se může změnit, no, jestli umřou nebo budou to furt grindit do té zóny. Pokud to vydržou, kámo, zase top 10, tak to bude nejvíc.
Otherwise, they will be sent back to the lobby for not doing enough.
Jinak já nehraju na Xboxu, ale hraju to přes cloud. A hraju na mobilu.
Hraju na mobilu?
Na mobilu?
Ano, je to velice moc.
To jsi mega dobrý na mobilu.
Vítej v klubu.
Já jsem hrál na mobilu tak před 5 rokama.
Já hraju do teďka.
A to je strašně.
Já hraju do teďka na mobilu.
Ono je to strašně lehký.
To mě tady ten bot, kam ona učil hrát Fortnite na počítači, a od té doby jsem napřevený.
No tak je to, když někoho...
Já se srandu. To je samozřejmě lepší, jak já. Mrk.
Mrk, no, doslova.
Ne, já to respektuju. Musíme respektovat učitele, víš co?
Já se chci strašně vydělat na ten Battle Pass, ale
já že na barák.
myslím výbat
strašně vydělat na ten punkt, co to vyděláš. Jako to.
ten film se Sopiket.
Já si to propítím od kapu, já tady, jak mám zapnutého toho kompa, tak já tady mám tak 40 stupňů v tom pokoji.
GG. Já ne.
That's exactly the kind of bounce back too that you would hope for, especially when you consider game number 1 probably.
Počkej, a ty jsi fakt nerodil v roce 2015?
Neodhaluju svůj věk a hlavně nemůžeš brát to, co je nám nejméně.
Takže jakoby ty čísla jako dotvrdují to, že máš klik?
No ale co když to potvrzuje to, že jsem si dal úplně random čísla.
Jo, už to chápu. Já jsem měl taky vlastně random čísla, já jsem měl 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Všichni se narodil v roce 1984.
Cože? Co?
At the same time though, Muzz is definitely a bit of a solo mastermind. If anybody could look for a clutch opportunity, the real issue that I'm seeing right now though.
Či jako chodíš vůbec jako do školy, nebo ještě jako třeba do druhého stupně, nebo na první stupně, nebo jak to máš?
Co? Já?
Kam chodíš, do jaké třídy, co se teď třeba probírá, tak jak škola?
Že já nechápu teď, jestli jsem mi ptáš na to, jestli mi jde škola, nebo...
Ne, do které třídy chodíš.
To se můj věk, ale...
Jaké?
Do druhého, myslím.
Do druhé?
Ne.
Jako na střední?
Ne, myslím druhý stupeň.
Nebo druhá třída?
Ne. Druhá třída fakt ne, ale já vím, že na to tak zním.
Ne, nezníš.
Ano, ale přestaň. Však takhle zním něco.
Já si pořídím
Kámo, slyšíš mě? Já zním jak kámo Peterbot na drogách, jako furt. Kámo, mám rýmu jak kokot, já zním jak Peterbot, když kámo mutuje. On nevíš ty jeho klipy, jak má furt, jak se mu...
Já ho vůbec nesleduju.
Já jsem se nikdy nekoukal.
No, oni jemu nějak říkají kreku, Peterbot.
Už máte full level? Že už máte full battle pass?
To bylo venku?
Je.
To bylo venku? To je řek? To bylo auto?
Co?
Poslouchej, já ti pošli na desku. Zkusí tohle, kámo. A poslouchej ten jeho voice. Mně si film, co jsem na jako jen si to mutní a pustit to potřeba na 5 klipů.
I'm on 65 ping.
Než pochopíš, kámo, proč víme Peterbot, kámo.
Guys, kids are shooting their bridge!
Ne, na toho hlukyho nestří.
They're boxing up in Rocky. Yo. Not gonna lie. There's two, there's one at the dock.
Chápeš?
Oh my god. You're right. This striker.
And we won our first game with 39. Yeah. Oh. All those placements, just to not placing fans. I'm not that far anymore. I'm 150 meters away.
Yeah. Away.
Žutej budu mít za chvilku level 100.
Peter's slow in the head.
Oh. Yeah. Agers, you are the biggest kid in this card. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
I know. I'm staring at it. I'm staring at the brick.
Oh my. Bro, why is your mic like that? Because I'm on fucking headset mic.
Listen, everyone, I'm making a new link.
Game is insane.
Acorn cold, very efficient. Found a slight inside.
Má strašně kreklej zvuk, vole.
In the real center. That last zone, but everybody's got to get a move on now. Poyo, Peterbot just doing what they can to stay ahead of the pack. That reveal medallion as well, gonna help them pinpoint some of these solos that might be running through these pre-existing builds.
Yeah, those extra layers right there, but look at this. Clicks and
Klik dal Peterbotovi.
and Poyo find Yuma as well.
Jak mi mohl dát crack?
Immediate competition, right? You want to start
Teda,
stopping those
no.
players that are up at the top of the standings. If you want to jump over them, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be very, very hard to do. But they are doing just that. Meanwhile, the wider shot tells us the whole story. There's an indestructible bridge separating the high ground layers from the lows.
And Vico, Flixie, they didn't manage to find them.
Nebudu spamovat do chatu Huty Goat. No.
Já, tak to potřebujeme víc lůz. Nešlo nic, nic, žádný makro. Píčo. Nice!
Huty Goat, Huty Goat. Huty Goat.
Konečně jdu do prdele.
Kdo?
He gets to heal out now and kind of wait this one out. Meanwhile, Clix is still alive here, working his way through the game. Queasy and Thomas make their way up to the ring.
Doufám, že to počítám.
Hej, nespamuj do toho chatu, prosím tě.
Okay.
Co?
Impossible for anybody to try and effectively challenge for high MDF, but we see crazy things happen.
Počkat. Moje zpráva je třeba až, já nevím. Počkat, od kolika streamuješ?
Kolik asi od 7, kámo, streamuju.
Před 2 hodinami, takže...
3 hodiny streamuju.
Neumím matematiku. Jo, to taky pravda.
3 hodiny.
Jak? Mě se tam ukazují 2. Hrajete někdo Bravo Stars?
Tak to má skámo, to má vyhrané, oni jsou se na high groundu, mají všechno, mají materiál, mají všechno.
Hráli jste někdo nebo hrajete Bravo Stars?
Hrával jsem.
Já to hraju, jenomže za 2 minuty to vždycky květnu, protože je to hrozný. A nemůžu, protože tam jsou čeliny.
Ty vole, teď dostane sodu.
To je totální spray.
Baka.
Who just went with a desperate play. Meanwhile, Trulex down low. If he starts to focus in here, he falls so
to mají vin, kámo.
Baka has high ground now. This is a little scary, but the tag is so good for Queasy. And then
Co chci jenom podívat.
But he extends that from 25 to now 26 with this last victory royale. Incredible stuff. I want to hear more for what Ada has to say.
That's right, yeah. Would you please give it up forward for Thomas HD and Queasy? Pop up for me, fellas. Everyone wants to see those faces. Let me see those faces. You know, 8 eliminations, a great start to proceedings there. Queasy, I mean, what is it like playing with someone like Thomas? He's got the eye of the tiger. He sees things that no one else sees.
I don't have to worry about
Ještě podívat na Reddit.
200 damage that game, 600 above or something, so it's pretty easy.
I mean, Thomas, you've been there. You've got
za něma byl já mluvil s ním.
NCS Global Championships. That would be the icing on the cake. Game 2, it's now yours. What have you felt out there so far? What do you feel in the lobby and players around you that are kind of causing you a bit of concern?
I mean, it's like really nice to play on the stage again. Like
We only have like 2 lands a year, so yeah, I'm just happy we won a game, like, and we can prove ourselves finally.
I'm seeing as well Queasy.
Není nějaký bug ve Fortniteu, že taková ta, ten laser od tý. War Machine Epiky, tak on je nějaký bug, že se tam zasekne někde ten laser.
Okay, I'd love to see it. And one more time, would you please forward give it up your game 2 winners, Thomas and Queasy! Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good here in the Raw? You guys have been amazing. You guys at home as well have been fantastic. A quick break from us again here on the main show, but do not go anywhere. There's loads more coming away. 4 more games today. Don't go anywhere.
Že si koupím ten. Nic, protože si dáme. Za 3 minuty.
Že si chceš koupit?
Takový ten pás, co má Alkan na záda.
Pás?
No. Tož rovnáč zad, ono tě to prostě, ty si to hráš, utáhneš si to, ono ti to jakože udrží rovný záda.
Jakože on to má někde na shopu, nebo co?
Ne, on se normálně koupil a používá to, když dlouho hraje a... Já mám skoliózu, já bych to měl nosit taky správně, ale... Ne, neměl bych to nosit, ale... Měl bych cvičit a protahovat celé, já to seru. Nevím, kouknu se jak to vypadá, s mě to zajímá. Rovnávač zad. Toto.
Já když se teď podívám na můj hlas přes ten stream.
Když se podíváš na stream, tak teď bys to měl vidět.
No.
Tohle.
Aha.
Víš, co to je?
To si dáš prostě jak batoh a utáhneš si to, jak moc to chceš a drží ti to rovný záda. Kde třeba já sedím takto, jakože já sedím jako takto, tak ty jak teď sedím zhrbeně, tak sedím špatně, já bych měl sedět takto správně. Vlastně vyšpulit
já mám tu židlu, kámo.
Vyšpulit hrudník já mám na židli, mám molitanový jako rovnač zad, ale je to úplně k ničemu.
A nebolí tě z toho záda?
No jakože bolí mě záda, ale ne z toho.
Aha, okej. Mě by z toho možná bolely záda.
Z toho, že nemůžu bolet záda, to je molitanový, to je měkoučký, takový plišový úplně. Teď to sleduje 100 000 lidí. Dobře, tak teď to 3000 lidí líbilo, ale...
Já jsem nejlepší kamohráč.
Však to nesledovalo ani 10 lidí.
Mám třeba tady zapnutý Steam, kamo. Tak, máme minutku, tak si zase minutku počkáme. Já jsem zkoukat tady na ty povinny. Ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. Koukáme právě na FNCSK. Máme za sebou první hru. Druhou. A za 15 vteřin nám začíná třetí meč.
Za kolik?
10 vteřin.
Okay.
Bezosajně jsem rebootplay. Pomoc!
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 2. Queasy, Thomas, HD get themselves the victory royale. And on top of that, 10 eliminations. They are looking for that Global Championship title. We interviewed them. You saw the confidence. They're here to play.
Well, Zeke, you went ahead and said on top of that. What about being on top of the lobby, Levin? I mean, Queasy, typical. Finding himself up on the higher ground, but the most impressive thing for me that game is, it's been very, very hard throughout the entirety of the year to play these metas from 8th zone, maintain the higher ground throughout the entirety of the end game, but they did it.
I mean, look, you say typical, but if you've been watching the EU this year, it's not been typical of Queasy, right? This year,
to
to suffer and watch Queasy do this whole
On se kapitán Amerika přesunul.
No.
Taková kontrolní otázka, koliká ten protein dělá?
Another level when it came shots he was able to hit, and you saw them just wiping out people below in this game. A top game from Queasy.
No.
Just wild to consider, right?
Vyžírám tu
The
misku
fact that they
jenom.
took height around like 8
Dobrý, já jsem si myslel, že si dám třeba druhý.
no one thinks about contesting
mám na
them.
něj
They
chuť.
head on over to Rift Island, flying
Oni
above.
náhodou, kuty. Jako zase tak jako...
If anything happens, we've got
Proč ne?
launch pads out if something were to go crazy.
Protože kámo to máš jenom v hlavě,
It's very,
ale...
very scary, right? Because now they're kind of setting a precedent. You give us high ground, you give us a victory royale.
Starting to see the effect, right, of some of the other teams being impacted earlier on in the game, right? Like we haven't Toyo alive in either one of these first two games yet, right? You know, VEMTE also struggling throughout that early game, not really able to find their footing either, which are typical names that we see go
triple edit na
But right now, when they find themselves up there, if there's no pressure being applied, it might be a little too easy for them.
I mean, I think the great thing for Queasy and Thomas here is that, of course, a lot of people saw that they were going to be landing that southeast and they wanted landing at that base. So they really going to be able to cook, especially with 4 zones, right? This zone pulled all the way across the map, and we saw that they were able to play out that spot with relative ease, causing problems in the mid game. Really nice surge-based positioning as well. They clearly have a game plan locked in here that seems to be working, Zeke.
Absolutely, and we actually have a listen-in from that moment on height. So let's take a look at this.
Spring. You don't have a dash?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
1 or 2. I can't.
74? Goes far. I'm single layering. We're gonna have to dash and fight though. Top 3. 2 duos. Maybe we fizz and drop down right now. We fizz and drop down right now for sure. I have armored still.
Bring the top.
Yeah.
I'm dropping late, okay?
Yeah.
Down late. I have no ammo. Can we drop the low ground or what?
Yeah, okay. Well, we can...
Fist.
Okay. Yeah. Fight this guy, yeah.
Look up,
Kill last one, yeah. Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. Bro. It's too easy.
You heard it. Get hyped, don't die. That's all their concerns. Just 2 things. We got to do this game. And man, just to see and like get to hear those comms is really special because we kind of get a little sneak peek into how they're choosing to operate. So calm, right? Very little comms. They're not like, hey, we're top 2. Don't freak out. Don't panic. It's just like, hey, here's the information. Top 2. Let's drop. Let's do this.
I mean, it was a great example of just the mix of that team, right? Queasy with very clear communication, that strong leadership. That's why he's considered one of the best IGLs this game's ever seen. But still having the trust in Thomas. When Thomas made a call and said, I want to do this, let's do this. Following that and sticking to that, committing to that, great teamwork.
Resource management, planning out the rest of the game before it even happens. But that little thing that I saw at the end there, you saw Thomas, he was editing out the floor. So that way the tarps above them actually would fall, right? They would break away. So that way Baka had nothing to kind of land on that was actually inside of the zone. Took away every single advantage possible from the competitors.
Those little things, right? Those little nuanced decision makings, so incredible. We saw there in the first place. Trulix and Chicho in first place by a massive margin there. And to think in this, they picked up 8 eliminations, right? So remember, we don't always need the victory royale. That helps, but if we're placing top 3 with 8 elims, y'all better look out.
Listen, me and Levin, we were sitting down in the practice area yesterday. Shout out to Reed. Was having a little bit of a conversation, and he was like, Trulix and Chicho, they're just so annoying. They just build ramps up. They get all of the storm surge in the world. It's just so random. And to see them make it into the end game is really no surprise when you kind of take that sort of strategy into account.
I think the big surprise here for anyone that's familiar with Trulix and Chicho is they're not the type of team you want to see or expect to see having 9 eliminations, right? There's a low elimination players, they play out their match really well, they play out their med kits like we saw them do there, right? Had the 3 med kits.
Když jak bylo ticho a ty si promluvil, tak já jsem se lekl.
But if they're going to be able to do that, Zeke, popping off and getting high elimination games, we could see them repeat the success they had last year at the Global Championships.
That is so crazy. And a final thing here to call out, Peterbot once again in a situation, he's left as a solo. This game, though, was a little bit different from them. They were kind of in shambles there, which is a little bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think still kind of finding the necessary amount of surge, I think, towards the later part of the game, right? I know we tuned in with them towards the earlier zones, like 3rd and 4th, and their storm surge seemed very, very fine. But as you can see right now, the struggles led to some material deficiency right there, and just the fight going for that Hoyo goes down, and yeah, again, Peterbot kind of left as a solo, but we've kind of seen those performances throughout the year with Peterbot, and these are the type of games that Peterbot puts up enough points to kind of hang on for the duo.
To zase žereš, kámo.
Koláček s larohem.
Ale to je celkem v pohodě. Já jsem si říkal, že máš třeba třeba smažený sýr, to vypadalo kámo.
Mám banánový koláček a tvarov.
We're getting right back into the action. There's more battle bus action to go, so this is game number 3. Casters, up to you.
Thank you guys so much, and yeah, NDF, we are approaching the halfway point.
But
what's even crazier to consider still, sure it's match 3, but tomorrow 6 more games to work with and a 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, that's right, and that's where teams start to hit the drawing board. I mean, Vino has expressed this before to us in his interviews. Day 2 is always the hardest, especially for players like him that focus so heavily into that day 1 prep. So this foundation that has to get built here and now is extremely important. Let's jump on the battle bus one more time.
Už to začíná. Jdem na to. Třetí zápas.
And just like that, match number 3 is upon us. The battle bus is departing one more time here today, and I think also, NDF, one thing we're really going to get a chance to see is how the micro adjustments continue to unfold, because at this stage, you really want to make sure you're setting yourself up for the best recipe for success heading into day 2, but this halfway mark could really be the telling tale.
Yeah, and we're kind of jumping back to match 1 by here. Cal Gamer, Haman versus CZB and Nathan. They won the first fight, kind of fizzled out the second. This one now is all up to Cal right here. Cal finds the first tag and no duo in sight yet. Kind of runs off to a safe spot. Very smart position to put him in. Meanwhile, Nathan has more time to go ahead and start healing up, but no material. We all know Fortnite's a game of builds and attrition, and if you have the mats, you usually have the fight in the bag. Cal Gamer comes on top for the Middle East.
That is a big clutch opportunity there for Cal Gamer, because him and Aman definitely need to start rebuilding a little bit more in terms of that leaderboard, but again, that vision in mind. First Ash, Malibuka, restored reels one more time. Oshi, Worthy, and Alex. I love seeing them lurk in the horizon, but the way that they've chosen to split that POI is pretty interesting.
I want to see more Worthy perspective in Alex there, but we have
to začalo? Nebo tam ještě okecávají blbiny?
Really big fight for FKS and Adapter. Who are winning at the moment. Tinka goes down. Daneth is down as well. And FKS and Adapter collapse from both angles so perfectly. Look at it from Adapter's perspective. Just catches him in the nest there, in the danger web. And it is over before they can even put down a build.
Have to love that supportive fire coming in as well. Perfect timing. Phaser and King, though, here. Phaser trying to do what he can, but at the same time, we'll have to just check back in with him, see how he manages as a solo for the time being, because we've got action heating up here at Restored Reels. So many medkits getting tossed out, but for Stash and Matt manage to take this one over yet again. 2 plenty of heals to work with as well, so they'll be able to recuperate nicely.
Take a look from First Ash's perspective there. He lands a great tag onto Worthy so fast. Then Malibuka finishes Alex. Almost finishes Malibuka even with the HP disadvantage, proving that he definitely had the better shot, but just going to come up short there. Meanwhile, Threats and Trashy have gone up against Peterbot and Boy, and you can see the results of that. Not very good for Trashy at the moment, but Man City Threats, if it's one thing that we know, is that he's a veteran of North America. He's going to stick around and try to put down some numbers here.
And a lot of players, definitely big fans of that thermal scope as well, but it's going to take more than 1 or 2 nice shots for Threats to work his way out of this position. Keep in mind, he's still possibly going to get sandwiched here if he's not careful. Peterbot Koyo still close enough that they could continue to play spoiler there for Threats. The Yapko and Swizzy also on the wraparound here. They're going to choose to just try and work their way through Charon's Crossing. Not really interested in sticking around.
Garrison Shari, center zone right now. Chasing down Phaser. Phaser gets inside the tunnel. We've seen some very fun plays go down here, but this dynamic not too exciting. And I mean, it's just simple math, right? There's only so many places you could be. Heroes takes down Shari. They already took down King, and that's going to be quick.
Máš 4 body. No, teď už jsem.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Queasy and Thomas HD right now, very much situated, coming off of the victory royale. No one, just like no one in sight either, right? Very, very comfortable as far as the spacing is concerned right now.
Hey, we already heard what the comms sounded like for Queasy and Thomas and what their intention is as far as the matches here today. Just get height, don't get eliminated. It's as simple as that, or at least it sounds like it on paper, but taking height is the real challenge.
It's so easy, right? Just do it, basically, is what Queasy's trying to say here. Keep the mentality locked in, and they do just that. And honestly, I think the more important insight, how much he depends and relies on Thomas HD, knowing that, hey, Surge, we got it covered. I have one of the best duelists, right? Like in the game right here, in the world. Thomas HD, no stranger to hitting those shots when they matter. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico, they have to make up for that shortcoming in game number 2, falling in the mid game.
Yeah, and it's all gonna pop off here yet again by the Forecast Tower.
Nevnu Discord, protože já bych možná i teď usnul, takže já budu jenom sledovat stream, jo? Tak čau.
Okay, čau, čau, díky za poklad.
To just sneak around the low ground, but it's not going to work this time as Bolts and Bryce find their first elimination. That's a nice amount of surge damage as well, so they can afford now to stay engaged in this fight for the Forecast Tower in comparison to maybe Vico, Flixie, depending on what their surge tags might look like.
Yeah, and you know, Job and Michael had that strategy. They were to come in with a surprise contest, and it just seems like things are a little difficult for them, but Swizzy and Jocko, right, talking about coming over insurmountable difficulties just to make it this far. Swizzy finding his footing here. He's gonna take down Ping and Walks. Just one of the 2 for now, but still, elimination starting to fall their way. These are critical points now for the tournament standings. On the other side, Clix and Vino make it out of the drop. And now they're on their way to the north side of the zone here. Still cold, so dangerous on the outskirts here.
Cold, making sure to just use the natural terrain, keep himself as concealed as possible. But again, Clix and Vino are more than aware of just how much attention the Forecast Tower is bound to draw towards them and their initial rotates, but it seems as if Vino and Clix were a little bit more fixated on trying to deal with Shari, Kiras, but now having to look back because of the tags that came into play from Cold and Acorn, and Sherry probably a little bit happy about having some of that pressure alleviated temporarily.
I saw Vino saying, wait, is that a solo rotating back here? So he's a little bit more keen now to rotate towards that duo. Nice find on the Cactus here. This map awareness from Clix and Vino, given that this is their natural terrain, is flexing right now. But Kiras and Shari, they let up the pedal a little bit, and all of a sudden now they're perched up above them. Flixie and Vico here do not want to give this one up here, though. They have chased Michael into the storm, who Michael just wants to save his teammate Job, but no. He's pushed the wrong way. First through Bryce and Bolts, now through Vico and Flixie, and just like that, it's over.
One of the beauties of LAN, I wish you guys could have witnessed it. Vico's mom getting a chance to see him in action, just shouting the moment that they find those eliminations. Love to see that kind of cheer forward. As Reet and Ritual, they're going to depend on each other here, trying to power through the likes of Toyota and Mipoli, but Ritual, he's lost his shield entirely, has more than enough to recover though, but what he needs is for Reet to continue to buy him time. So much pressure. Both Mipoli and Toyota choosing to take the same angle, at least for right now, but that could provide the wiggle room opportunity here for Reet and Ritual to get a wraparound effect.
We get to lock in right now. Asia has had quite the appearance so far. I'm looking at the standings on the side, but things are starting to get updated here. I'm seeing teams fall, players and teams get eliminated as things continue to develop here. And talk about Asian teams in the distance, you have Zagu up close, you have Bobby getting closer and closer. So It's almost like Re and Ritual are just getting surrounded by this entire region here.
And it's not just Asia either. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like Bugha and Aviv are also kind of moseying their way over towards this action taking place by the weapon bunker. But Re shredding through Mipoli's shield. Not enough to crack him. Just forcing him back. It's clear that Re and Ritual just want box control, take over the space overlying that bunker so they can make sure that they defend it with their own builds.
Well, Kyoto and Mapoli trying to situate themselves for the first stab at the bunker. Bobby and Larpex trying to do the same there as they lurk nearby. On the other side, though, high ground here for center zone, looking for any teams off in the distance. Chicho and Trulix, the surprise pop-up in that end game last round, really showing up for themselves there. Team Falcon and Valiant, must be proud of that one.
If he hits someone from right there, man. Okay, Chicho, we understand. The Monarch pistol, clearly one of your preferences for a reason, but still, I don't expect Chicho and Trulix to leave this position anytime soon. This is their bread and butter. Surge base up, take control of teams that are going to be forcibly rotating from those outskirt positions on their drops, and just funnel, control the way that they're actually moving on the map.
Oh, look at this. Unfortunately, second place Rise and Yuma now down and out. Once again, opening things up for a second there, but so far, that Asian team has put up quite the performance, right? Representing for their region. That's really the best part about this. We play all year to get the best players from every region globally together in one space to compete against each other. What a flagship event here, but on the other side, Vico and Flixie continuing the story here. They have the bunker now.
Probably rather content as well, knowing that they could take their time, but there is another team starting to approach their position, but it might just be a duo that's gliding overhead. Doesn't seem like they're gonna bother stopping or recognizing the fact even that there's a duo still lingering inside of this weapons bunker. Chapentini, on the other hand, dealing with the likes of Baka and Pars. Outskirts of restored reels, and this could be a rather dangerous position, because keep in mind, Trulix, Chicho, they've got a surge base nearby as well. They could look for prime third-party opportunities, get some good tags in here.
Chapentini now on the run here from Baka and Pars. Smart disengage, given that low ground terrain is going to be a lot more difficult to play from. Baka and Pars, honestly not in such a strong position themselves. 28 builds is nothing for a player like Baka, especially in this type of lobby. He really has to start to, piecemeal something together, or their end game is it's going to crumble. It's going to crumble fast.
Part of the problem for Baka and Pars, though, is that landing by the ship at station, their intent is to try and make a play for one of the forecast towers. We've seen them throughout the majors in the regular seasons, right? And they've tried to consistently make plays for forecast, but they've got to deal with the likes of Peterbot, Poya, who are also making rotates, and it can be difficult for Baka and Pars as well to just maintain their map position, because they have so many teams kind of surrounding them, looking to cut them off at every position.
Although it's only game 3, I do want to hit the VODs and see what's going on with Batman, Bugha, and Rapid there, as they haven't quite really popped off up to the expectations. But hold up, Rift Island now officially secured by Baka and Pars. This is honestly a very, very good pickup here, if they, of course, can get the loot, but an elimination would be even better. Teeny gets hurt in the process here. Chap secures the high position here in defense for his teammate. Singles out Baka. Baka down to just wood builds. They need to get some of the outskirts here. And already Chap and Teeny secure the center of course, what will be the cache, right? All the loot that's going to go in and spawn out of that.
Capture point could be a really big advantage here for Chapentini as well. Baka Pars recognize more than anything else, they need to try and rebuild their material count. Granted, Rift Island can definitely provide, at the very least, ample amounts of brick, but that's only if they're not disturbed in the process. And it seemed as if there are a couple more duos trying to make their way towards top of the Rift Island. Venom Flix also still hanging out inside of the storm. Comes as no surprise, though, really, when you consider the fact they like to stick in the storm a little bit longer than some of these other teams. They're usually pretty consistent about getting those surge tag damages, but they can also be very dependent on the vending machine to accrue the heals to make sure that they can afford this time inside Storm.
Vending machine makes a massive difference. Bunkers make a massive difference as well as far as having the heals to string together a strategy like this. Cammy and Seti clearly have a stronghold on their area. They're playing deep into the storm, and this is, again, a team that is no stranger to staying in the storm on these invitationals, on these LAN events, right? Like, we've seen it happen every single time. They almost welcome the storm, right? To stay away from the other opponents there.
Cammy and Seti, they were probably cheesing the moment that they found out the hover jets wouldn't be an option for players, because everyone knows, historically speaking, they perform incredibly well, if not possibly even best, during these no mobility or low mobility metas. So it comes as no surprise, really. They were able to find their surge damage, a little bit to work with at least, dead-side rotations, but Malabuka Merstash, jam-packed action potentially here at Restored Reels. Finding some decent shots, but more important aspect still is that Casper and Prism are under some heavy pressure. Those Storm Surge tags trickling in now might cost them all their splashes.
82 below. Pressure starting to rise here. Giannis gets pushed in, drops down to low ground. Just letting the Storm Surge kind of do its thing here for now. But Casper doesn't stop. He eggs on solo here into the wall of Pixie and Giannis. We've seen what happened to duos before. It normally doesn't end well. Malabuka and Merstash also lurking nearby, hearing what's happening here.
And again, you can technically out-sustain the damage that's dealt, but 25 a tick, not to mention the other teams taking notes, shooting at you as well. Shield crack has gone out. That might be the go sign here for Giannis and Pixie. They recognize the fact, though, this duo looking a little bit too desperate for him. Merstash, Malabuka instead gonna strike from behind. Casper, Prism, they were so fixated on Giannis and Pixie, they had no idea the real threat that awaited directly behind them.
Yeah, now Merstash and Malabuka have nothing to worry about. They have so much damage. The refresh is there. They're going to be fully focused in on likely getting to the new line of the storm here shortly. And they saw, like, you know, this team was fighting another team, so clearly they're very much aware. But wait a second, Pixie knocks on the wrong door. This is a full duo. Little did he know, he was likely thinking this was what was left of the other team that was just there, and Giannis falls for being out of position now. Merstash and Malabuka really racking up the eliminations this game.
Devious work there by Merstash and Malabuka, though. The way that they were able to separate Giannis and Pixie in that moment. Keep in mind, Pixie definitely still trying to do what he can, but yeah, that is just some very tactical play coming out of Malabuka and Merstash. Their chemistry definitely aligned. Pixie still trying to do what he can, but Malabuka Merstash, they know it's a solo hidden somewhere amongst the rubble of these pre-existing builds. Pixie trying to hope that he can maintain a little bit better position, but he's just getting shredded. The builds are not going to withstand all the shots coming in. Malabuka Merstash with yet another elimination. 807 damage above as well. They can take their sweet time now on the rotates.
You see it from Merstash's perspective onto Casper. Say, huge shot there in the replay. Very well executed. Well, that's going to set themselves up for success. They have nothing to worry about other than get to Storm now. For Vino and Clix, a little bit of a different story here. Still a successful game nonetheless. 2 elims, plenty of material to work with, especially in Clix's reservoir here. However, the damage will start to become a problem soon. But talk about problems here. Kanata's got a big one. He's got XZ Strashy on the other side of the wall. And no teammate, Cooper, who is the returning champion from last year, paired up with Kanata right now, is now found himself watching Kanata having to root from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, the Ship It station has just been fully skeletonized at this point. All the walls practically torn down. Other player builds replacing them, but Kanata has done a decent job, at least at forcing Trashy back. And in fact, Trashy so low, Kanata not going to be able to get the outright elimination just yet, but he's hunting it down. Trashy just hoping that he can buy himself a little bit more time, and Kanata's got to be careful, because Queasy and Thomas, they're also nearby.
We already know Queasy and Thomas have the confidence coming off that last game. Big rotate coming out on the other side, though. It's Agers and Rise who are on the move right now. Rise going to be the first to fall in this exchange here to the hands of Bolts. It seems Bolts and Bryce to get the elimination credit here. And Bolts and Bryce are holding on just barely. And Bryce willing to stay in the storm. He needs these materials, trying to pick up what he can here to go and get himself a foundation to work with. And this is a congested side of the storm. Look at how many teams, how many players are sitting around this general area.
This is a lot of our northeast-based teams as well. And Bryce, at least with that refresh on the material count, he's going to be able to at least dictate which direction he wants to head next. Might be able to protect himself on the disengage as well. Agers, though, might not find himself in a similar fashion. Still, the armored wall will at least prompt a forcible disengage for the time being. Everyone recognizing the fact they've got to scale over this hillside as they approach the raft.
Well, time to make a decision. Agers goes for the fight. And now he's in the storm, but a tag is going to set him off here. The clock is ticking here. Just a couple moments left, and he jumps onto Muzz and Epic Whale. Tries to go for the axe through the wall, but instead delivers the loot to the hands of Muzz and Epic Whale, who really needed that, but the storm ends up doing the rest there on this back edge. And it's just one problem after another now since match one for Epic Whale and Muzz here. It's going to be difficult to ask Epic to do much more at this point, given the situation.
Epic just hoping that he can survive, but that dream is shut down instantaneously. Just domed from a distance, and not much left to do except sit and wait for match number 4 to begin. Trulex, on the other hand, though, no Chicho again. Some of our teams that are just trying to lead, unfortunately finding themselves in these compromised positions. If Trulex goes down now, MDF, that's going to be a heavy hit to placement points.
Yeah, definitely will set them back, given that they set themselves up with such a strong position now after that first game. Obviously coming in with a little bit of a lead, but how long can that lead last when you have people like Peterbot and Boyo putting sights on you? And looking at that update there, Cold and Acorn are down. Yuma and Rise are also down. This match 3, almost a defining moment for some teams here that had a real chance to break away, but as all things balance here, it's almost like we're brought down to reality. So Trulex, really the only player now in the lobby that has a 30-point gap, but for how much longer?
He's just trying to stay as concealed as possible and hopefully connect.
An elimination, really?
Dukes now forced to play this one out as a solo. His box gonna get collapsed upon. Eco though loses Quixie. Another one of our teams in the top 5 wiped out.
That is actually going to be very, very important for everyone who's on the bubble now, looking to jump up into that top 5 spot. And even better for the likes of Peterbot and Boyo, who are very much there. Thomas, HD, and Queasy, who have been running their way up the standings here. Look at this late rotate, allowing them to have this much visual. Not even needing to build walls on the side is a sign of confidence on its own.
Look at this Thomas now. He was just taking shots at the lobby leader. He's still got his sights set onto Trulex. Might have even identified him as a solo, but they're going to find themselves chopped. Malabuka, Merstash now trying to make their approach towards Queasy and Thomas. Meanwhile, Peterbot Boyo, they're currently sitting inside of top 3, 3rd place to be specific, and they're going to instantaneously take over the hill. Prime position, also catching shots, tags, connecting onto Queasy. But the hill height is the real W here.
Well, I hate to call it early, but it is not looking good for the lobby if you're rooting against Peterbot and Boyo right now, as they've got themselves the natural elevation, the material count, and the base already set up. Meanwhile, Queasy finds himself in a bad rotate there, taken down. No elims earned this game. No chance that Thomas can survive there if he doesn't fight his way up. He doesn't even have mats here, the shield bubble, the saving grace, but also the flare to the lobby. Hey, I'm over here.
There's only so much that Thomas can do from this current position. And first, he's got to break through Yapko and Swizzy, throws out the shield bubble. It's his last hope at this point, hoping that there isn't a duo underneath him, but unfortunately, he won't even get a chance to reconsider where he wants to go next. Peterbot and Boyo more than content to take the shutdown.
And they're the team up top, looking down on the rest of the lobby here. Other NA players still here, Reet and Ritual. But you have EU's Huddy on the front side with Kovacs there. Peterbot looking down, putting tags onto the roofs of these builds. Huddy and Kovacs have 7 eliminations, but very little material now. It's going to get super scrappy down here. They're in that conversation of top 5 here, though, as they've managed to nearly fight their way into a top position now. But things are slowing down. Everyone really thinking about what the next move's going to be, what's best for their situation here in the tournament. Murstache, Malabuka look up. They say no. Peterbot and Boyer are still there.
Huddy and Kovacs, they're actually going to opt to play from inside Storm. Now they're going to make their move, but they're so late on this rotate. Peterbot and Boyer are bound to catch wind of this. Immediately, the shots rain in. Kovacs trying to scurry around, but he won't escape. There's too much pressure. Peterbot too accurate as well. Another duo life getting flamed here in the mix. Murstache, Malabuka now.
Peterbot je nějak moc přesnej.
The zone is not going to be controlled by Reet and Ritual much longer. Malabuka, Murstache here to play.
Yeah, and they did all that for a top 5, right? Look at how slow things have gone here because everyone wants placement points, but the problem is now you're giving Peterbot and Boyo so much more time to decide about how they basically want to win this game here.
Ritual still trying to work his way through. He's crouching, he's breaking the builds, but Peterbot and Boyo MDF, I hate to call it early, but they are looking primed to take over here in match 3. Unless Murstache and Malabuka have something to say about it. Currently contesting Yapko and Swizzy. This could be a massive refresh for builds.
Swizzy and Yapko, 8 elims. What a monstrous game for them here. Top 3, breaking his way through the builds here. He still has a lot of gas in the tank here to work with, but Malabuka and Murstache put up such a strong defense there. A great tag onto Murstache to go in and set things up, but he steps in now. It's time to throw it all down. It's all or nothing. Right hand peek here for Murstache is going to work well. Peterbot and Boyo jump down from the high ground to go ahead and get in the mix. One of those goes to them. Murstache is down. Malabuka's down. 2v2. All they got to do now is find the last shot, and Boyo, hungrier than ever, is going to get one. They just need the second now.
Peterbot, Boyo, they're tracking him down. Swizzy staring just a layer above. Boyo's gonna fall though. This could be massive. Swizzy could actually take it, but Peterbot trying to shut that tree down. Peterbot, oh my God, is all he needs.
Peterbot to uznul.
Peterbot and Boyo get taken down to the
hands of Swizzy.
Phenomenal job there.
Let's go.
Just when you thought it was over, just when you thought he didn't have a chance, they clutched it up, they pulled through.
I have to put a little bit more respect onto Swizzy's name here. Keep in mind, he's a powerhouse player coming out of EU, but Adam, close on sight.
Thank you so much. Give it up.
Hello.
My jsme se celou dobu neslyšeli, kámo, skurvený Peterbot to prohrál, kámo.
Aha, jsem si říkal, že jsem nevyšel, jo, vnuznul to.
Ježíš, kámo, to strašně jouknul. 1v2, kámo, to vyhrál.
Not as hard.
Competition so far, but yeah, you guys are looking very good too. Three games of this competition. How has it felt for you two as a duo? Is everything panning out as you expected?
Yeah, we just adapted very good, I think, and we're just playing our game. I think it's pretty good. I'm pretty confident we can play good.
Ale kámo, v tabulce jsou o 40 bodů.
What do you guys do behind the scenes?
Je čtvrtý, kámo.
Kolik mu je borcovi, kolik je tady tomuto borcovi třeba?
Rest and relax for a second.
Yeah, we're just gonna take some break, like relax and think about next 3 games.
And I'm gonna ask you as well, watching that at the end there, you watched Swizzy in that one-on-one. Are you feeding anything through on the comms then, or are you just keeping quiet and just letting him do his thing?
I mean, I'm just calling behind him, you know? I'm just telling him everything. Because I was still alive, so I could see everything on my screen.
Love to see that. One more time, give it up for Swizzy and Yapko, everyone!
Jako myslíš Swizzy, kolik má, nebo Yapko?
No one booked me for the halftime show. I can't believe it. I'm devastated. I don't hold grudges, but I actually blame Zeke. I could have done a repertoire of my Fortnite Festival classics, and I couldn't do it. Zeke, I blame you. It's over to you, buddy.
That's okay, Adam.
Pětiminutová přestávka.
Most people do. My gosh, Swizzy here. You could tell in the moment that like Swizzy's in like almost like a state of shock. Like he was literally shaking, and it's because he 1v2s Peterbot and Pollo. How many people in that exact situation? You're literally just like, it's, that's it. These are the guys that I don't want to be fighting. This is in the final moments of the game, and he answers the 1v2.
18 už mě, 18. And you're like, yeah, this one's over.
We all thought
Peterbot and Pollo, yeah, they got it, right? Up on the higher ground, and then it comes down to the 1v2, and it's like, yeah, they got it. And yeah, I don't know, Swizzy just hitting incredible shots from the low ground.
Ale kámo, Hutej čtvrtý celkově zatím.
Reloaded right there at the end. Makes all the difference.
We are in the Swizzy era, man. I can't.
Že mega dobrý.
It's taken us so long to see this.
Kámo, myslím, že tam je 50 minut čtvrtý.
This is what we've been missing out on. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see what we have in store. This guy has been performing at the highest level of Fortnite for about a year now, right? We saw towards the end of last year in Chapter 4 just how impressive he was when he won FNCS with Putrick. We wanted to see him at Globals. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Even this year, they qualified. They've been dominating EU. We couldn't see him with Vanya, and we thought, oh my goodness, I mean, cool, we get to see him, but it's not going to be the full power duo we thought we would. Good man, and Swizzy in particular, shining as always.
I just cannot believe that 10 eliminations onto that duo. And again, on the flip side, right, we still have to give props to Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, right.
They just absolutely dominated that game for so long. And those final few moments, right, when there's 3 duos remaining, you just wait. You're like, okay, when they start to fight at the bottom, we look to strike. Unfortunately, though, Swizzy was on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually one of those games that Peterbot and Pollo pretty much secured second place, or it, could have been that victory royale way earlier than that. It was actually the 6th to 7th zone pool where everybody was actually northeast of Grimgate, but then the zone pulled southwest. It pulled all over that green river that gave everybody the dashes, but the difference there was that Peterbot and Pollo, they actually saved those dashes for 9th zone. Once they were able to rotate in the 9th zone, they used those dashes, they got ahead of Queasy and Thomas, they built up on the hill, and they had high ground for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and like you said, from there you just expect it to be easy street. And for the most part, it was. Unfortunately, those final moments, we know just how tough they can be. But it's such a great sign for Peterbot and Pollo, right? We just talked the game about how, look, those games we saw earlier are probably some of the worst games we'll see them have, and yet they were still racking in big points. It only gets better from here.
I want to, we got to take this to a listen from those few moments because that was just a crazy run from Peterbot and Pollo. Let's take a look.
Sorry. We can get up left and get height. We can get up left and get height. Come.
Pič, já mám nerva, kámo.
35.
Co tady bude další, kámo, correct voice od něj?
30. Look here, no bills. Yeah, got it, we're good. 13 alive, by the way. Everyone's stacked. I think everyone's stacked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah. Just look at the team's friend.
Yeah, I'm looking. Duo. They drop.
This team right here. This 60, no bills.
361. Give me coin.
Yeah.
Give me coin. Right here.
He's reloading. Guys.
Always great to actually listen into the comms. 11, we were actually having a conversation about Peterbot's comms. You were listening to them over at EWC. Compared to there, what's the comparison?
I mean, at times, right, in some of those games, you maybe was getting a bit quieter. I remember some of his teammates on the key, they were complaining, you got to talk a bit more to us, Peterbot. The communication, much more in his element here on this big stage.
Nice. I love to see there in those final few moments as well. In that situation where they made that beautiful little rotate up the hill, right? At that point, second place through, they're gone. And now they're thinking, okay, we have an opportunity here. We can really look to pull away. And again, just kind of telling the lobby, we are on height. You're not going to get to play the game. But when we're ready, we'll go ahead and pick you all up at the bottom.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, they're in first place. No surprises there. I think it's interesting how even with their success, if we're going to be critical here, I think we're seeing the effects of the whole Raft situation where they're not getting that whole POI to themselves. It feels like in some of the NAFNCSs this year, they would have gotten a POI like that all to themselves and been able to run with it, have cap loot. But the lack of loot, you'd argue, means he can't spray as much towards that back end. When he runs out of shotgun ammo, he can't switch to his AUG, right, and use that. Small, fine margins, but it's, causing a difference here. But if they're going to stay in first place, I mean, he's not going to be too bothered at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm happy you actually brought up the point of the wrap, because that game we actually saw something a little bit different. First 2 games was very, very passive. No elims were kind of happening over there. But this game, Peterbot actually picked up Trashy very, very early on. Yeah. So that could be the adaptation that they're kind of looking for to make sure they just get that extra little bit of an edge coming out of the wrap.
And Cammy, right? They also find another impact over on Cammy to disrupt them and their plan. So just crazy. Malibuca Mustache as well, 3rd in that last game. Dude, I don't know. Like, think back to game 1. Malibuca Mustache just had this horrible game. They're just shambles the entire time. They're going down in zone. They're picking each other up. And now they come out swinging 3rd place with just an unbelievable performance.
Well, Malibuca and Mustache, that game number 3 right there, they actually took it to Alex and Rory. They elammed them very, very early on. But they didn't leave their POI. They did not leave reels at all.
Yeah, she just
remained in the zone. And I think they picked up like 3 more eliminations from the POI alone, just picking up stragglers, picking up rotators. So awesome to see that they're very, very familiar around that POI, so much so that they can find elims even later on in the game.
I mean, when you look at Comp Fortnite this year, Vivid, it's been a matter of surge basing here and there.
Yeah.
That is not Malibuca and Mustache's game, right? They want to go into places where people are going to rotate into them, and they want to fight people, and they did that so expertly here. And it felt like a vintage game for them, even towards the end game, right? Just causing havoc on lower layers is what they were always known for doing. And so it's great to see them in their element here on LAN.
I wanted to call out their 6th place Chap and Teeny. We see them just go up a few points there. They managed to fight that Rift Island, fight for that Rift Island and claim it. But we did not see them in that end game, right? Think back, they won game number 1, and then it's kind of, they're not necessarily stalling out, but there's something that is kind of keeping them from hitting these final few end games. What's going on? What do you think?
Maybe it's the giant.
Kind
of expecting them to land. They're actually landing over at the Nitro Dome, right? Which, you know, very like them kind of just randomly land somewhere. And maybe we're kind of seeing the effects of that, right? Maybe now that players around them have kind of adapted to how those rotations are kind of being made by them. They're like, oh, so this team's going to be doing this now. We're obviously not going to allow them to do that or something like that. But I'm sure there's adaptations being made by some of these players.
Absolutely. I wrote down a whole long list of like effects of them switching up their drop and the team's effects. Before we get to that though, right? Them landing on Nitro Dome, some added context. It was the spot they landed at, right? Last season, right? When they were playing. And when you actually look at where they were deciding to land, they never really committed to a spot, right? At one point, they wanted to go reckless and they were going to go towards the underworld. And it's funny, I spoke to Kamara and Luke a couple of days ago, and they were like, for sure, those guys are going to go Nitro Dome. They knew, they were like 100% those guys aren't committing to whatever they're saying they're going to commit to. They're going to land on us. And I guess they were very prepared for it. But even then, man, Trapantini is the kind of thing you expected them to do, right? Have some sort of switch up in game plan.
I love that the casters going into that game called out micro adjustments, right? Game to game, we're just thinking these little nuanced things. How do we get the upper hand on all of these duos? And of course, now being the halfway point is more important than ever to do so.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you actually brought up that halfway point, right? And quote unquote adaptations, because now that we are actually in that halfway mark, the players are off the stage. Right. They're actually behind the scenes right now. And right now they have the opportunity to not only talk amongst themselves, right? Kind of get refreshed, kind of reboot back up into the competition, but the opportunity to also talk to their coaches who are hopefully seeing things that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some of the coaches that are here, right? We were talking to Sven and Razari, right? Those guys coach a bunch of the players here, a bunch of the top teams here. And there are some top teams, I think, who have maybe had a quiet first 3 games. So there's going to be plenty to talk about behind the scenes.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. The players are currently on a halfway point break. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away. When we return, though, game number 4 from the FNCS Global Championship.
Zase 3 minuty čekačka. No, takovou tu polohovací židli bych se mě teď hodila, tu brďo.
Ježíš, kámo, to budeš fakt hrát takto.
No, asi bude.
Pojď, vyhraješ tak. Ježíš, kámo, no. Ale to je normálně. Čož. Tak tohle bylo třeba nejvíc unlucky, co jsem kdy měl. Řekni mi, až se zase bude hrát.
Jo. 15 vteřin. Teď. Tak ještě se bude kecat.
Fortnite fans, Kelly Link here in the Creator Lounge, where I am just surrounded by so many incredible people, and two of my favorite people are going to be joining me right now. Panda, Jacob PR. I feel like we're bringing it back all the way to NA West on the FNCS. It is so good to be talking with you guys. How you doing, Panda?
Hey, listen, it's the Global Championship, so you better believe we're loving it. What's going on, Texas?
It is so exciting, so electric, and I know that so many people here are excited for Game 4, but we do have a little bit of a break, Jacob. But when that break comes back, I'm ready for Game 4. What about you?
Oh, I'm definitely ready for it. Even though there's like a little bit of a slow start and some hiccups, including that last way the game ended, Peterbot and Pollo, oh my God, this is a legacy in the making, and there's 9 more games throughout the weekend, and I couldn't be more stoked.
But man, I thought that was going to be Peterbot and Pollo's game. Everything worked out so well from them on high ground, where we've seen them time and time again. But who was waiting for them on the low ground? Swizzy. Is that something you could have expected, that 1v1 going out that way?
Honestly, yeah, I can't lie. I predicted that was going to happen. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But no, honestly, really it is the nerves, right? That's the biggest moment that Peterbot's had of the day. He came down, he tried to take the fight, and unfortunately it just didn't go his way. But that's how it happens sometimes.
But even without the victory royale, Peterbot and Pollo are currently sitting in first place, and I think that's something a lot of us kind of expected today. Do you think they're going to keep this going?
I 100% think they do. Consistency is key, and in a lot of their big wins throughout the course to get here, it's been their consistency, and Pollo, I think, has been a huge backbone for this roster that doesn't get enough credit, so just a big shout out to Pollo.
Well, speaking of giving credit, Swizzy, absolutely incredible. Not even playing with his main duo of Yapko and still taking the victory royale. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, honestly, listen, you can't count out Swizzy. He is a phenomenal player playing with Yapko. Obviously, shout out Vanyak for not being here. But honestly, this duo is special. They still have a very, very good shot at taking that top spot. So just there now does not mean they've secured it. I'm telling you, there is still a lot of games to play.
Guys, I am so grateful for you to chat for me real quick. And before I let you go and go back to the desk, where can people find you? What do you have planned for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, listen, we got a ton of great stuff going on this weekend. Make sure to check out Life with Panda, Life W Panda on all socials. Jacob and I are hosting a post for you. Tune in. I can't lie. Live. And of course, the lovely Kelly Link. I'll let you send it off.
Oh my goodness, thank you. But real quick, Jacob, where can people find you? I know as far as watch party goes, you are constantly streaming FNCS watch parties. Where can people find you?
On Twitter and Twitch, you can go to Jacob NVPR, because I'm the most valuable Puerto Rican in this place.
Thank you guys so much, and let's head back to the desk.
No, Jacob!
Yeah, that's Jacob.
Dude, I love Jacob PR, bro. I'm honestly thankful he's not here because if he was, he'd be so tall. Anyway, thank you so much to Life with Panda, Jacob PR. We love you guys. And I like that Panda kind of called out one thing specifically. There's still like a lot of games left to go. Keep in mind, we
ten týpek, já teď hraju 1v1. A týpek je nejlepší hráč, co se kdy za celou dobu proti... Mám nejlepší taktiky. On ví, kámo, všechno nemůžu.
OG custom loadout. OG custom loadout. OG custom loadout.
Big question mark. How is Acorn and Colden and Alex and Sato going to go? And right now, you know, game number 1 is a little bit passive. Games 2 and 3, though, Acorn and Cold have come out with 2 eliminations each one of those games.
Yeah, that's huge, man. I mean, Acorn and Cold, if it was a contestant, would have been a favorite to win, right? So seeing how they did there was going to be crucial.
That's right. I actually just got word. We have an interview lined up. Adam Savage is standing by with our duo in the first place. Adam, what you got for us?
Well, I've currently got with me the leaders of our competition right now. Peterbot and Poyo join me here in the player lounge. Fellas, it has been an unbelievable start of proceedings. Peterbot, 23 eliminations. Looking 23, I think so. Both of you guys so far, yeah. He was like, just me? 23, so... but he expects that. He expects 23 straight off the bat. What's that?
I gotta have 17. My AR aim right now is looking crazy. 17.
Okay. Well, I mean, whatever happens, it's looking strong, and you're very much in the lead here. Poyo, walk us through the first kind of like couple of exchanges on the forecast tower first and foremost. You guys got it 1 time so far. Does that kind of does it concern you at all? Is that a real issue, or are you guys just kind of like heading through whatever happens regardless?
No, I think the first game, like we were getting held by a team, blocked apart in the second bush. After we were able to get to the forecast, we were fine. No one could. The next 2 games we were able to get it. It didn't spawn.
So as well, like the zone shifting left, right, and center for you guys. How's it fun those first 3 games adapting as well? I mean, we saw this being a lot of players going to challenge you guys. You clicks in that first game as well. That must have felt real good too.
I mean, it's not like I felt good. It was just like I was like, so he got eliminated. And, basically, I just got like 5 eliminations in 1 zone, and then like the win, like that I expected to win. And yeah, I mean.
Talk me through that exchange as well. That was super right very Does those kind of moments get under your skin at all? Do you kind of feel those? You're just going to move on to the next thing?
No, we got
second,
so it really doesn't matter to me. We're in first by 40 points.
Čau, vítám mě na streamu.
I mean, looking good. Poyo, I've got to ask you as well. We have the crowd as well going wild. Obviously, you guys. Peterbot gets on in home court advantage.
It's amazing. It brings me up as well. Like,
well, you guys have an unbelievable year thus far. Will they make it another win under their belts? For 3 games in so far, it's looking very, very good for people. But for now, it's back to their seats.
One of my favorite things about Peterbot, I'm going to say something. I love that. Obviously, they're
Je to totálně toxic.
An amazing player. He's just like, yeah, Peterbot, you wanna just talk to the team. I'm just gonna sit way over here, talk to the team. Yeah, things are great.
Oni týmujou proti mně.
That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, but I think it really works for them, right? And that's what you kind of need when it comes down to duo dynamic, right? Somebody's a little bit more vocal. Maybe that's how it kind of goes.
Já hraju 1v3, jo, to je super.
I think when you look at the dynamic of that team, anybody that plays Peterbot is gonna have to put their ego aside. Yeah, you know, you could talk for days, that young lad. But I mean, look, he's a top player and he backs up his talk with performances in game, and it was interesting there.
On týpek mu předvídá jak knihu.
Tam odkladání moc tipný, to mě nebaví.
It doesn't matter, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, I think it's that sort of mentality to just keep going, even when things don't quite go right, is the key to why they're so successful.
Yeah, I mean, I look, 12 eliminations, Victor Royale, or it is the Victor Royale. Now, if you definitely want that
dostal skillou blbečku.
12 eliminations in a second place.
Já jsem dostal 200.
Ton of points, and as he called out, he eliminates the second.
Nebaví mě to, ale kámo,
to nebaví, no, oni tady prostě na mě týmujou, jeden bude z něj pořád zvedá, ten druhý je zabíjí.
Now, we were kind of talking about something prior and now they have the opportunity to go ahead and converse amongst themselves.
Já jsem je vyjebal,
What can we kind of
ježiš,
expect going into game number 4 to maybe change, if anything at all?
Tak hlavně, že jste se zatýmovali, že? Kámo, hlavně, že jste týmovali. Šašci. Kámo, nebudeš stavět z těch stěn železných, že ne? Jsem nejlepší hráč, kámo. Tady.
Yeah, no, I think Acorn and Cold definitely are going to find themselves within the top 10. I actually predicted that they were
ten nejlepší hráč,
number 1. Right now,
počkej, kámo. To není možné. Kámo.
I think most people who know me know I'm a big Cold fan, and I'm a massive Acorn fan as well, and I really do back these guys to do well in every given situation. I think even though with 1.5x points, we saw them in Major 3 and NA not having the best day one. 1.5x, the comeback that they had, they're always going to be in the competition. No matter how far down the leaderboard you go, until we get to the game 11 tomorrow, right, they're going to be in this competition. And when you have that ability, that's a real big strength.
We actually have a listen from this last one, so we'll see how this goes.
A zase nebudu tancovat gridy, jak ty ne, blbci. Zabij ho. Zastreamuji, kámo, já je zase vyklepu oba. Oni mě zhodí dolů, kámo, ten můj tým mě vezme a zahodí mě. To je konec. Ahoj, ahoj, vítám tě na streamu. Mě zahodí prostě jak pytel brambor. To je end. No dobré, už si zakončil.
Ale týpek mě nejvíc předvídá, to není možný.
On to lůznul ten borec, jež mě je zlé, kámo. Prosím, pušni ho. No, konečně něco udělal, kámo. Konečně něco udělal ten borec. Tak pojď.
Yeah, it sounds like there was actually an adaptation I mean, there, right? Should we swerve? And actually, they went ahead and did it. There was actually a different idea going into that game.
Imagine, že tě vypleská děcko, co má streamu, já mám ping 100 a dostane prostě ping
when something goes wrong on the drop.
Prosím, zase budu týmovat, přesně budu prostě tahat a zdržovat. Ta aura je úplně ožrala.
Jde ti ten stream? Jako na fondy. Co?
That's right, our players are making their way back onto the stage right now. We are preparing to kick off game number 4 of the competition. As we continue to kind of talk about this micro Robin, you called out something before, you know, right here recently. The fact that Chapin, they kind of, the secret tap into that and how to kind of discuss how one decision can kind of change the whole game. Can you talk me through that?
Absolutely. I think you see instantly as we kick off game 1 the effects of one of the teams nearby to the Nitro Drone. Right, the Majors, right? They get taken out, wiped out by Chapin Team and Paul. They're a team where you look at their game plan, things were so set in stone, so clear for them. That would have been a big shock for them. Again, that ruined their momentum in the start of the competition. You look at Chapin Team, they're a team that wants to have good loot. They're a hungry team. What they're going to do, they're going to play for that bunker towards the windmill south of Nitro Drone. Who else in the lobby likes to play for that bunker? Hicks and Leonard, right? So they went there in, I think it was game 2, and Chapin Team is sitting on it, right? Again, now that game is a bit less loot than we probably would have had Chapin Team not switch things up. So don't even land that Nitro Drone are affected by the fact that Chapin Team have chosen to land there.
Yeah, and sometimes those are kind of like the instant effects. The bunker, those type of positions. Pulling up slightly to the north, and whenever that happens, teams like NÉCO spend so much time out in the storm, and that strategy is actually used by a bunch of teams here. But when you add in that extra team, right, as kind of of adding like or acting as like a blockade for some of those rotations.
Ale mu dá pumpa víc samozřejmě. Samozřejmě jeho modrá pumpa dá větší damage než moje fialová.
And I think too, when we kind of we'll remind ourselves of previous majors, I feel like in those situations, a lot of the duos are kind of like a big ego, right? It's like, I'm losing this situation, I've got to commit, and then we're eliminated, now we're waiting a game. I think all the way back to even Vika, right, the fact that his duo goes down, he's got card in hand, and his options are, I go for forecast, I just run away with the card, or I drop it. And that's not even something I would have even thought of, but he does it. And so those little decisions, once again, really rippling through the game. So interesting to me.
Yeah, that's one of those fights that keeps happening consistently, right? Vico, Flixie versus Bryce and Bullets, so much so that now it's a consistent thing that's happening. Other teams are like, whoa, this is happening over here. Let's get involved.
I mean, the big difference there, right? You know, for Vico and Flixie here versus on EU. On EU, they would have just rolled the teams who were landing. Yeah. Right? That's what happened when you hit a point where, at, you know, Major 3, teams weren't even landing on the forecast. They were just getting it for free. Here, Bryce and Bolts aren't going to be pushed over. Teams there before. They are going to fight and they will be successful at times. So how do we...
Teďka předvídám úplně. Teď se udělal naopak. Teďka předvídám já.
That's fine. Forecast is yours, but everyone land. They're just like, nah, we're gonna let you have it.
It's just a combination of two regions, right? Like you mentioned, I really like that point actually, as both of these teams have experience fighting teams over at the forecast tower, right? And typically, if you're on your own region, you're just kind of fighting one team. And now it's two players or two teams that are kind of used to winning, used to fighting, meeting on the international stage.
Ooh, the breakdown, crazy, but it is that time once again. We are ready for more crazy, but it is that time once again. We are ready for more action. Game number 4 is upon us. Casters, take it away. We're a quarter of the way into this 2-day competition. Let's not forget, this is just the start now.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way that things have been going, it is just absurd to think, MDF, that Vivid Shirt is still holding strong, at least for the time being, because Peterbot and Polio have technically put NA.
And they're doing it. They're putting up the performance. It's a pretty EU-heavy top 10. We always expect that, though, right? More teams, more chances. Well, let's see it for match number 4. Game number 4, the pivotal moment, the critical moment in your tournament day for the first day of the FNCS Globals.
Yes.
You might be asking, why is that? That's because after the last 3 games, after you get this halfway break, you get to reevaluate your situation, possibly talk with your coach, possibly look at something in the background, right? Try to figure out, what have I been doing wrong? How can I adjust?
Possibly reconsidering whether or not you want to go for the 50-50 contest. And as far as Huddy is concerned, he's already out of the conversation. Sky and Scroll, though, a little bit beat up, but they might be able to still close this one out. Kovacs, though, understanding the dire situation, the consequences if he's not able to pull through. He's trying to do what he can to scramble, make sure that he keeps his duo with a realistic opportunity for a revive. And he's done just enough to push back Sky and Scroll, even for a moment.
Ten skurvený Sky bez, takže jo, vole.
Jo,
as they get taken out, the first team to fall now to Scroll in Sky, and it has to be a crushing loss there as Huddy and Scroll went head to head, and Huddy just didn't have a weapon.
GG, Alka, skurvený Sky, kámo.
When he needed it most, but again, that's part of the nature of those direct 50-50 splits. You can test at Rebels Roost inside that building. You know where the Fortnite spawns are going to be at, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pick up something worth going for in the first place. Malabuka, Merstash, on the other hand, restored reels. Saw that little flash by Merstash of the drop map. Love the printout, but Merstash, he's got his eyes set onto Alex's head right now, and that's going to be his first elimination here. Oceania, things are looking a little bit grim there at Restored Reels.
Up against EU, not so much up against NA, as honestly Resigns and Damo have managed to really hold their own up against Clix and Vino, but you know, Clix and Vino have played very passively, if you will. I think they are recognizing this opportunity before them, and they don't want to just throw it all to the wind because they're being contested. They're willing to play a little bit smarter, and we actually love that, because we've seen very different engagements go down when it seems contested. Sometimes they want to headbang right into one another and see what happens. So the results of this drop spot have actually worked out relatively favorable, even for Damo and Resigns there.
Yeah, but at the same time, how much better still would it be if Clix and Venom had it all to themselves by Sandy Steps? Cold, Acorn on the other hand, we saw the differences during the halftime preview of Andalek Sato's success in comparison to Acorn and Cold. And Cold, alongside Acorn, they are looking to keep the streak going strong here at Brutal Beachhead. Andalek and Sato, they need to come up massive if they don't want to end off with a huge point differential for day 2. Even with that 1.5 times point multiplier, it's still a big ways to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the stats. It's a pretty significant gap between Andalex's capabilities and Sato's versus what Acorn and Cold have managed to do in this game. And this is why you're seeing them push up with such confidence. However, we do know these are all players that are very much qualified to be here, quite literally and figuratively. So you cannot let your guard down. One mistake and it'll be the end of your game, that's for sure. Even now, Cold and Acorn say, hey, you know what? You have the high ground. You defended well. We're going to back off.
Sato and Andalex are definitely hoping that they'll be able to turn things around here in match 4, but at the very least, they do know that they'll still have that opportunity for VOD review, maybe reconsider exactly what their plan of attack might be, but Flixie and Vico already making sure to tear apart everything that resides at the bottom. They know that they're gonna have to deal with some other teams soon, but they like their position of control right now.
Gotta get that medal one way or another. For Thomas HD and Queasy, they do the same, scrapping every opportunity up here. And, you know, Thomas HD and Queasy, we kind of talk about their drop spot being so desolate, right? There's no teams nearby. It really is such a significant difference, I would say, between, you know, how their tournament is going down here versus the likes of really any other team. Another team that had a similar position was Booga and Aviv, but we haven't even been able to see what they can do. Because if we were to look north, they have a similar situation, really no one nearby, but what is it that's missing there, right?
Yeah, they kind of have to forge their own path, create their own engagements, essentially, and hope that teams are willing to even bother with fighting back, because so many different circumstances now. We've seen teams just immediately go on the retreat, go on the defensive, not necessarily looking to be as aggressive, and that has definitely resulted in some teams struggling with their surge, but Peterbot Pollo revealed medallion as well. Plenty of ammunition as well inside of that Striker Burst assault rifle, so Peterbot Pollo hoping to secure this forecast tower for themselves.
See what happened there, though? They stepped to that forecast tower. Vino and Clix is like, oh, time to go. So we saw in the interview, Peterbot was willing to call out Clix and Vino and say, I dare you to come meet me, but we all know it's probably not a good idea. Rise and Yuma, however, from second place, they fall down 5 placements after last game because of an early game fight. This time, after weighing even what happened there, they feel like it was worth it. And they're coming back into another pretty battle here.
But for Yuma and Rise, already running relatively thin as far as their material count is concerned. And it seems like Yuma would at least prefer to disengage for the time being, but a shot from overhead, Swizzy in the distance, but Thinking Walks still behind. Yuma and Rise might find themselves unintentionally pincered here. Slurp Trek gonna buy them a little bit more time though. They'll at least be able to box up, hope for some safety net to come into play, but at least with the shield refresh, now they're hoping to maybe take that fight, because at the very least, they need the Siphon materials.
Yeah, they'll need to get the damage. They'll need to get active here. Muzz and Epic Whale on the move right now. What we've noticed about this team is those mid games. Really tough positions to be in, as they found themselves in just a jam. It really feels like from time to time, but they can just overcome that. See what they did right in game 1 and mirror that performance. We'll see them jumping right back up into the conversation in no time.
And something else that's important to know, you have to keep in mind, Muzz and Epic Whale, they're kind of landing at that same drop as Reet and Ritual over by Doomstot, except Reet and Ritual, they are fully in control of the Mysterio, and they like to collect that mythic Sovereign shotgun. That's the most important aspect for those two by Doomstot. So from us in Epic Whale, I think at times they may have considered, do we want to challenge for that Mysterio bot and take over the goods that Reet and Ritual have essentially been hoarding all to themselves, but at the same time, that's not going to be an easy accomplishment. It seems as though Reet and Ritual got the advantage there.
It's not looking good right now. Teeny is here, Chop is here, and they take down Murstache and Malabuka, but not before Chop gets finished there. And it seems like there was another team. Is that Rise? Just stepped up out of nowhere. No, it's TT Rise and Cooper, the A players. Agers and Rise obviously playing with one another. Cooper and Kanata, they're in the distance, side by side.
It's gonna be a big moment though for Rise and Agers. They've been trying to claw their way up the leaderboard essentially, and the same could be said for Cooper and Kanata. And Restored Real is bound to draw a little bit more attention. Look at Teeny just trying to squeeze his way out of there, fully understanding
he gets up.
It is not worth sticking around at this point. Too much attention having been drawn.
Take a look at this. The open edit Malabuka Murstache falls, so Teeny still earns a little something here. It's not for nothing, but losing his teammate in the process. We're not even sure if he gets the reboot card, so we'll see how that develops in the coming moments. But first, Reet and Ritual have a big task in front of them, and that's currently escaping the grips of Asia's Yoda and Mipoli, who's hunting them down right now, all in efforts to fight for the bunker. These bunker fights have been not going in the favor of Reet and Ritual. I think they're realizing, like, this is a little bit more difficult to do on the global stage than it is on just the NA region. Come qualifications and Armored Walls to secure the win here, forcing them into a bad camera angle. Reet has to think twice about doing that again.
Reet just trying to make sure that he can actually escape, recognizing the fact Juice not worth the squeeze at this moment. Sharam, Zagu though, seemingly in control of the weapons bunker for the time being. Zagu already at the bottom of it. He's gonna make his way over to that weapons mod bench as well. Make sure to prioritize exactly all the little goodies he would prefer, but Reet, Ritual, they've had an opportunity to recuperate, feeling healthier. They're ready to re-engage with Sharam and Zagu, but they have to be careful. Reet fully understanding he can't just recklessly spin current corners.
Ritual looking for an angle here. Armor Wall's gonna put a full-on stop to that and force to the outskirts here. Another wall comes down. Zagu and Sharam are really tempting them now, baiting them into these terrible peaks, and they're winning every single trade here. The one downside though is that they're running halfway now on Armored Walls as they've used half of the reservoir, but they own the bunker. Who cares at this point, right? This is a full-on refresh opportunity now.
Slightly better situation, at least for Sharam and Zagu, and Reet and Ritual. They've spotted out our material count. It's entirely too low. We weren't able to capitalize on finding an elimination or two, so now they have to fixate on just rebuilding their material count in the first place, and that as well is bound to cause a little bit of, you know, trickle effect damage toward Reet and Ritual's game plan long term, because they're missing out on surge tag damage time.
Speaking about Aviv and Bugha, they've taken now Reason, now looking to see if they can claim Vadil here, just aside the Doom's courtyard. It's a big rotate in, Vadil left by himself. Everyone decides to back off. Very interesting that two duos shown up, and the two duos are like, wait, there's someone else here. So very unaware of what's happening at the moment. For that reason, they give their respect. And I'm sure Vadil's trying to wrap his head around, where did everyone go?
That's a different level of paranoia altogether. I mean, no one, at least inside of those boxes, and yet Vadil still crouching around, still trying to stay as tucked away as possible. Can't really fault him though when you factor in the caliber of player that all of these teams are essentially stacked up against. Yeah, there's good reason to be concerned about which wall you face next, but Vico, Flixie, back into the thick of it. Seems like they've got a slight overhead advantage. Right side peak though, not gonna be there just yet for Vico. Flixie instead, different approach altogether. He's on the same level as Ed and Persa, just putting immediate pressure onto the walls in front.
Any team that can pop off today and finish inside the top 10 will have a real fighter's chance to run away with things tomorrow. Tomorrow's a 1.5x day, so setting up your foundation is so critical to your success. VEMTE gets just punished by Purse's shot there. It'll reset now as Ed tries to get the heals here. They're fully back up into the swing of things.
Definitely a bit of a sucker punch as well for VEMTE when you really think about it, because the way that he was charging in there, it seemed like he had zero concern that anybody was going to be able to piece him up in that moment. Nearly met his own downfall for it, but
oh my God,
they're actually finding the smallest angle, tearing up the toes there from VEMTE and Flixie.
Very, very important tags. That's going to set them up with a very solid damage lead now. Off they go. Meanwhile, Reet looks like he's continuing to get active, but look, 4th place is out, 5th place is out. The standings now starting to gap away. Thomas HD and company, Trulix and company are the closest two, but our 1st place lead, Peterbot and Boyo here, set up for the Rift Island. They continue to fight for it. It's like you see it spawn and you know, all right, who's gonna be there? It's this team right here.
Nah, for me, it's the fact that Peterbot just lit King up, trying to rip by the side of Rift Island there. And Peterbot, we heard it direct when he was doing that interview with Adam Savage. My aim is on another level right now, and that might be the most perfect example imaginable. He is definitely looking like a bit of a menace there now, with the height leverage as well from the top of Rift Island. Other teams have really got to be wary of exactly how they're choosing to rotate, and I think that this is a prime opportunity as well for Peterbot and Boyo to essentially control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's good that he gets to show it off as well, but talk about controlling the flow of lobby. Reet is keying right now, on the move, on the hunt here. Reet and Ritual continue to find teams to fight. This time, even with a health at disadvantage, they have the height advantage.
Yeah, but Reet, he could get full HP whenever he wanted to. He's gonna go ahead and split a Mekid off with Ritual as well, and they'll take this moment to pause the action, make sure that they are as healthy as possible. We even get an opportunity to hear direct how that elimination went down just now for Reet.
Got it. 140, 140!
Nice, I'm getting it.
I'm jumping in. I'm in.
Full box.
On me.
100 dead!
Nice, bro. Chill now. Chill now.
Alright, the body.
The tone set up though. He's like, all right, chill now. Like, let's relax.
Let's not get too crazy.
Yeah, we got it. Really showing us the emotion that happens when a team clashes. Things really peak up.
It's crazy. There's still that was a left side peek through the window edit, and Reet, the fact that he's able to come out on top for that one.
I think that's a problem he's got. We've seen him actually get
he loves that.
Punished for that. Jumping to a Jonas and Pixie though. South side here, zone's pulling far north. They notice that they have to move sooner rather than later. This is where,
wow,
strategy really comes into play here.
See that drop in the damage threshold though? 515 above, immediately chopped to 189. It's evident that everyone's kind of picking up the pace here. Janice, Pixie, fully aware of the fact that they've now got a duo right next to them. It's gonna be Andalex and Sato even, and Andalex, he knows he's got so much ground, so much time he needs to make up for it. But Andalex immediately 180'd upon Pixie, gonna be there for the supportive cover. Now it's all up to Sato to keep his duo's hopes alive, and Sato calls through.
Good tag there, and honestly, it was a combination of the damage Andalex put down. Sato coming in to finish the fight, but someone else has arrived. It's another solo. Just looking, it's the reigning and returning champion Cooper who's here to fight. He's got a huge disadvantage on the HP, but he is still looking to tag, but no. Sato finding his stride in the late half of the tournament after being, again, contested fully up against Acorn and Cold. Come out of that, overcome that drop spot, and now find themselves 3 eliminations in super quick succession.
But even though it's a brief moment of relief here for Sato, the fact that he managed to survive this whole exchange unfortunately still, it's all an uphill battle. Sure, you've got 3 eliminations, but you are a solo now, trying to make your way out of the storm. Not sure how that's gonna pan out for him, but this is massive right now. Peterbot, Poyo, sure, they might have a little bit of a gap between themselves and everybody else on the leaderboard. 56 points to be exact, but at the same time, Peterbot, he's already a solo in the 6th zone.
Peterbot may have his community on his back, but the rest of this lobby, the rest of the world is hoping he does not perform well. Acorn is going to be the resulting team of the reason Poyo is down and out. And this is good for everyone else. Obviously not so good for Peterbot, right? He's got such a strong lead, he could break away with it and nearly solidify a first place to close the day. However, this gives everyone else a realistic chance now that they can take down basically the Kings of NA.
And that looked more so like Acorn and Cole delivering a much-needed heat check to Peterbot and Poyo, kind of just reminding them, you might be first right now, but if you're not careful, we'll still look to take over. Granted, Acorn Cole currently sitting outside of the top 5 even. They know that they also need some very valuable eliminations and placement points if they want to make up the difference at this stage, but Rise still operating as a solo, doing what he can, but there is just so much that stands between him and his next movement.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and all things considering, with 100 damage below, he's got to do something big here. Now, teams are going to start moving, so maybe it's not wise of him to move first just yet, but gotta hit these tags when the opportunities open up here. First one's a miss. No second reveals itself, so now he has to push his way in. He sees Crisp here. Crisp comes in. This is one of his chances, and he finds the tag there. Meanwhile, what's happening on the other side? Clicks also similar pressures, but they find the Asian chance of Bobby on the backside of the zone there, and Larpex, and take them down.
And that was a nice moment as well for Clix and Veno, because as you can see, they are just barely managing to stay above water at this point. 27 above on the damage threshold, be exact. And Veno already taking note, some teams that might be elevated a little bit higher than their current position, but Yuma has absolutely no idea where these shots are pulling in from. It looks like he's getting lit up from 2 different directions, and Batman Booga actually going to be the one credited for that takedown, but Veno, Clix just chopping directly through the center. They've done a decent job as well and making sure to go unnoticed.
Clix out of ammunition for his rifle. This is the worst we have seen this duo, and arguably the most important game right now. So all they have is each other at this point, and this is why they continue to remain below the surge, is because they don't really have the rifle ammo to find the tags. These shotgun pelts, I mean, they're not much. They're not going to do much. You have to take one of these wall-to-wall exchanges here. Goldberry Fizz comes out. Great catch here. It's Rapid who falls. And I think, again, they lose the elimination credit. However, the damage, though, is theirs.
And the body loot as well.
Very
Veno
nice.
Just practically refreshed the max mats. But most importantly of all, MDF, they've got the relief that they needed as far as that surge damage is concerned. Veno clicks in a box up momentarily, but Thomas HD from above. The Monarch pistol just continuing to pose such a massive problem for everybody else looking to rotate inwards.
The power of knowing where the zones are going, it almost feels like they just have it all locked in. Thomas HD and Queasy here continue to do these wonderful rotates, the first to take a stab at some of this positioning, and it's starting to show off.
They've got half of their game plan already formulated in live action. They took height for the time being. Now they just need to not get eliminated. Peterbot as well, fighting his way through this lobby, refusing to budge. You would think that he's still a fully intact duo with the way that he plays. So much swagger inside of his own gameplay. Veno also barely managed to cling on to life, but 5 eliminations as well for Clix and Veno at this stage.
I was gonna say barely holding on, but Veno was there still. Just Flowberry Fizz, the refreshes now. Things are starting to come together. Peterbot's got his eyes on the prize here, though. This is the villain arc for Peterbot right now. unfolding before our eyes here. He continues to swing his way through this crevice here, but no! Doesn't take the first shot as a warning, and that's a huge mistake now. The first mistake we have actually seen from Peterbot right there. He should have known better.
Clicks on the other hand, he's gonna get credit for Gadu. CM might still be kicking somewhere, but at least for right now, Clicks, Benno, they're managing to find the refreshes when they need them most. Flixie and Vika, though, they've taken note of the team across the way from their current position. They're looking to try and get the chop from secondary height. Flixie, in fact, even hoping that he continues to build up. He's trying to cut off. He finds him, falling straight to the ground.
Queasy jumps up and just gets melted there. That's the problem with the Flowberry Fizz. Unfortunately, now Vico and Flixie have a real opportunity here to take high ground, secure it, solidify their spot straight to the end game. Meanwhile, noticeable names alive. Booga, Aviv, Quanti, and Gone still standing. Ed is in this lobby. Acorn and Cold are still alive.
Wow.
And the save from Thomas HD onto Queasy, though, was definitely not something I saw coming.
Acorn and Cold now, they're gonna opt to layer swap through the low ground, making their way, crossing over all this natural terrain provided by Castle Doom, but again, the high ground, it belongs to Vico and Flixie. They are seeking out full control of this fourth lobby here, and everyone is folding underneath them. Flix down to his final 2 HP. Will he have a moment? Finally gets an opportunity to pop a small shield potion, but again, just scrambling, doing everything in his power to survive. He's got players funneling in ult from every direction, and it's not going to be enough. Clicks has been taken out.
He did find Booga there, though. A big elimination for him. Look at this. Trulex and Chicho once again in the end game. Just going for the heal off, looking for a top 10 solidified spot. But it's not going to be easy. This Castle Doom is very hard to navigate across. Remember, these walls are extremely high HP, but look who's back in action. Thomas HD is almost figuratively and literally putting Queasy on his back this game right now, and Queasy gave him the credit last round, and rightfully so. We're seeing him really work for it. Acorn falls now. Booga, Aviv still alive here. We couldn't have found a better time to talk about them because they've managed to rat their way through the castle here, and now finding Max to stay alive and get back. Meanwhile, Flixie and Vico jumping their way back up into this top 5.
Flixie and Vico from the rooftops now by Castle Doom. Booga and Aviv functioning out of the attics exclusively, but Thomas has lost Queasy yet again, only this time no opportunity for the revive. In fact, he's down and out for the count as well. Skrull doing everything he can to just try and make it back into zone, but it's all up to Vico and Flixie to hold their ground. They're gonna cut Skrull off in the process. Vico nearly gets credit for the knock, but instead we'll have to watch that one slip away.
Vico finds that extra elimination, though. They are slowly cutting down the poles here, getting closer and closer to the roots. Give a look at it. 7 elims for Flixie and Vico. Booga and Aviv not looking to jump up into the flames that are Vico and Flixie. Give it a second, though. No match. They have to continue to farm here. And like we talked about, this building, very, very interesting to try to navigate through. Armored wall comes in. At the very least, Booga's trying to, you know, make this a war of attrition, and they find an elimination. Another big one here. More points here. Vico and Flixie are coming down. They had enough of the weight. They find Aviv on the backside there. Vico losing a lot of HP to the storm, though.
Vico nearly getting trapped in the process there, but unfortunately for Aviv and Booga, they're gonna get caught inside the structures. They're trying to work their way through. Aviv barely has it, but Vico and Flixie, just a little bit more HP to work with. They bring this one home.
And it's almost like they just keep doing it now. Vico and Flixie. A very, very clearly strong duo here, showing up in spades, putting up the performance, and you can see the look on their faces is expression of pure excitement. They're ready to...
Hello.
Alrighty, would you please put your hands together for your game 4 winners? It's Vico and Flixie!
Vico and Flixie vyhráli.
Boys, come on, enjoy the moment, unbelievable there. You guys are always so smiling, so happy, and you must be very happy with the victory royale. Talk me through the moment there. We saw that taking the high ground, Queasy goes down, courtesy of beaming out the sky, your partner in crime here. That was the goat right there. That was a big moment, right? Capturing that high ground really made that game yours.
Yeah, exactly. We just decided to key like forecast this game because we said if we get forecast, we just guarantee win, you know, because we needed like a win to get comeback. So we just decided to play hide on that, and then yeah, they just counter sprayed, and Felix just said the spray, and yeah.
It was pretty special.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. I mean, talk us. You came very close. I think it was game 2. You guys came second place as well. You had a really kind of like really tight go of things there. But eliminations are working well. Standings too. You guys are really flying up the leaderboard again now. Flixie, what's it been like first 4 games into Global Championships for you?
It's feeling really good, and yeah.
How have you been navigating these last zones as well for you guys? How are you kind of working together to make sure you always get into that end game?
Well, we always look at the zone each other, and then we just like talk about it, how we're gonna rotate, if we're gonna early or late rotate. It's like we just look at the zone, and then from the zone on, we just decide what we're gonna do, and we talk about each other. You know, we're not doing single decisions.
Obviously, this being day 1 of 2 as well. 2 games left today. What is the aim, the end goal for today? What would you be happy with finishing up? Is it absolutely top of the leaderboard, or there or thereabouts kind of in the? What do you guys want to do in these next 2 games?
I think if you're top 5 after the first day, you can easily win because it's 1.5 points. But I want to be first after first day.
Okay, and I've got to ask you, Vico. I know you like being out in front of a crowd here, you and Flixie. How does it feel to be out here in Fort Worth enjoying? In fact, make some noise for Vico and Flixie, everyone, please. How does that feel when you're the crowd behind you as well?
It feels great. I couldn't like be more happy about it. It's just like I feel the need to perform better, you know.
You just got a victory royale.
Exactly, but
this guy.
I can always do better, you know.
This is it. They can always do better. They're striving for the very top. One more time, please give it for Vico and Flixie. Game 4 winners there. We're going to take a very short break. 2 games left today on this day 1 of FNCS Global Championships. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second time.
Jo, ještě se hraje zadem.
Ok. Takže 2 hry a dáme spánek. Jen spínkat. Dneska už 6 hodin.
Ale jak každá hra, to je cca 6 minut.
Každá hra tak půl hodiny, 20 minut, no. Dneska streamuju už 5 hodin nebo kolik, ale začínat na svůj teď se ale to jako to jenom proto, že ona ještě není ani půlnoc, ty vole. Tak vypnu zvuk, ty tam bude hromada reklam, pak se k tomu vrátíme. Pojď, jdem si nahrát nějaký koníčky, jdem dát nějaký levely. Ty bude od normálnový her, ukáž. Doom loot, OK, finish, tenis, kamo. Dívej na to. To je tenis prostě. To je konec. To je konec. My máme fakt prostě tenis.
Že máte tenis?
No tady, počkej, finishers, to jsem ještě nehrál.
Jo, jako toto. Tenis to.
Bodycam, no jasný. Nevím, co se dělá.
Ale co si to může udržet, musíš storovat. Okay.
To se ovládá strašně divně. Ale jako 5000 XP za kill je dobrý. Pohoda. Finishers, to si chci zkusit, to bude nějaká kravina zase.
Ještě ne.
Naše starý dobrý FOIčko. Počkej.
Pojď, vyhraj. Ježiš, double kill.
Jsi nejlepší.
Počkej, game do fara.
Já se to laglo. Nic, já jdu hodit sprchu, než dají další hru.
Kde jdeš?
Jestli jdu hodit sprchu.
Že si se bude hrát. No, teď budu zase jenom kec.
No však jo, však proto jdu dát sprchu. Jdu se opláchnout.
Nebo guma hrýbu. Jo.
I'm back. Tady máme teleporta, jo. Můžu přehodit ty nabindované. Teď nebudu číst chat, stejně tam... nic psát nebude, 2 minuty ještě. Aha, už se hraje.
Jo, už se hraje, no.
Ok.
Easy.
Zase 4.
Poslední hra dneška.
Gulag reboot, to jsem ještě nehrál.
Já to budu hrát na ten. Až bude kámo late game, tak si to bude. Je to nevím co dát. Je jako, že máš ještě jednu šanci do toho.
Jo, ještě tam mě zničil ten Deadpool, úplně mě rozstřílel.
Ještě oni týmujou. To jsou 3 týpci.
Klasika tady vždycky.
Deadpool. Lactose. GG. Aha, takže ty jsi jako teammate potom hodil si.
You know, even though it's the Monarch pistol at the same time. He's just so pinpoint accurate, it's ridiculous, but Batman Booga, Rapid, they're trying to get a little bit of an uprising here. Rapid, he's got visuals in his sights, beautiful right side peek, perfect moment to open up, but visuals immediately looking to retreat. Side
here. Clearly, they're not content for fighting for this position here of the bunker. They back off. Booga and Aviv, we get the early update with them for the first time to really see what is unfolding for Booga.
No shotgun. Oh wait, yeah, he does. Got a little loadout going on here. Aviv is well on the move right now.
It's a nice rotation so far off the launch pad from the peak of that mountain, but the main difference that I've noticed in Bugha and Aviv's game in comparison to what we saw, for example, coming from NA Major 3, typically they like to be aggressive towards the team that is landing on Piney Lane, but that has not been an option for them this game because Toyota and Volley, they're just not willing to take that exchange. They're bailing. They're getting their loot immediately, looking to rotate out, so it's not really leaving Bugha and Aviv anyone left nearby. They're having to forcibly create these storm surge situations, and it's not easy. Just one shot, that could be the difference between above or below the damage threshold.
That is true, and speaking about big differences, Peterbot and Pollo just got their hands in on that bunker. Let's not forget the bunker will give you access to that modification bench, change your weapons, right, to get yourself nice and comfortable. And now that they have that, they'll likely be looking for the Rift Island to go ahead and take a fight. Back in the game, as healthy as ever, when things were almost fading away for a moment there. Here in game number 5, but they're in first place, they're in the lead, and they're looking pretty situated now.
They're going straight up. Little do they know, though, King Phaser could be a very problematic circumstance. First there for Vito and Flixie, but still inside deep the storm.
Je to takhle.
Locate what he can inside of the bunker, maybe.
Back on over to the spot though with Biko and Flixie here.
Tak mě ten to nevystřelil
The
tam.
landing home. Let's see if they'll King and Phaser playing the low ground right now instead of a bit of a stronger version.
Teď tě zachránil tím pinka.
Here, but given his stance, all of a sudden, yeah, things switch around really quickly here. King looking for an opportunity, but no. Drop, trying to run here. Phaser must have called back off, and it's not working well. Not right now for them. Biko and Flixie still on the pulse here. Phaser barely gets up to that next layer.
Every shot that Biko lands, it's almost like he's directly telling whoever he's up against, scram. But at the same time,
Já jsem akorát čekal ten
Flixie, no reckless railways like the back of their hands, and sure, I'm aware that King and Phaser, they're bound to have good knowledge as well of the POI, but to the same extent as Flixie and Biko, one of the main takeaways that I got from last night listening to Biko in the player room was him saying, nobody plays reckless railways right now. There's no one that understands this POI, and when somebody is that confident in their knowledge, that's a serious threat.
Happy with the damage. Sabino though on the move here. No stranger to the storm here. We saw them double back after going north. Trying to find some pad now. They're making their way in south and then into the field. Everything's starting to piece together. Meanwhile, the standings, one of our top 10 teams are down. Just for that update there, Malabuka and Merstash is that team.
Jak to pušuje.
Swizzy, Jacko, from a dub into a fight here, landing on visuals and braids now. Looking for the big shot, didn't quite get the maximum damage, but still gets the finish off visuals there. And all that material, they are right back into it.
The most important part as well for Swizzy and Yapko is that time to elimination was so fast. It's not going to give a real opportunity for, say, somebody like Yuma in the distance to actually have a chance to play catch-up, look to third-party opportunity, because it appears as though Yuma might even be in that solo situation, and when that's the case, you're always hoping that you can kind of just stumble upon an engagement already taking place, maybe get some shots in that might allow you an opportunity to go for a little bit of siphon materials, a knock, an elimination, points, placements is really what everybody is after right now.
I'm stage day and Queasy. Damage numbers looking phenomenal right now. I don't think there's anyone beating them in the game here at this given moment. Moving around though. This is the Mount Olympus, right? Home of Quanti and Gon. Should very likely be up top somewhere. Look at this. You got Janice here. You have Kramsu. A lot of the Brazilian teams there. Persa and Ed.
Hey, Uda.
A little bit of a giggle because if the one surge base wasn't enough, Trulex and Chicho have evolved yet again into maintaining 2 separate surge bases even. Meanwhile, Aviv Buga tangled up a little bit here right now with Swizzy, but we've seen Swizzy perform already once today, MDF. In a 1 versus 2, and this time he still got his duo with them, but most importantly still, Aviv Buga, they're trying to do what they can to break through some of these builds.
No tak.
But they're just gonna find themselves cut off. They're not able to actually cross the gap just yet because Buga also needed ample opportunity to make sure that he could regenerate his shields off of what heals they have left, but that's gonna be more than enough room for Yapko and Swizzy to just full on disengage.
Buga and Aviv don't chase either, they just let them go, so it's telling. It shows us that they want another one of those end games. They need another one of those end games, and they can't toss it away. It's a chance for them to go ahead and do just that, but they do need more damage. But talk about that. It seems like Swizzy rotates right into Bryce and Bolt, so not too much longer do they fall. But Peterbot and Pollo, the Rift Island, we already know. They hit the mod bench, they're set up, and then straight to the Rift Island every single time here. And now Shari is so low. Storm Surge going to be giving them a big problem here in the coming moments.
The worst part is knowing that it's Peterbot and Pollo. Every time that reveal medallion goes off, it's every 50 seconds, by the way. And again, teams are marked, players are marked for 15 seconds after the fact. That is so much information, and in the hands of somebody like Peterbot and Pollo, it can be devastating for the rest of the lobby. But Cherry, he's managed to find an isolation moment. Worthy trying to do what he can, but the Storm might take him out as is. Instead, Cherry diverts his attention to another Oshi player, and he is going to find Damo in the mix. Couple of knocks, couple of eliminations. Couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Look at this, though. The setup from Aviv and Buga after rotating. They find Swizzy again, so Swizzy was knocked, picked up, and then ultimately falls back to the hands of Aviv here. You can see, yes, 2 eliminations, so starting to really heat up now. Buga and Aviv come the late half of the tournament. Wait a second, though. Storm Surge is active now. Damage is starting to add up here. Even with that elimination there, they will need a single tag. These are the chances, and when you miss them, it does end up catching up to you. Down goes Buga to the Surge. The next tag will take down Aviv, and you know it's over.
It's a tough break. Devastating one potentially, but at the same time, the mental bounce back, the mental fortitude that players like Aviv and Buga are sure to compose themselves with. See how they bounce back in the final match of day 1 here today. But more importantly still, all these other duos, all these other players that still remain, Monster, Squirrel, Sky, trying to scale their way down, but crossing bodies of water, knowing that there's teams already set up on elevation, shots just pouring in from multiple directions, and you're still trying to maintain focus for an open opportunity. Squirrel can't even take any sort of chance to heal. He knows that if he pauses 1 moment too long, that's where he'll be taken down. The build count just not where it needs to be. Handful of armored walls remain now for Sky. He's still trying to see if he can get 1 more shot in. Any sort of a break at this point, but essentially MDF, it looks like they're about to fall just outside placement point zone.
Yeah, he's got Batman Buga coming right at him as well. Doesn't quite find a chance to find the tag there. Someone else snipes the elimination there too, and all focus starts to aim towards him, but 46 above here, doesn't hold on long, and he just gets melted right out of the game. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual are down. Rapid and Batman Buga don't survive the rotate, as you saw there. So much of the immediate competition, our bubble teams are falling. It's going to make for a very interesting last game of day number 1, given how close it's going to be point-wise, so we're going to see a lot of changes come that last round, but Vino and Clicks holding on by a sliver here.
This is too close for comfort, though. Clicks and Vano have practically no space to work with. They've got two separate teams underneath them. Their only saving grace being the fact that Peterbot Poyo nearby, getting those mark indications from that reveal medallion. That's going to be enough for them to emphasize focus onto Reason's box. But again, Acorn, Cold, directly underneath where Clicks and Vano are currently at, and they are looking to be in a much more situated position here. This is tough stuff.
But look who's got high ground again. Flixie and Vico take the chance here while everyone's playing passively boxed up. They snipe up a strong spot, and they already have the marker set up for another high ground spot. And you can tell they're playing for wins here. This is all win condition setups. Meanwhile, Vino and Clicks struggling here below the surge, need damage, they need health. And it's a very healthy Vico and Flixie above them, so not an easy duo by any means, but they don't have that information.
Veno knows that they don't really have much of a choice at this point. They've got to jump into just about anyone's box if they want to keep this Game 5 run going strong, because a refresh is a necessity at this point. The material count entirely too low. They need heals as well, and they're not going to find it unless they eliminate somebody else. But overhead, Vico catches a glimpse of Clicks, takes out a huge chunk of his HP, but at the same time, Clicks actually does wind up falling, and Veno meets a similar fate. Just no escape from the top end of the leaderboard.
And it just plays so smart. Vico and Flixie use those armored walls perfectly to bait them around, and then right when you think they're not interested in fighting, they get at the top on the Vino and Clicks there, and you know, it's just excellent defense, and clearly they're playing so well. It's hard to compete against that. And talking about that, Peterbot and Poyo continue to find eliminations. Take a look at the replay here. While all of that was unfolding, they find threats with the finish there. Now that's 3 elims, another end game, inching its way towards them now, as we're almost to zone number 9. Big moves here for Peterbot. They're going to give up the high ground a little bit here to play the low front side. Very interesting strategy given that they had mats to work with, but too many teams are alive for their liking, it seems.
Also, the natural elevation possibly working against their favor for the time being. They don't want to get caught off guard, much of a similar fashion the way they've been catching other teams off notice. But Thomas HD, Queasy, they can see all these teams sliding down the mountain face. Trapsu and Clone doing what they can to survive. Similar circumstance there for Cooper as Peterbot and Poyo continue to pressure against his walls. But just behind, Peterbot saw Victor V and Paper as well. Could be some big fights taking place soon in the low ground.
Let's not forget Kovacs and Huddy were taken out in the drop last game. They were in 4th coming into that round before slipping down the standings now, showing us just how consistent they really are. Coming right back into things. Meanwhile, Queasy pushing their way through. Down goes Cooper, looking for the finish. He'll get it. Kanata forced to run up to another layer here. And they might not be in a spot to win the game just yet, but they are racking up a lot of points now once again, coming into the final rounds here for day number 1. Chicho and Trulex, another end game for them as well. Teams just showing their stride. It's very clear who's had good performances here today. Acorn and Cole get chopped out by Flixie and Vico. They are just the talk of the town right now.
Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Poyo, they just seemingly operate at a different level altogether currently, and everybody else just trying to play catch-up. Chicho, Trulex, they've caught wind of Epic Well, but Epic Well doing what he can. It's an even exchange, down to just Trulex versus Muzz. But the question is, will he even manage to find that? Instead, Kovacs gonna opt to play the medkit. It's all down to just placement opportunity at this point.
And then you have Poyo and Peterbot still alive right now, still kicking here. This is the only competition besides Acorn and Cold who can obviously rack up enough points to give everyone a run for their money. Bryce and Bolts are setting up for the high ground win while Boyo, Peterbot, Vico, Flixie are fighting for eliminations closer to the low ground now. And they might just clash here in the moments to come as they're standing on opposite ends of the low ground position here. Boyo pressuring everyone nearby. Flixie down, Vico down as well. To the hands of the teams on the other side as well. And look at this, the low ground spot for Peterbot and Boyo, just so content, but now they're looking for high ground.
But the real winners of that exchange, Queasy, Thomas, Vico, Flixie, they all eliminate each other, so now it's just up to Boyo and Peterbot to see what they can do.
Bricks a Bolt jsou úplně nahoře, mají high.
Grasp for the high ground, doing what they can to just try and shred through the players underneath. Duke's scrambling, barely managing to throw up some wood above his head, keep him safe for the time being. But at the same time, Peterbot and Boyo, they are titans on this low ground currently.
So Peterbot has to get an elimination here and then go for high ground if he wants to do something, but these teams are not making it easy. Meanwhile, Watson Pings are getting active from the low ground, though the shots are coming in. Peterbot and Boyo find the first few, and there's still points to be earned here, and Boyo wants them all. It's gonna make a huge, huge difference here. Secures the material count as well. That's gonna set Peterbot up for just enough. Bolts and Bryce have been here before. Bryce specifically has won games on land. I called it before, this is the team that you have to look out for. They are so talented. However, Peterbot and Boyo just, I mean, they've been ahead of the pack so far.
But Peterbot and Boyo, they got the most recent refreshes. Granted, everyone's building, everyone's burning through it, but Boyo Bryce is gonna fall. Peterbot understanding. It's try and clutch this one out, but it's Peterbot and Boyo after all.
He knows what to do. Don't give him a chance to heal. You have to fight back. Armored walls come out. They have a little bit more map, but Peterbot has too much to work with. Another armored wall. Bolts has an angle. Can he get it? No!
Peterbot strike yet again on the day. Match number 5. And Victory Royale belongs to them. First place continuing to extend itself, and that is the real difference maker here today, MDF. We can see our big winners on the screen right now, and Adam's there.
Would you please, Fort Worth, make some noise again for Peterbot and Boyo! Oh, do you know what? I love those. I love those moments because this crowd wanted that to happen. Boyo, the Flowbury push there. You guys were low ground. You pushed on through. Talk us through the moment there and when you make that call and how that happens between you guys.
Yeah, I think it was the zone pulled back, so we had like all builds to use to go up, and I was able to get like a good angle to kill one.
Elimination-wise as well, you guys are consistent there. Standings as well. Peterbot, how would exactly? I'm sure there's so many aspiring Fortnite players here as well. It's just constant for you guys. Major wins. What is the magic, the secret sauce that is really making you guys ensuring you get to these top spots right now?
I'm not gonna lie, we have the Mythic every season, you know what I'm saying? And me with the Mythic, it's unstoppable, you know what I'm saying? I get so many eliminations and stuff, so yeah.
Dangerous out there. As well, I'm going to talk about there being this experience right now because you guys have been consistent. We're going to see, I'm sure, a lot more over the course of this weekend. Boyo, what's it been like for you as well? You feel the crowd out there. One more time, Fort Worth, let them hear you guys. It's for you, buddy. They're amazing, by the way. And I mean, this must be a lot of wind in your sails as well. How does it feel to be performing in front of this crowd here at Global Championships?
It feels amazing, especially getting a win. It's like hype, and then like on the walkout, everyone is cheering for us. Yeah, it feels great.
Okay, and I want you one more time. Anything you want to say to people, to the crowd right now, to get them even more hype than they are already?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, and yeah, we're winning this right now.
There you go. Give it up for Peterbot and Boyo! GG's, fellas. Again, lots more to get excited about here. These guys crushed it. I'm sure they'll continue to do so. Lots more games to go, though. One more left today. After the break, it's coming your way. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec.
Ještě poslední, kámo.
Si dáme 3 minutky pauzy.
Kurva.
Zase toto, vole, kdo typ nevyhrává.
Sázím 50 korun na péro. je pravá. No. A ty už 4 sekundy měli.
Tady ne. Čum, modrá, modrá, žlutá. Tak jsem se trošku spletl, no. Fist fight, jo. Ježiš. Ty vole. Tak to trošku.
Tak se ti povedlo.
Ježišmarja, nazdar. Sakra, on to přežil. Mám kill,
Vystratí napravo. Ale pozor. GG. Nice.
GG.
Bang bang. Tam, podívej se tam, jak vypadal. Borci vypadá, jak kdyby byli.
Zase bude řežba. Jo, pojď všichni do mě, jo, pojď do mě. Bomba.
We also have a listen in from that last game. Take a listen.
Look in front. You see that solo? We're just going left of him. Left of him. Left of him. Come. 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 Come up. Come up. Come up. Come on, low ground. Low ground. Low ground. Low ground. Low ground. Low ground. Come. 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 Come.
I'm with you. With you. With you.
We're gonna do it.
Sit there.
Why don't we go back to our tarp then? Go back to our tarp.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
staying on each other.
I can go up.
Throw all the way out. Throw all the way out.
They don't know.
Get on me. Get on me. Chill. 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 Chill.
Look up.
100.
He's dropping.
We're good. Chill. Stop. Yeah, take my kit.
He's dropping. 20. He took 20 balls.
Let's go! We're the best, baby.
That's like what?
Come
13?
on. Bro, we're the best,
go,
bro. Oh my god. Let's go.
10. It's fine. But 10
Good job, bro. We're crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they're super funny. I love 2 in that moment.
4
He's like,
minuty
dude, 15,
dokonce.
like, to him in that moment, he's just eliminating everyone, right? Like, excellently played from the duo. And again, to see them playing from low ground, just...
Pěkně. To zase volil, to vole. Ale prostě random generátor. Lopaty. To laglo. Tyhle, to bude dlouhý. Je.
Teď se nevím schodit.
Třeba. Prosím, užij. Do pytle.
Užij. A zhora.
Dobře, ještě highlighty. Dej mi XPčka, let's go. Vončo. Děláš si... tak, já končím. To je end. Aha, to jsem myslel, jo? Jsem rád. To mi zachránil život.
Také dobrý.
Tam máš štěstí tak venku. Vylušu. Já. Pošli mi ty.
Jdeme to.
Ty nakecávaj zase.
Ještě.
Poslední hra.
You know, what I'm really excited about, or what I'm happy about watching play out today is that all the rumors were true. Everyone who said, I'm landing on this team, I'm taking that fight, they meant it. And they're showing up just like Power Alex and Worthy here, who takes down Merstash for his second game now. Back to back in. Malibuca left in the courtyard here to run for himself. Worthy doesn't want to peek as he's got low HP, but so does Malibuca. Alex says, screw it, I'm going for it. Finds one tag, can he get the second? Of course, he can, and he secures the dub there. Back to back now on the drop.
Better late than never after all. And as far as the Power Boys are concerned, Alex and Worthy have finally woken up when they needed to most MPF, because first few matches of the day, certainly not going their way, but to close out here, winning it out over the likes of Malibuca and Merstash of all teams, that's a huge confidence swing.
Very, very well played there, but hold up. I'm holding my breath for a second as Kovacs and Huddy have almost not learned any lessons as far as respecting Scroll and Sky are concerned. It seems like when they get the drop and they have the high ground, they are all action and no fear here. Last game they survived the drop, they made something good out of it, once again making it into the end game. It's very clear that if Huddy and Kovacs perform the same tomorrow, they're going to be up inside that top 10 with a very hefty chunk of money, given that there is $2 million+ of prizing available here in the tournament. So much more to play for than just the bragging rights, of course. 6th place now for Kovacs and Huddy as we get the standings update. And look, the game that Sky and Scroll survived, though, they made something great out of it too. So these are clearly two very good teams.
Without a doubt. More on that later on, though, because right now it's all about Clicks and Benno. They have full-on trapped Damo and Resigns inside the tunnel now. Here next to Sandy steps, Resigns trying to do it again, but Benno is relentless with the pressure. Clicks, on the other hand, does way too much damage. That could be so problematic. Damo and Resigns, they're going to manage to escape because Clicks has to fall back. There is no other option. They cannot afford to fall here. They are still maintaining a position within the top 10, but the fact that they've managed to fluctuate outside of top 5, that's a position that can be really difficult to come back from, especially when you remember tomorrow's 1.5 times point multiplier.
Yeah, very scary now as tags come in from the distance as well here. Damo and the Resigns are starting to surge with confidence as they push off Clicks clearly, but Vino is there to defend. Now, Resigns looking back, not sure if there's a team potentially sneaking up behind them. You'd be right to assume so can't let his guard down just yet. There is danger lurking everywhere, and it looks like it's about to go down there for Damo and Resigns at the hill, but give it a second here.
The other issue, though, that Benno and Clicks have now encountered, though, is that this exchange has drawn out for far too long. The launchpad positioning that Benno and Clicks like to try and set up for high elevation, try and look for some surge tags, it's going to be cut short. It's going to be stretched out for far too long. And other teams are now having the opportunity to make their approach instead. Peterbot Poyo already trying to converge onto this location. Forecast Tower in sight as well, potentially, but Aspect, Kazi, they've got to be careful. Lingering around Snooty Station, they don't want to get caught off guard, and sure enough, Peterbot Poyo, it's all about making it to the launchpad hill.
They're on the high ground right now. If they just peek over, they'll see that there's a lot of opportunity below them starting to develop, but Peterbot's got his attention on the far eastern team here. Glances over in Vino's direction, takes some tags, doesn't quite find them just yet. It's Gyros and Sherry, though, who's building up the high base here. There are roughly 6 teams in this area, all with sightlines on Vino and Clicks.
And it comes as no surprise considering that it's the Forecast Tower that everybody was hoping to potentially get their paws on, but instead, we'll have to sit back and wait to see what happens next here as Clicks, Benno, again, they were just prevented from getting optimal positioning to set up for the Forecast Tower and launchpad plays, and now they've lost that position entirely to the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, and they know it as well. So at this stage, the only option left is for Clix and Veno to confirm these 2 eliminations now onto DOBRÉHO and Resigns.
Yeah, they're starting to push here pretty aggressively. Clix doing much better job now as he's side by side his teammate Veno. The opponents, DOBRÉHO on the run now. Built out to the side there. Clix still curious to the fact that he owns some of the territory here. That's going to be a small victory for them in the time being. Up and over they go.
This is where they had initially trapped Resigns and DOBRÉHO. But at the same time, DOBRÉHO managing to sneak around out back. But it's only because of the fact that Giras, Sherry, they have moved in to the vicinity. And now Veno Clix, fully aware of the fact that there is just too many numbers surrounding them. It's too close for comfort. They've got to find another way to escape. And the other thing that could potentially be threatened at this point for Clix and Veno is the vending machine. It's going to be, I don't want to say impossible for them to make their way to those resources, but at the same time, how do you break through all these duos already surrounding you?
Yeah, and again, more points lost as well. It's not just, of course, the game starting to slow down for them. It's the points that they're not accruing because Giras and Sherry have effectively taken those eliminations now. Even Aspect and Kaz are just off in the distance there listening to what's happening. Jumping on over to other very familiar teams here. XX Ritual, Reet as well. Kind of inside the Doom stat, but we have Muzz here waiting, almost combed up. Slips out the side there. He's very fast. It's not going to make it easy by any means. Out the wall he goes, but it's a 2v1. What can you do? Reet takes him down without a sweat.
I know it's really interesting to actually see Reet and Ritual clashing this early on with Epic Well and Muzz. A passing comment that Reet made in the player room last night was, you know, we missed out on a Cash Cup, most recent one. Epic Well and Muzz, they were able to get Mysterio uncontested and all the little goodies that he has to offer. And so, have to wonder now, you get a taste of that kind of power and you want to keep going back for it. So Epic Well and Muzz, that might be a fight that they find themselves caught up in for more than just today.
Yeah, that makes sense too, right? You get that false sense of security, like, oh, Cash Cup went great. Let's
well, it was uncontested, right?
do that again.
You're feeling good. And then Reet and Ritual, though, there to remind them, no, this is still our territory. But again, it could be a clash of the Titans for sure.
Well, Chicho and Trulux have continued to show us that they have what it takes to find their way up the standings here. They've really fought their way up the rankings almost unprecedentedly. No one saw it coming here. But when they make it into the end game, they're just an unstoppable force. You don't really know what to expect from them. You'll find them in the mid ground, sometimes on the height. And all of a sudden now, they are just there.
Trulux and Chicho just have a way of kind of just going unexamined, essentially. Like, it almost seems like they have a very seamless transition from their early to mid to late game. And a big part of the reason for that is that they are just a team that is notorious. They go for the surge bases. They go for the reliable surge tag damage as well. They are just excellent at bottlenecking teams into a certain flow on the map. Because wherever they surge base at, you know it's going to be an optimal position that's going to prevent everyone else from participating.
And we did notice that they have the storm information as well, just given to us from that update there. So they know exactly where they need to be, where the next zones are going to be. Moving towards Vico, pushing in on Virgo. Not looking to let them have this for free, but his armored wall there. And oh, he's serious about it. You know he's serious, and he's willing to break this one down.
Might be here for a minute. Depends. Imagine another one goes up right after the fact. And sure enough, just in case you thought they were done, Vico and Flixie, they're going to be pickaxing for a hot minute to get into this bunker. Virgo and Shadow know that they are functioning with limited time here. And every second just means one more opportunity for Shadow and Virgo to continue to strip the weapon bunker of all its valuable resources. But this is about to be an all-out brawl here for Vico and Flixie.
Not looking good for Flixie. Shadow and Virgo were ready for the fight there. and another armored wall comes down. So those armored walls are instantaneously put at maximum HP. They clearly have 3 or 4x the health of a metal wall, so it's a good way to slow a team down, especially the second place one. But let your guard down, and now look, team is flying in very, very fast here. We'll get their names shortly. Flixie and Vico is in a world of trouble here potentially now.
I'd say even they're lucky that it seems as though Virgo and Shadow were just out of audio range to hear those shields getting cracked.
Well, they gotta get past their own armored wall,
yeah,
right?
It's true.
It's a two-way street there.
It is a two-way street for sure, but at the same time, I definitely respect the decision there from Vico.
That
fight back that we saw from Shadow and Virgo defending the bunker. Despite the fact that it was Vico and Flixie, they did not care in the slightest. And I love that out of Shadow and Virgo, because they're a team that's coming in here, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily have many expectations for them, but the confidence that they compose themselves with, even on socials, they are here to try and actually shock the world.
Yeah, they really have matured as players, but look at this. Vico and Flixie now find Jerome and Zagu above them. You know, you take us back to the invitational window where Zagu really put up a performance and won over the hearts of the NA region and honestly the global fan base of Fortnite. Bring him here. He's got a lot of work to do coming into tomorrow alongside Shadome there, but the VODs will tell the story. The practice will show. Vico and Flixie's preparation clearly coming out in spades here, as is Peterbot and Boyos, and we all know they're guided by the same person.
But at the same time, you have such a strong day one performance. You got to be careful that you don't let that confidence transition into overconfidence. And Vico Flixie, I don't want to call it an overinvestment just yet, but they got a whole lot of nothing after investing a decent bit. I mean, they were practically max mats before leaving that weapons bunker position. They were trying to see if they could wait out Shadow and Virgo, but those two were not willing to budge in the slightest. And now Vico Flixie, they didn't have any other options but to leave in a totally separate direction after acquiring nothing out of it as well. I mean, I get it. You're feeling good, especially after the performance they've had today, but moments like that could be disastrous in day two.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, it's surely confidence, right? Pushing in like that, but give it a minute here. Acorn and Cold now pushing Zagu, or sorry, Rise and Yuma actually. Rise and Yuma, who started off so hot today, have just dropped their mid games for 3 games in a row now, and it is really weighing in on the standings. They're gonna have to hit the drawing board big time now, as they have went from 2nd place all the way down to 14th now, and that just shows you how good of a couple of games they did have, given that they're still inside a very respectable position on the standings. So everyone who falls now, everyone you see getting dropped here, that's gonna be the end of their day ones.
Poor Bolts, man. He's just trying to break through the armored walls that Kramsu and Clone keep throwing his way. And not only that, but he's got to make sure that he keeps tabs on the team that's also faced up on a hill behind him. Bolts, Bryce, they're not trying to get greedy by any means here. Pixie and Janice are definitely posing enough of a threat that they are trying to be tactical in the approach here. They just want the immediate fight up against Kramsu and Clone instead, but Kramsu, Clone, at least for the time being, they've got the health advantage.
Flixie, though, finds himself below the surge. It's all making sense now as to why they realize they have to push a team. Going and Quansi at the Railways are going to be meeting the team that is the king of the Railways at this point. And this is the 2nd time now, right? Almost deja vu here. But this time, Flixie and Vico need the damage and the elims to go with it. Flixie gets shot first, Go puts up a great tag there. But the edit comes through and Vico is down at the bottom to catch him there. Fox running out though here. Can the make it come in time? Sure can. So Flixie and Vico have a moment here to breathe.
But again, this all kind of stems back to that bunker fight for me, MDF, because they spent so much time that now they are scrambling to try and make up for what was lost in the mix of it. because they did not get the surge damage that they would have hoped for. They lost a decent amount of their resources, and now they're just praying that they can come out with even more refreshes after the fact, but they've got a long ways to trek through some of that storm as well. All the while, teams like Queasy, Thomas, a little box fight of their own up against the likes of NÉCO and Sato.
And that really shows you the significant difference of having a strong early game start versus a slow one. When the surge turns on, it is really, really evident how far behind you can be. For Queasy and Thomas HD, they're kind of on that line as well. They survived the first hurdle, but this next one that they know is looming nearby, they will have to stomp past. NÉCO and Sato here have had a very difficult day one up against Acorn and Cold, only surviving the drop 3 of the 6 times so far, this being one of them. And now they're met with this almost brick wall, this force that is Queasy and Thomas HD. Meanwhile, Quancy ultimately does end up falling here, but not before claiming Vico and earning some points.
And sure, there might be a chance for the reboot ban play to come into effect, but it's likely still going to leave Flixie and Vico sitting just underneath the storm damage threshold, not even more so piling up against
Dívej se, Huty tam byl 3 vteřiny a jebnou tam Peter Bota. Že Huty tam ani nebyl, byl tam jeho teammate 3 vteřiny a jebnou tam Peter Bota.
Was prepared in the slightest.
I can just hear the reaction through the headphones of what's going on here in the arena. Clearly the crowd is starting to rally with Peterbot now. Just take a look at that. And the first emote of the day as well. So confidence surging, right, that we've seen.
Flixie trying to stock up as best he can in the Grand Rail station, but a couple of med kits still might not be enough.
Ježišmarja, kámo, vidíš to, co dělá ten Peter Bot.
Doing everything he can to make
Já bych mu plesenul, kámo, bych hodil.
in a similar situation, but in fact, there's actually Veno and Clicks on the receiving end, and they're the ones under the most duress here. Veno, he's got a little bit of shield, but underneath that damage threshold, their final lobby of the day is not going to pan out the way they were hoping. Boys team.
Bryson Bolts jumped up above them, and they were neck and neck on the leaderboards on the standings. So a very, very critical set of eliminations for Bryson Bolts, and now Veno and Clicks are set back home, basically having to think about today and figuring out how to patch up their gameplay to close out in top 10 performance for tomorrow. But Bolts and Bryce heating up in the back half of the day here. They almost had that victory royale last game, dropping the ball there, which again, to me, I didn't expect it. I really thought Bryce and Bolts had that in the bag, had it secured, but Boyo was just incredible with the angle finding. Hold up. Acorn and Cold now find Hiras and Shiri. They've almost fouled each other from the south side of the zone somehow, swinging all the way here to the north side.
At the same time, though, they need to find some closure on some of these box fights. Spinks, Dukes, just all a couple boxes away. Thought they were a little bit closer. It's actually going to be Batman Booga and Rapid who are directly next to them. Siyun and Kadu, though, they don't waste any time. They immediately aggress into Rapid's box. They're going to find one elimination there already. Batman Booga struggling with the surge as well, trying to do what he can to play for the med kit, but he won't get the chance. Taken down by the last surge tick.
The Elim credit is going to go to Bolts, given that he did the last bit of damage there, but in the end, now there's a lot to worry about here. Siyun and Kadu obviously looking to fight back because they need a little bit of damage as well. Kado's going to fall there. Siyun's going to fall as well. This is to the hands now of Dukes and Sphinx. Where did they come from? Dukes showing up here to jump into the fight out of nowhere.
It's incredible how quickly they were able to close the gap between themselves. They overheard the box fight commotion, and they knew that's their prime opportunity to strike. Bolts as well, finding Felixi, the dominoes effect. They started off so strong here with the forecast availability as well, and yet find themselves eliminated way outside of where they'd hoped to be. And Thomas and Queasy, this could be a huge moment. I'd say everybody inside of the top 5 even. We're looking at Trulex and Chicho, Cold and Acorn. But again, all eyes on Queasy and Thomas HD currently. They've been doing a fantastic job skirting their way through these seeds.
All I can think about is that Peterbot and Boyo are starting to run away now, having a chance here to really take the lead on the scoreboard. Second place is down and out. Queasy and Thomas HD have to stay in the running now to keep this one close. Meanwhile, look who's running their way on up. Sphinx and Dukes from the back of the line, starting to skip and hop their way to the front here somehow. Bolt still getting active. Nicely done. Finds Zagu. A big elimination for him there. Armored Wall comes out to protect his flank there.
The problem, though, is that Bolt has likely been recognized as a solo. That reveal medallion definitely in range for Peterbot and Pollo, and they're the ones that were shooting from behind alongside Cooper and Kanata. Bolt, he was already running low on his material count, even transitioning to this point, and now his final 10 builds, hoping that he can scramble into something, anything. Finds a couple more just laying on the ground, but he's been marked yet again. The pressure just continues to bubble in to his builds.
That's the best part about it, is he just keeps getting marked every time he finds a new spot.
That's so depressing.
And everyone's like, oh, a solo. It's Bolt's just trying to work his way through. Back to the armor walls he gets, though. Very nice here. It's obviously Peterbot and Pollo. Like, they are just almost toying with him at this point. They could have pushed at any given time if they wanted.
Look at the duality of the loop that they are functioning with. Queasy as well. He's actually got no builds.
No build.
Queasy is just running it at this point. These walls might not even belong to him. Thomas HD in a similar position, trying to climb up over. See if he can find any kind of elimination. At this point, a refresh is the only option.
Queasy found one. Look, he picks up the Elim, gets a little bit of mats there, splits it with his teammate. The shots are coming in from the front side now. Has to burn what little bit that he picked up just to stay alive right now, and they are nearing the top there. Down he goes, all up to Thomas HD now to keep the dream alive, to earn as many points as possible here. But what is humanly possible when you barely have anything to work with?
He can just break into the top 10. I think Queasy and Thomas HD be very happy with the closure on their day one performance. Even more so still, though, Thomas HD, he keeps looking every direction, every second. It's so difficult to maintain this level of composure, but even as a solo, Thomas HD might be able to make some magic happen.
Up above, though, the scanner is still coming out for Peterbot and Pollo. They have all the information in the world. Top 15 now, 28 below. Down body there. Those could be mats, but no, he needs more than that. He needs to drop teams for placement at the very least, if nothing else.
Wow.
Honey falls there. That'll be full credits, I think, for him, but even if it's mats there, some builds too. Gets up on the second layer, shots come in from everywhere, gets a couple more placement points, and it's something. But now look at this, Kanata, Cooper in the end game, Trulex and Chicho once again here, alive and healthy.
Even more importantly still, they're applying a little bit of pressure here onto Peterbot. They are actually forced to just try and punch their way through the mid-ground. You can tell Pollo,
Název videa. Sledoval jsem 6 hodin největšího cheata ve Fortnite.
Já chápu, že on má 100 bodů, vole. 90, vole. 90 prostě bodů na druhého.
As that emergency exit plan, but Pollo, Peterbot across the way, spotting out Kanata and Cooper. The reveal medallion just doing so much as far as helping them to establish exactly which teams, which players they want to aggress.
They are strategically choosing who to target, given that they have all the information that they need. Meanwhile, Geras and Shari are saying, oh, we have a chance to win if we can get out high ground. And they look up. Peterbot spots out Kanata inside the zone, gets a little bit of damage, figures the zone will do the rest. Now focus comes in on the low ground. It's so smart for them to be down here. They're just earning so many points now that they are jumping towards the 400-point threshold here.
Just in the eliminations alone, they've got 7 between the two of them. Geras as a solo, bound to be marked any second here if he hasn't been already. Pollo, not even gonna bother, instantly goes with the left side edit peak, gets all the credit onto that Geras elimination, and now just a raw 2 versus 2 up against the likes of Agers and Rise.
Peterbot and Pollo went from second to first, and now, at minimal, a second place. But Pollo's always the first to kick off the fight, and he does it in spectacular fashion.
No, nejdu.
Agers is hurt. One hit, it's all it's going to take here to put him down, but Armorwall comes through to get his teammate the full reset here. He says, hey, let's not rush it. And then they jump down, focusing up the high ground here shortly. Give it a moment now. Pollo side by side here, Rise and Ager starting to feel pressure coming in from the low ground. They're running out of materials. Armor walls are done. They're depleted.
Still decent amount of space for Peterbot and Pollo to work with. Keep in mind, Pollo also still has those 4 armored walls, but as far as the health bar is concerned, Peterbot, Pollo, they are fully in the driver's seat. But that doesn't mean that Rise and Agers couldn't turn this one in their favor. They also need a massive game here to finish strong on the leaderboard.
Definitely, this is going to be a significant moment now. How do you close out day number 1? Second and first, very impactful differences here. Peterbot and Pollo start to swing their way up. They get the angle that they're looking for. Pollo, once again, doesn't quite find it. Peterbot's hurt, though. It's a low ground attack. Pollo by himself here, but the trade from Peterbot up top, he is what he needed to. And Pollo puts down Agers and clutches out the win from the low ground with back-to-back dubs.
Kamošek se lidi podívej, jak vypadají, kámo. Tu si nesprchovali tak měsíc, vole.
Kámo, to fakt ten Peterbot vyhrál, jo.
Kamošek má, kámo. To 20 bodů nebylo, jo. Ještě teda zítra, no. Ale víš, jak to většinou bývá? Většinou to bývá, že ti, co jsou poslední, jakože v tabulce, jako to většinou jokujou tím prvním, takže Peterbot třeba bude ti, co jsou poslední, kteří prostě mají 0 bodů, 8, 18, prostě ty, které jsou už piči, tak prostě ty budou jokovat ty první. Je to píči, máme chlupaty, vole.
Yeah, I mean, it was like last game too. We waited for old builds and then we went up. We were able to like crack them. Peter got a kill and then the other one just...
Kamošek Boris vypadá jak, vole, ta panenka, vole, z Toy Story, vole.
We saw it. No, there's people really screaming your name over that. Someone literally shouted Peter, the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Hlava okolo jak melon, vole. A Peterbot ani nemluvím.
Credit where it's due. A teammate like Pollo, what's it been like competing this year in this competition? Give him his props. How great is this as a duo teammate?
I mean, he's the best teammate possible. I mean, he gets eliminations. He's like a good like IGL when I need it. You know, like we're kind of like.
Něco řekne ve smyslu, že je to strašně easy, tak mu tam přiletím a najbum.
We're looking ahead to tomorrow now. Today, I mean, you guys have cemented yourselves top of that leaderboard. It is looking mighty fine indeed. What do you do tonight? How do you guys kind of like regroup ahead of tomorrow? I mean, do you need to regroup at this point? Are you just going to play it exactly the same way? Pollo, how do things happen tonight? What happens tomorrow?
There's always
we're
gonna look like games tonight.
Dívej, jak vypadá, kámo.
Jak kouká té kamery, kámo, to je creepy docela.
Steps away. Tomorrow, someone's gonna lift that trophy. How do you think it's gonna be, you guys? How close do you think it's gonna come to?
That'll be us. It won't be close. I mean, we're ahead by a lot, and tomorrow we're gonna come out winning.
Fort Worth, do you think Peterbot and Pollo could go all the way? Could they go all the way? I think that you could. Look, congratulations again. Fantastic way. One more time. Our Game 6 winners, Peterbot and Pollo! What a way to wrap things up here on the main stage today. Back-to-back dubs for the guys here. Who knows who will get them tomorrow to find out. For now, though, back to Zeke and the gang. What a day one.
Ale si, že to je třeba 20 minut. Když ho řekl třeba 26.
Peterbot, Pollo. Win.
What's that, Zeke? Is it? What are you writing?
This is the global script right here.
Don't
see that? Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah, no one's supposed to know that's a thing. I didn't write that.
Řekni ti, kolik má bodů, jo? Má 442 a Tomáš má 295. On má 150 bodů, Peter druhý.
This reminds me of Major 2 when we set a 1,000 record, right? It went absolutely crazy for them. They went off, and now they're looking to do the same thing, but not only in just NA. No. They're looking to show up every other region.
You ask how we let this do it. No one can stop this from happening. This is what we've been talking about for the last year. Peterbot and Pollo have absolutely dominated. They have become the demons of North America. They have broken so many records this year, and they are here to finally put out all the doubt, to show everyone that we are the best. This isn't luck. This is ours, and we have deserved it.
And yet again, they're playing the end game so well. You saw Pollo talking about it right there. Another very similar end game to what we saw last time. Going into this, Peterbot and Pollo were the team that held hype for the longest out of any duo this chapter. It seems like they've changed things up a little bit here. They're more than happy to play those low ground layers, finding those eliminations. And I said it to you, Kelly, I was like, how are they always getting this this medallion, this assault rifle? How are they getting it every single game? They're making the most of it in day number 1 as well. It's all about day 2 now, though. Are they going to be contested for it? Is someone going to throw a spanner in the works? I was waiting to see.
Well, when you asked me, I was talking about Grim Gate, and when we saw Acorn and Cold, one of the best duos in the world, try and fight Peterbot and Pollo for that spot, and they lost and they left. Acorn and Cold, who is one of the best teams contested, left Peterbot and Pollo. No one is going to be fighting for this. We might see some things change for Major 2 or for Day 2, because anything can happen in the FNCS Day 2 competition, because it is that 1.5 times multiplier. But not just going for the mythic weapon, not just going for the forecast towers, but also going for bunkers, going for time and time again, and sticking to the low ground so that they get those resources. Splashes, Zeke, I heard you losing your mind when they found those.
I can't. Like, you know, that's the second time now. The game before, they run it and they find the armored walls, and that was a difference maker. Here they find the splashes in a situation where they're thinking, okay, we've cracked them, they're on whites, they're out of shield, and then they're like, yeah, splashes, we're both up to 200 again. Good luck. We have a listen in from that game-winning moment. Take a look.
Tady bude spíše, že jestli vyhraje Peterbot, tak kvituju Fonko.
Spray this. Keep going. No, I don't think we look for a kill.
Jak znijou, vole.
120.
Chill.
Ready?
Body here,
I'm done. Chugs, get the chugs!
Where?
Chugs,
I got
build.
6, bro, 6.
Nice.
I got ammo.
Pičovi, vole, lokec brdovi. Já ti rád strát, kámo.
That probably. 100 both one. I'm not
Piču, kámo.
One, spray up. Let's go! You're the best, baby, let's go! We're the best players in the world, on my life. Let's go.
Man, just an unbelievable performance here in day number 1. And again, this isn't just like a major, and this isn't just a major self-contained to its own. This is Fortnite. This is the lobby. We should see it ever, right? It's the very best of all regions. Are performing like this. Mini Miner, I'm terrified going into day 2 and a 1.5 times multiplier.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who isn't terrified. Peterbot and Pollo. Just when you watch them play, it looks so hectic, it looks so crazy, it looks like they're having an absolute madness on the comms. We do a listening right there. Very calm. Pollo's doing such a great job at listening to Peterbot. You can tell he's sort of the more vocal player in the duo, and the comms are so precise. It's something we don't really get to talk to too much, because we don't get to listen in too often online and stuff like that. But just the art of communicating is so understated, and for these guys, they do it so well. Every single thing that they say is containing some value.
Oh my God. That is a 150-point lead for Peterbot and Pollo. 45 eliminations.
Ale hluky je 6, kámo, to je mega dobré, když jich tam 50.
I want to point this out, and I know you guys at home aren't in the stadium and you can't see this. All I did was just do a quick, just 360 to just look at the faces of the people in the crowd, and they all had the same reaction. No. There is a 150-point lead going into tomorrow, and all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing, and those someone has to try and stop these guys.
You know, when you see a king and all the subjects from around the land slowly come up and pay their respects, kiss the ring. That's what we're seeing here right now. Every player coming up to Peterbot, everyone giving him like high fives and handshakes and stuff, because he has earned it. He has earned the confidence, and I also love the respect for his own duo, Pollo. This isn't just the Peterbot show. show. This is the Peterbot and Poyo show, and Peterbot knows that. He knows how good of a player Poyo is, the best teammate he could have had, and here they are showing up on the biggest stage in the world.
That's a fantastic point. Right? I think a lot of times we tend to talk about Peterbot, and it's not because we don't know that Poyo is kind of pairing with him. It's just a lot of times Peterbot does these kind of crazy things. So I love in this last game. We get that Poyo clutch, right? We get to just put a example. Don't you ever disrespect Poyo, because he is also just as strong on this team. I wanted to take a look here at some stats from the day. We can bring those up. Yeah, so let's just see. Oh yeah, eliminations, solo impact points, builds place, and damage ratio. Crazy that Peterbot has 2 of those stats, eliminations and the damage ratio. He's been putting in some work, Kelly.
2.74 damage ratio is absolutely insane. Minnie, I'm at a loss for words.
Damage ratio, for those that don't know, it's all about how much damage you're doing versus how much you're taking. So that means he's almost doing 3 times as much damage as he's taking from other players. I think a lot of that is with that medallion as well. Display is absolutely incredible. And I mean, this is someone that, you know, we've talked about how an incredible year they've had. Was it second, first? Ended off with a global championship. This would be the best, most dominant year of any duo in Fortnite history.
Easily.
I don't even know. I don't know. Why did tomorrow 1.5 times? I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Okay, let's take a look at these standings one last time before we start to wrap up the day.
We have to talk about other duos.
I know we have to talk about other duos. Yeah. Just pretend Peterbot and Poyo don't exist for a moment. Thomas, HB, and Queasy currently sitting at 295 points as well. They've been performing fantastic throughout the day. Obviously, we've seen a couple of gatekeepers, right, to the duo, and that is in fact Peterbot and Poyo. Yeah. But when they're not in the mix, Queasy and Thomas have taken hide, right? They've had these really beautiful rotations. They've been putting on a show. It's just, you've got Peterbot and Poyo in your way.
Wouldn't it be their destiny to have an incredible grand finals, but still end up in second place? But still, Queasy, Thomas HD showcasing just why they are such incredibly respected duos here, the communication, the synergy between these 2 players here. And obviously, this day probably didn't go as well as they wanted to, but still ending up in second place is a great performance after day 1.
And now for these guys, I know even more than anyone, they'll be sitting in the VODs. I think they're probably already in. They probably ran out straight to the VODs, because second place, although it's good, it's a good situation to be in. These guys are winners. They want to make sure they put themselves in the best situation possible to find themselves in a better situation tomorrow. I think they're a team that can benefit from these that 1.5x multiplier. I'm really surprised and impressed with to use that launch with that pistol. We gave a little bit of a preview to it earlier. Every single time we seem to switch to him shooting that pistol, it seems to be connecting with the other players. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, Queasy said it himself. He was like, on one of the post-game interviews, he's like, yeah, I did like 200 damage.
matka nedělá, vole, mateřské mléko. Tohle někam dá, vole, znovu narazil dívku, nebo energetikální.
Another duo that I'd really like to talk about on the leaderboard there in our top 10, representing the Asia region. It is going to be Koyota and Mipoli, and we actually thought it was going to be Rise and Yuma currently. They were in second place, third place at one point earlier on in the day, but jumping up into the top 10 at the end of day 1 is absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, really insane. And on that note, another team that I'm really excited to see up here as well, Hutty and Kovacs in that 6th place position. Funny story about this as well. Kovacs is a player that didn't make the last Globals. I was lucky enough to be at the Global Championships last year. Speaking to him behind the scenes as well when he was in the audience, he said to me, he said, Minimana, I will be on that stage next year. I will be competing, mark my words. Here he is. He's not in the audience, he's competing, and he's doing incredibly well out of that Rebels Roost drop spot as well. It seems like they're navigating it really well, and that's the sort of thing that this game's all about, right? You can just think yourself, right, these guys are on that stage, I want to be there. He put in the work, and he's seeing the rewards. Really good start from those 2.
2 more teams that we didn't really give too much credit for at the start. CZB and Nathan doing a great job right now in 8th place. And Dukes and Sphinx, a lot of us, and myself included, I don't know why we don't give them the respect. They're multi-FNCS winners. They've done time and time again, especially at a LAN setting, they've performed really well. So to see them currently in 9th place, I love to see it.
Absolutely. Day 1 is all about setting kind of ourselves, right? Because when we come in tomorrow, we've got that 1.5 times multiplier. Have some of these duos done enough, right? Because if you're at that deficit, you have to work that much harder going into tomorrow. But for someone like Peter and Pollo, they're so far ahead, they could look to take advantage of that. So how do we look to approach that tomorrow?
I think it's possible. I mean, with a victory royale and 10 eliminations, that garners you 160 points, which would be the separation. Obviously, that means that Peter and Pollo have to go down off drop, which I don't think is going to be happening. But I mean, when you look at teams historically, Cold performed absolutely insane on day 2, and they are currently in our top 10 list. I think that they may have some secret strats. There's also probably some teams, like you said, that are going to be VOD reviewing, looking at the replays right now. Is there, like, you know, a little hitch in the armor of Peter and Pollo?
Yeah, and I think what's most important for Pollo here is that they took advantage of today. I think, you know, we all sort of knew what was going to happen. We all knew what their strategy was going to be. Everyone knew what was going to happen. They were going to get that medallion. They were going to get that mythic assault rifle, go crazy. But now some teams can hit the VODs. They can think, right, how can we sort of approach this? Maybe we land on, maybe we try and take that NPC and then dip on out. So it's really good from them that they were able to take advantage of that situation while they had it, because they might not have it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a few moments really on in the early game after they do get that coin and the mythic weapon, where they kind of just go along the river, and you can see them looking back to the rest of Raft, seeing if there's a few shots they can get, but also just paying attention to see if anyone else, they're not even building, they're not even charging, even though there's some incredible duos landing next to them. So if the other players are aware that they're kind of vulnerable during that moment, that might be an opportunity. But again, it's Peter and Pollo. As soon as they see another player, they're just going to beam them and eliminate them.
Oh my gosh, someone shot at us. I guess we're getting some more back points. Let's go. Wow. Well, Fortnite fam, we just thank you guys so much. That wraps up day number 1 of the 2024 FNCS Global Championships. Tomorrow, we look to play another 6 games with a 1.5 times multiplier.
Dalších vole 6 her utrpení vole s Peterbotem, kámo, to mě posner.
See you on that battle bus.
Ještě, že nejsem doma zítra.
Pipí.
Tak jo lidi, tohle bude
tak,
tohle je ode mě pro dnešek vše. Máme tady nějakých 6 hodin záznamů. Díky moc, že jste dorazili na stream, ať už jste se jenom zastavili na chvilku, nebo jste zůstali další dobu a pokecali. Díky moc, že jsem si mohl zahrát i s fanouškem. Nějaký ty reloady, nějaký zero buildíky. A my se vidíme u dalšího videa nebo streamu. Nezapomeňte dát like, popřípadně odběr a zase někdy.